Well, he's going to be with us in Philly, and we're going to have a lot of fun this weekend. And yeah, I mean that's really it. Rate, review, subscribe, check out everything, and that's it, right? Good seeing you guys. Have a good night, live audience.
Nocturno y opciones gastronómicas para todos los lugares. Estarás a pocos pasos de la acción. Blackjack de $5 en mesas selectas. ¿Quieres tener una experiencia de casino? Entra directamente a nuestro free hall. ¿Qué estás esperando? Hazlo de la forma clásica. Hoy a Seminole Classic Casino. Usted o alguien que no tiene problemas de por favor llame al 188 admite.
I'm your host, Kurt Sandig, and welcome to Paranormal Almanac. That's right, I'm your host, Kurt Sandig, and on this edition of Paranormal Almanac, well, everyone, foil hats on because this is a long, bumpy ride. Before I tell you why, let's go over to shout-outs. That's right, it's shout-outs time. Harley, Lauren, Amber, Angie, Autumn, Steph, Carolyn, Chuck, Dan, hi Dan, Daniel, David, Bill, Edgar, Heidi, Mark, Jeff, Jenny, Joe, Jordan, Joshua, Juliana, Sarah, Kyle, Flash, Laura, Ruth O, Lauren, Lawrence, Lily, Lionel, welcome Lionel, Logan, hi Logan, M. Calvillo, Maggie, hey Maggie, hope you're doing well, Michaela, Manning, Martin, Matt, Megan, Melissa, Nanashi, Nick, Pablo, Rosa, Sarah, Shelley, Lauren, Suzanne, Tosh, sorry Tosh, I said your name wrong so many times. So, Tosh. Hi, Tosh. Tosh is awesome. Thank you so much, Tosh. I apologize for messing up your name. Todd, Travis, Troy, Veronica, and Vicente. Don't worry, I'm probably going to mess up some more names in this story. What those people are, head on over to patreon.com/paranormalalmanac. Join today. I'm doing the next exclusive patron-only episode right after I record this one. And let me tell you, this one is 2 UFO abduction stories that have been asked for by fans for over a year now. 2 amazing stories, one that might be true, and one that is internationally known that I debunked the hell out of. But sorry, it's for my awesome patrons only. The only hint I'll give, which are huge hints by the way, because the 2 names are Pascagoula and Napolitano. If you don't know what those are, become a patron and you're going to hear some amazing stories. If you do know what those are, sorry, it's for the patrons only. Again, patrons, thank you so much for all your support. Literally, this show could not be made without you. An example why, last month, I got knocked on my ass by a flu, a cold, something. Something that just took me down. Took me down so much that I had to go to the hospital and get some antibiotics. And guess who paid for that? The patrons. Patrons literally are saving my life. So thank you so much. Alrighty, up next we have paranormal news. First, let me say thank you so much to everyone sending in paranormal news stories. Please keep them coming. It makes it so much easier to do paranormal news. I have more and more stories every week because of you guys. Also, how cool is that paranormal news bumper music by Kayla? Thank you, Kayla. I really do appreciate it. Send me paranormal news bumper music to paranormalalmanac@gmail.com. You might just hear yours on the next episode. Okay, first story up in paranormal news. The U.S. Navy is working on new guidelines on how to report UFOs. That's right, the U.S. Navy is drafting a new guideline for personnel to report sightings of unidentified aerial phenomena. Now, in response to unexplained incidents in which service members have reported unknown crafts in the vicinity of protected airspace or encroaching on naval and air formation. This is from Politico, and they wrote that these new reporting guidelines are not intended to quote, legitimize speculation that Navy pilots or sailors have encountered alien spacecraft, but instead streamline the process of officially logging incidents for further study or analysis. They go on to say there have been a number of reports of unauthorized or unidentified aircraft entering various military-controlled ranges and designated airspace in recent years. For safety and security concerns, the Navy and the U.S. Air Force take these reports very seriously and investigate each and every report. As part of this effort, the Navy is updating and formalizing the process by which reports of any such suspected incursion can be made to the cognizant authorities. A new message to the fleet that will detail the steps for reporting draft. Regardless what you want to think, there are more and more UFO encounters happening all the time. You might just say, well, yeah, sure, there's all these new drone technology and unmanned aircraft technology. It's all the military. Is that right? Well, then why are the military publicly saying we're having these incursions more and more? We need to figure out how to report it. We're not saying it's aliens, but we're not saying it's not. Sure, other governments could have drone technology. I mean, they do. But we have these abilities to just appear and disappear like these little tic-tac UFOs that we're seeing more and more of are doing. And if so, do we have that technology? Because if they have it, hopefully we have it too, because they are flying circles around our fighter jets. Like I said, whether you believe in UFOs or not, UFOs, the actual unidentified flying objects, or the unidentified aerial phenomena, as they're now known, they are real. They are seriously impacting the U.S. Navy and the Air Force, and the government are taking steps to figure out what these things actually are. Alrighty, next up in paranormal news. This was a big one that everybody sent me, and I already had it on there, but again, thank you for sending me the story, and rightfully so for sending me the story. Scientists revived some brain functions in dead pigs hours after death. Now, I'm sure you've all heard the story. Basically, it's Frankenpig. For whatever reason, nobody asked for this as far as I can tell. Scientists have figured out how to reanimate pigs. Or some, not reanimate pigs, but reanimate some brain functions in dead pigs. Now, thankfully, it did not regain consciousness and start eating everybody. But it is a terrifying thing. This is how close we've come to reanimating the dead. The team did have an anesthetic in place just in case something really freaky happened and it came back to life and started attacking people. They even knew that if this worked better than they thought and it became a zombie pig, that they were going to have to take it down. So even scientists were like, it could become a zombie pig. It could be real. So again, I didn't ask for this. I don't think any of you guys asked for this. Why are we reanimating dead pigs? No, thank you. And you know what? That brings me to a question. That story brings me to a question. If they had an experimental drug that might reanimate you after you die, it might bring you back. You might die, and then, when you die, you might inject you, and boom, you might come back. It might be you, but there's a chance it might not be really you. Would you check that checkbox on your driver's license, wherever you have to do it? Those organ donor check marks. If they had one below that said, please try and reanimate. They have those DNRs. Well, what if they had a please try reanimate? Would you do that one? Would you want to take the risk that you might become some mindless zombie freak, but you might come back from the dead and be you? Would you take that risk? Alrighty, next up in paranormal news, couples staying at one of America's most haunted houses are freaked out when they spot the ghosts of 3 children wearing long white socks near the front door. Brandon and Karen Hunt had enjoyed a long weekend away at Myrtle's Plantation, which I've talked about on this show. It's in Louisiana. When they arrived, they were greeted by a terrified departing guest who claimed to have photographed a ghoul. Why a ghoul? That's my question. Ghouls and ghosts are very different things. Why would you say it was definitely a ghoul? It wasn't a ghost, it wasn't a poltergeist, it was a ghoul. I don't know about that. Anyhow, the couple decided to film some of their own overnight stay, and they discovered their own unexpected guest. Now, I've taken a look at the photos. It does look like white socks. Now, I want to post it on Facebook as well so you can kind of take a look at it. It does look like white socks. It looks like white socks of running downstairs, if you will. Is it a ghost? Yeah, it might be. It really might be. You can almost kind of see the buckle where, the shoe would be the white sock. And they are in different positions from photo to photo as if someone was walking. You can kind of see through them. Not kind of, you can totally see. So that one's interesting. That one's weird. But it does come from the Daily Mail, which I don't trust. So I'm going to try and find other sources of it. Now, it says Kennedy News and Media as the photos. So that should mean there are other sources for these photos. If I can find that, I'll believe it even more. Now, here's my only problem with the photo. So I'm going to be 100% honest. Here's my only problem with the photo. There's a chandelier in the photograph. That chandelier is kicking off strange lights and strange shadows on the walls and on the ceiling. There is a good chance that what we're seeing is a reflection from that chandelier on the lens of the cell phone or the camera they were taking. Just putting that out there. I'm not saying it's not a ghost, but there could be a little light refraction from that chandelier. Alrighty, up next is paranormal news. I think this is the last story. It is the last story in paranormal news. A daughter shared scary footage of a ghost in her dad's room. Again, a lot of people sent this one to me. Thank you so much. I definitely appreciate that. A daughter claims that her father had been plagued with the feeling of something moving the sheets at night, so she set up a camera. What they saw in the footage was both the father and the daughter terrified, but is it real? The daughter, Cheyenne Rachel, shared this on Reddit and on Twitter, saying, "I'm freaked the fuck out. Look at the sheet lifting up and what comes out of the side of it." Wait, what comes out of the side of it? I didn't see something on the side of it. Hold on. I'm watching this video again while I'm recording this. So yeah, the sheets go up. So far, I'm not freaked out. Looks like an arm. Looks like feet kicking the sheets. Sheets are kind of steady now. Again, that could be an arm stretching in the photo or in the video. There's the dad getting up. I don't see anything coming out of the side of it. Hold on, I got 5 more seconds. Sorry, this is boring for you guys. 5 more seconds. Yeah, I don't see anything coming out of the side of it. It looks to me, there could be something under the sheet. I don't know how big the dad is. I don't know how tall he is. I don't know where his legs were. I don't know where his arms were. But I have a camera in my bedroom so I can keep an eye on Stitch when I'm not at home. And if I play back video of me sleeping when I stretch my arm or stretch my leg or roll over or whatever, it kind of looks like the footage that I'm seeing here. Now, she says, look really closely to the sheets lifting the beginning on the left of the screen. That wasn't him. He was dead asleep. Was he? And if you look really closely, something shoots out of the sheet when it drops to the right and disappears. Gray and kind of looks like a head. What? I'll edit this part out. Don't worry, everybody. I'm watching it again. I don't know. I'm very curious to see what you guys think of this video. Is it just a dad rolling around in his sleep, or is it something more? Now, I will say that plenty of users on Reddit said, I've watched it several times now, and I cannot figure out how this could be. The way the sheets move, and the way the thin person to the left just disappears, it's so freaky. Closely, something shoots out of the sheet and drops to the right, and then great. I don't see it. Another person says it's extremely creepy. The more times you watch it, it could get stranger. Another person says either this is completely staged or one of the freakiest things I've ever seen. Really? Yeah, that's definitely just the dad rolling over. He pushed the covers off his arms and he's rolling over, making it look like a head is vanishing. It's really just his arms. I believe this person. I agree with this person. It looks like he's moving his arms and kicking his feet out. I do believe in ghosts, but I can't see anything paranormal in this video. Yep, I agree with that person. But again, I'm going to post this on Facebook. I'm going to see if I can find it on Instagram as well. If I can find it on there, I'll share it on there as well. I want to know what you guys think about this. Is it just a dad rolling over? Did I just spend 2 full minutes watching a dad roll over in bed while he's asleep? Probably. Could it be a ghost? Maybe. Again, I don't know how big the dad is. I don't know where his legs were in this video. I don't know where his arms were. If he's 6 feet tall, how big is the bed? Is it a queen size bed? Is it a twin bed? Is it a king size bed? These are important details. Also, if it happened once, it's probably going to happen again. Why are there no more videos? Why didn't you set it up the next night, and the next night, and the next night? Did the dad just say, hey, I'm never sleeping here again? These are things I don't know, but I'm very curious about. All right, with that, let's move on past paranormal news, and let's get right into it. I'm just going to tell you now, this one took me down a lot of rabbit holes. Or should I say lizard holes. What am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about lizard people. It's one weird tale or person after another. It just keeps going. Look up lizard people on YouTube, and welcome to my past few months. Obviously, I didn't do this exclusively, but I'd watch a video here, watch a video there, that video would lead me to this video, which leads me to this person. Is this person real? It might be, but this person's probably fake. Could be this person. This person's probably the same person as this person. It's insanity. Everything about this lizard person episode is insanity. Now, the idea of lizard people living among us isn't exactly a new idea. It's been around for a long while. So let's deep dive into this conspiracy. Like, what is a lizard person? Why are they called so many different things? Things like lizard people, reptilians, reptoids, reptiloids, repticians, draconian, saurian. Look, pick a lane, dino sluts. Oh, that's a new one I just. I don't want to slut shame lizard people, but I'm gonna. All right, so there's a lot of names for these things. As soon as I went down the rabbit hole for reptilians, then I had to go down the rabbit hole for reptoids, then shape-shifting lizard people, regular lizard people, draconians. Why are they different? Saurian. Where do they come from? It's insanity. So let's get to the history of them a little bit. I can't do every piece of this puzzle for you guys. This episode would be 12 hours or 2 days long if I did every piece. So I'm going to gloss over some major parts of lizard people. And I apologize, I didn't deep dive as far as I could on some things, but then I deep dove really far on other things, I guess you'd say. So, okay, let's get to the history first. Some of the oldest known samples or examples of lizard people I actually talked about on a previous episode with the Ubaid lizard men. Now, I'm going to give you a quick recap, but very quick. Go on back to Ancient Mysterious Artifacts episodes, find the Ubaid lizard men for the full story, but here's a quick recap. At the Al Ubaid archaeological site, where many pre-Sumerian 7,000-year-old artifacts were found, they depicted humanoid figures with lizard characteristics. Now I'm talking full lizard people, faces, eyes, everything. These little statues look like lizard people. They look like lizard men, women, children suckling at the breast of lizard women. Why? Well, no one really knows, but the snake was a major symbol used in many societies to represent a number of gods. For example, the Sumerian god Enki, E-N-K-I. Or I didn't pronounce that correctly. So that seems to be, as far as I can tell anyway, the first real proof of lizard people. Now, sure, everybody says the lizard people were here first, they've been here for millions of years, but there's no proof to that stuff. I'm trying to find something that has a modicum of tangible proof. So for all intents and purposes, for this episode, it begins 7,000 years ago, physical proof of lizard people depicted in statues. Okay? Alright, so let's jump to a seriously bizarre story that happened right here in Los Angeles. This story takes place on January 29, 1934. A guy named Warren Schufelt, who was a geological engineer, contacted the Los Angeles Times with a freaking bizarre story. He said that he had discovered the remains of an ancient reptilian civilization, a whole lizard city right under Los Angeles. Now, he said he found it using Native American lore. I'm going to pause right here. As I did on the last episode about lizard people, there is no Native American lore about lizard people. None. None of that is true. Any site that says, and the Native American people wrote about it, no, they didn't. That site is bullshit. But all right, let's continue with BS for a second. So this guy says that he used the Native American lore and found a story of buried gold. And it was the testimony of a man named L. Macklin, who never existed. How do I know? Well, this man, L. Macklin, was a Hopi. So, what I did was I went to the Hopi birth and death record available online through the website of the Nation, and no person or Greenland are on there. So, yes, this guy, L. Macklin, went by the name Chief Greenland, and said he was from the Hopi tribe. Again, no. Now, Macklin said that the caverns were an old Hopi legend about an underground city built some 5,000 years ago by a race known as the Lizard People. So, Schufelt, armed with this nonsense and his radio X-ray machine, started searching. He started searching for the cavern. Now, that radio X-ray machine supposedly revealed the location of one of 3 lost cities on the Pacific coast. The local one having been dug by the lizard people after, quote, the Great Catastrophe, which occurred about 5,000 years ago. The legendary catastrophe was in the form of a huge tongue of fire which, quote, came out of the southwest, destroying all life in its path, that path being several hundred miles wide. The city underground was dug as a means of escaping future fire. Now, that all seems plausible. Not all of it. The whole fire part, several hundred miles, that seems plausible. You got to remember that just last year, a ton of California burnt down. That's modern times. Supposedly, this took place 5,000 years ago. So, sure, California probably did burn several hundred miles wide a number of times over the years. Do I think lizard people were there to witness it and build underground cities? Probably not. Okay, so this underground city was dug with powerful chemicals by the lizard people, not picks and shovels, and it drained into the oceans. Now, the oceans are where the tunnels supposedly begin, so these tunnels ran from the ocean all the way to downtown Los Angeles. Now, the tide passing daily in and out of the lower tunnel parts would force air into the upper tunnels, providing ventilation, and, quote, cleanse and sanitize the lower bathroom parts of the tunnel. So, the lizard people were at least clean lizard people. Now, the X-ray machine also showed large domed rooms that housed 1,000 families, quote, in the manner of a tall building. And it held imperishable food supplies of the herb variety, and they were stored in the catacombs and also had immeasurable treasure. Here's my problem. So did the guy Greenleaf have all this information? Because every story I could find says that Schufelt found this stuff. So how did he find out this story about the fires going through there? How did he find out the story about the city being dug with powerful chemicals, not picks and shovels? How did he know that thousands of families in the manner of tall buildings lived under there with imperishable food supplies of the herb variety? How good was this X-ray radio machine? There's not a lot of details on how this information was found. The story keeps going. Don't worry. You're going to say, well, maybe he found it and read a book. Hold on. Just wait. Sorry. So Schufelt and his machine gave him a map of the catacomb, and he knew right where to dig, so dig he did. He bored down 250 feet, but that hole promptly filled with water. So he tried again. Bam! More water. This sounds a lot like Oak Island to me. So, could it be that Oak Island was done by lizard people 5,000 years ago? Maybe. All right, back to this guy. Long story short, he was never able to drill down a hole 250 feet down without it filling with water, so he just gave up. Yep, he gave up. Supposedly, he found catacombs with immeasurable treasure, but he can't dig down 250 feet. All right, let's move on over to that radio X-ray thingy. So Shufeld actually showed his radio X-ray device to a Los Angeles Times reporter to prove his claims and to get that backing, get the money. Surprise, it had nothing to do with either radio or X-ray. It was a dowsing pendulum. If you don't know what that is, that's where a practitioner swings a small pendulum, believing that its movements guide the way towards water or treasure. Now, Schufeld's dowsing pendulum was suspended from a tripod with an elaborate and hollow glass and metal case that he constructed. So he made his own pendulum that had neither radio or X-rays in it, and he said it took photos so clear that he could see food, dome ceilings, treasure, and other crap 250 feet down. But of course, there is zero proof that he had ever had any photos at all. The Los Angeles Times reporters didn't mention any photos. They didn't mention anything about proof of any of it. It was utter BS, pseudoscience, and nothing ever came of it. Not only that, but how many tunnels and foundations for buildings have been built that far down all over Southern California, and yet not one mention ever of finding lizard people, tunnels, food, treasure, anything. The only thing they ever find when they dig that far down for the metro stations and other stuff are woolly mammoth tusks and bones and stuff like that from the tar pit areas. Never a mention of lizard people, not one. I've looked. Well, even though that seems like Shufelt was just an insane person with a very large pendulum and never found anything and couldn't figure out how to dig 250 feet down without hitting water, and his map is the most jumbled pile of crap that I've ever seen, well, there's still a large community that believes that lizard people live in caverns, not only under Los Angeles, but also inside Mount Shasta, which is 593 miles north of Los Angeles. Mount Shasta supposedly has lizard people, but it's also populated by an ancient race called the Lemurians. Lemurians? Lemurians. The who? I don't know. Not important for this episode. Let's keep going to the always factual, not really Wikipedia. Lemuria is a hypothetical lost land located either in the Indian or the Pacific Ocean, as postulated by a now discredited 19th century scientific theory. The idea was then adopted by the occultists of the time and consequently have been incorporated into pop culture. Some Tamil writers have associated with the Kumari Kingdom, a mythical lost continent, with an ancient Tamil, I don't know, civilization located south of the present-day India in the Indian Ocean. All right. How does that tie into Mount Shasta, you might ask? I don't know. But there's more. Mount Shasta supposedly also has other creatures, such as Bigfoot, that I can buy, that I can believe, and small dwarf-like beings called the Guardians. Now, they're also believed to live inside Mount Shasta in a grand multi-level city called Telos. Sure. But, again, this episode is not about the Guardians or Bigfoot or Lemurians or any of that crap. Let's get back to them lizards. Okay, from there, let's move to 1947, a bizarre...
Attention troopers, are you ready to orbital drop and deploy into the cinematic trenches? This is Real Jumpers, your designated squad of lovable idiots. Think Starship Troopers meets Mystery Science Theater 3000 with a dose of silliness. This season, we've been deployed to the Showa era of Godzilla films. Prepare for kaiju-sized chaos as we unleash a barrage of witty salvos and questionable rubber-suited monsters. We're your tactical squad seeking to broadcast film history, detailed plot synopsis, and data mine trivia, all laid out for your listening pleasure. Join our Legion of Troopers. Our vital broadcasts are now available on all major podcast platforms. We've reached a crucial milestone of over 1,000 loyal citizens enlisting on our YouTube front. So grab your popcorn, charge your plasma rifles, and enlist with the Real Jumpers. That's real like film reels, you cadets. Would you like to hear more? Find us wherever you get your podcasts.
bizarre tale of hollow earth reptilians and more. Now, I'll be honest, this next tale was going to be its own episode, but it fit right in with this one, so I had to include it with this one. And let me pause right here to say the following bums me out because I love the story of Admiral Byrd and the Hollow Earth. But I'm sorry. Sadly, science does not back a key point to this story. But before I get too far ahead, here's the tale of Admiral Byrd and the Hollow Earth. The year is 1947. Famed explorer Admiral Richard Byrd, and he really was a famed explorer. He was the rock star of 1947. Famed explorer Admiral Richard Byrd had made several flights over Antarctica. Now that was known as Operation Hydra. It really existed, it really happened. Now while flying at the North Pole, he and his explorer team actually flew into or did an expedition into the holes at the poles of the Earth. No, he didn't, but let's keep going. So supposedly, he's flying over the holes, the North Pole, and he looks down and there's a ginormous hole at the poles of the Earth. Almost like, where a globe would be held by the stand, the two poles that shove into the top of a globe. If you were to take those out, there'd be giant holes. That's what it kind of looked like. The hole was written about in Admiral Byrd's secret diary. Let me pause right here. No, it wasn't. There is zero evidence that Byrd wrote the secret diary. I've read the secret diary. It's a jumbled pile of crap. Now, there is tons of evidence that it's a fabricated piece of bullshit. There's tons of evidence. I'm very sorry. Like I said, I love the story of Admiral Byrd so much that I went out and bought a book called The Secret Diary of Admiral Byrd. It turned out to be utter nonsense. All right, back to this tale, though. So, the story goes, Admiral Byrd and his explorers, they're flying over the poles. They see this ginormous hole in the poles, and they supposedly entered this massive hole by plane and landed inside the Earth in a lush, tropical environment lit by, well, something like a sun floating inside the Earth itself. They can see this sunlight thing, the sun thing inside the Earth in this ginormous, lush, tropical environment. Now, the cavern was filled with dinosaurs, blue reptoids, that's why it's not an episode, and these blue reptoids are riding woolly mammoths, and there's also vast lakes, beings with incredible ancient knowledge. These blue reptoids supposedly spoke to Byrd at length about what is happening. I'll get to that in a minute. I'll tell you the story of what they told Admiral Byrd in a second. There's ancient knowledge, there's UFOs down in there, and there's all sorts of advanced tech down there as well. Now, they welcomed Byrd and his men, and they told them tales before sending them on their way, and they told them not to speak of the inner world. Here's something fun. Depending on where you get your version of this BS tale, those blue reptoids in the Earth, they were Nazis or friends with the Nazis, because the Nazis had found this first, which is why supposedly the Nazis were doing all of those tests and trying to make their way up into the North Pole. Okay, now I have an excerpt of that completely made-up diary. It's dated February 19th, 1947, and it describes Byrd's arrival over the polar extremities at 1,000 hours. We are crossing over the small mountain range and still proceeding northward as best as can be ascertained. Beyond the mountain range is what appears to be a valley with a small river or stream running through the center portion. There should be no green valley below. Something is definitely wrong and abnormal here. We should be over ice and snow. To the port side are great forests growing on the mountain slope. Our navigation instruments are spinning. The gyroscope is oscillating back and forth. I'm using air quotes here. Admiral Byrd continues, saying that he can see animals in the valley, among them a living specimen of a woolly mammoth. Eventually, after landing, the Admiral and his company are confronted by several men, who take them before an entity known as, quote, the Master. And it just keeps going. It's really bad sci-fi. It's really bad. It's worse than those Star Trek novels from the 60s. So let's continue on with what the Master said, though. Moving forward. The Master says, We shall not long delay your mission, and you will be safely escorted back to the surface, and for a distance beyond. But now, Admiral, I should tell you why you have been summoned here. He was summoned there? All right. Our interest rightly begins just after your race exploded the first atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was at that alarming time we sent our flying machines, the Flugelrods. Fun fact for everybody, Flugelrods are the Nazi-made UFO-looking ships. You can look them up. They really existed. They didn't really fly very well. They were round, UFO-shaped. Pilots would sit in the center or on the sides, I forget. They kind of bobbled back and forth. Didn't really go anywhere. Another fun fact, Americans went and got the Flugelrods and supposedly have made our own versions of them that might lead to a lot of UFO reports. That might actually lead to a lot of UFO reports. There's a lot of stories. This is a side tangent, I apologize. There's a lot of stories that the Americans took the Flugelrods, reverse engineered, made them better, and they also had the Canadians working on Flugelrods as well. There's a UFO encounter story that is really interesting that might have been one of these Flugelrods. But that's a story for a different time. Let's get back to this master reptilian. So he says, he sent our flying machines, the Flugelrods, to your surface world to investigate what your race had done. That is, of course, past history now, my dear Admiral, but I must continue on. You see, we have never interfered before in your race's wars and barbarity, but now we must, for you have learned to tamper with a certain power that is not for man, namely that of atomic energy. Our emissaries have already delivered messages to the powers of your world, and yet they do not heed. Now you have been chosen to witness here that our world does exist. Cool. That's a whole big speech that the master did there. Again, he flat out mentions Flugelrods, which are Nazi UFO, or Nazi ships that look like. So, hey, Master and Master Race reptilian dude, F right off. So the story goes, they let Bird go. He goes to the president to warn him, and he is ordered to never to speak of this experience ever again. Continuing with this nonsense, the proof that a lot of sites use to show that Admiral Byrd did actually find something, but was told to keep quiet by our government, is supposedly on March 5th, 1947. The El Mercurio newspaper of Santiago, Chile, had a headline article, quote, on board the Mount Olympus on the high sea. Give you a little backstory on that one. The Mount Olympus was the ship that Byrd did travel on. That part is real. And frankly, spoiler, the interview probably happened, just not how the sites report on it now. What I mean by that is, again, a lot of sites use this as proof that Admiral Byrd saw UFOs and saw the reptilians and everything. I'll get to why that's wrong in a second. So this story in the article says, it quotes Admiral Byrd in an interview with Lee Van Atta, and it said, Admiral Byrd declared today that it was imperative for the United States to initiate immediate defense measures against hostile regions. The Admiral further stated he didn't want to frighten anyone unduly, but that it was bitter reality that in case of a new war, the continental United States would be attacked by flying objects. Repeat this BS part. Flying objects, which could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Earlier, he had recommended defense bases at the North Pole. Admiral Byrd repeated the above points of view, resulting from his personal knowledge gathered both at the North and South Poles before a news conference held for International News Service. Sounds scary, right? He said flying objects and threats, and they can go from pole to pole, and boom, bam, done. Well, actually, no, he didn't. He didn't say anything about flying objects or UFOs, as a lot of sites misquote this article as saying. They say this is proof that Admiral Byrd saw UFOs. They quote him right there saying UFOs and flying objects. Well, what he actually did say in that line was enemy aircraft. He said a new war near the continental United States would be attacked by enemy aircraft, which could fly over the poles at incredible speed. What he was talking about are enemy aircraft, like real enemy airplanes, flying over the poles to get to America quicker, instead of going around the Earth going directly over the pole. There was nothing about UFOs. It was 1947. The world was just 2 years past World War II. He was concerned about enemy aircraft flying not around the world to get to America, but over the poles to get to us quickly. Yet countless sites regurgitate this BS about UFOs and flying objects instead of finding the article and reading it themselves. Now, I took the time to find the original article because I want the truth. Enemy aircraft. That's all it said. Everything I could find from the actual article says nothing about UFOs or flying objects. It says enemy aircraft. I had a friend who speaks Spanish actually read the article for me and went, talking about airplanes. Yep, sure is. Nothing more, nothing less. Again, if people would just take a couple of minutes to do the research, a lot of this BS would stop. So let's keep with the proof, okay? Let's get the science now. Again, Admiral Byrd was an amazing explorer. But you have to remember, it was 1947. They did not have the technology we have today. So, with that being said, archivist Raymond Goerle, Goerle, at Ohio State University, found the real flight diary of Admiral Byrd. They have an insanely large archive of Byrd's stuff. Actual things, not the secret BS diary, his actual diary. The flight diary from Admiral Byrd in his own handwriting. Basically, what they did was they examined the diary, more importantly, the erased bits in the diary, and they found that Admiral Byrd, quote, almost certainly fell short of his polar destination and must have known at the time that he had not succeeded. Again, very clearly, using science, using his actual flight diary and the stuff that he erased very quickly, he did not make it to the North Pole. And at the time, he knew he didn't. So based on these problems, a lot of scientists think that Byrd could well have believed he had reached the pole and then realized, oh crap, I did something wrong, I input something incorrectly, I did something wrong. And in fact, he was as much as 78 miles short or 21 miles past the pole. He never made it to the pole. He went around. He never made it to the pole. So it's serious questions if Byrd ever even made it to the poles, and it's seriously in doubt that he did and made it inside the Earth for that whole BS. Now, I'm sorry to say this, but Byrd probably did not even reach the poles when he supposedly made it to the poles that he wrote down. It didn't happen. As much as I want to believe in a hollow Earth and what Byrd said, except for the whole, Nazi crap, it's BS. I'm sorry. Byrd has zero to do with it. Like I said, I didn't even want to disprove Byrd. He really was an amazing explorer, but as far as the hollow Earth, there's zero proof he even made it that far, zero proof of anything else. I already know I'm going to get a ton of messages about, well, I read that secret diary, and he had to hide it because of the government and the threats and blah, blah, blah. Like I said, that book that's supposedly a secret diary is a proven fake. Not proven fake by me, proven fake by numerous people. His real journals are out there. They're really interesting, but there is nothing paranormal in them. All right, look, the reason I'm saying this is that I got a ton of flack about the La Llorona episode. Yeah, I realize I said it wrong. I admitted I said it wrong on the episode, but that wasn't what the flack that I got was. I got messages like this. My grandma told me she's real. You're wrong. Okay, I would reply, oh, did your grandma see her? If so, I'd love to hear that story because, cool, tell me I'm wrong. Prove me I'm wrong. I have no problem with that. I want La Llorona and all those kind of things to be real. I want to hear those stories. Here's the response I got back though. No, my grandma never saw her, but her neighbor's uncle's dog did when she was a kid. Nope. Fucked right off with that quote-unquote proof. Look, love me or hate me, at least I try and research both sides. All sides. I try to get to the bottom of these bizarre tales, and it's not easy to do because of all the BS out there. If you have actual proof, if you're a witness to something paranormal, I'll believe you. I want to believe you. But if you haven't seen it, but your uncle's your great uncle's neighbor's son's cousin did, nope, fuck right off with that. That is not proof in any way, shape, or form. Anyhow, back to the lizard. All right, let's move on to lizards in our government. That's right, there are countless videos that show shape-shifting lizards. I'll be honest, one video kind of freaked me out even. It's a Secret Service agent, and he morphs right in front of my eyes in the video. Or does he? Now, this is sad debunk time. Sorry, tinfoil hat wearers, there is no video proof of reptoids, reptilians, shapeshifters, any of that. How do I know? Well, I'm not going to debunk it. I'm going to let science debunk it. The glitches you see that is supposed proof of slits of eyes or shapeshifting is nothing more than noise on the videotape. You see, the way it's recorded and the process it uses causes compression. In fact, there's a technical term. It's called compression artifact, or simply put, noise in the signal. First, they upload first uploads of digital videos might have glitches in the upload, but they don't have this kind of compression artifact. And this compression artifact, surprise, is in every reptoid shape-shifting video on YouTube. Again, this is not me debunking. This is science. They looked at these kind of videos and went, oh no, that's compression. That's a compression artifact right there. It's very simple. The way that the video is done, it blurs the lines. It morphs stuff that doesn't actually morph. It isn't actually there. It's a compression artifact. Now, every one of these videos have been debunked. Even that cool Secret Service agent video. Now, if you're such a believer in the shape-shifting lizard people, then find me one clean, properly lit digital video. Just one. I'm not talking about a recording from the Barbara Walters special in 1993, or the Clinton inauguration in whatever year that is, or Obama in whatever year that is, or Trump in whatever year that is. That's right, I'm using Trump, and I'll get to that in a minute. You can't find one clean, properly lit digital video that isn't a video of a video, of a video, of a video, etc., that has finally been uploaded to YouTube. Or a guy using his cell phone to video the TV screen and then uploading it to YouTube. Guess what happens when you upload a video to YouTube? More compression. Oh, you know how I know about this? Because I watched hours of these videos. After I found out about this thing called compression artifact, I watched hours, literally hours, of reptoid shape-shifting videos, of reptilian people videos, of lizard people videos, of every other freaking term for lizard people. I watched hours of them. Obama's Secret Service, Clinton, the Trump. None show anything that would prove to me that any lizard shapeshifters are protecting our president. Also, why would they? Why Secret Service agents? Why are most of them of the Secret Service agents and not of the president himself? Sure, there's a lot of videos that say that, ooh, look at Hillary Clinton's eyes. Ooh, look at Obama turn his head that way. Ooh, look at Trump, with his fat fucking face. Look at him look down. He looks like a lizard. But most of these are actual Secret Service agent videos. Why them? I get that some people think that lizard people and their ancient knowledge and high tech are members of the NWO and have been put into positions of power, but why Secret Service agents and not the president himself? I don't get that. Now, there is one video that I am going to talk about real quick right here. Now, this video is supposed to be about Hillary Clinton being a shapeshifter. Again, I'm not talking about politics at all in this episode, other than the fact that I'm talking about politicians right now. I don't care what you think about Hillary Clinton. I don't care what you think about Trump. I don't care what you think about Obama. Focus on the lizard people part of this feed for this episode. So there is this video about Hillary Clinton supposedly being a shapeshifter alien. So, I gotta watch that one. I watched hours of this stuff. For you guys, I gotta watch that one too. Well, what did that video turn out to be? It turned out to be a video of Hillary Clinton from some freaking thing, C-SPAN, doing the Macarena. Not only that, but there's shittier lyrics to the Macarena for this video. Now, since I had to watch it, you guys have to listen to it for a minute. Alright, that's all I'm going to play for that, because the video is called Proof Hillary Clinton is an Extraterrestrial Reptilian Shapeshifter. F you, Chafenheimer, and your crappy video. I'm giving it a thumbs down right now. So, like I said, tons of videos, hours of them, all about reptilian and lizard shapeshifters. Here's what I found in a nutshell. Anytime anyone, a politician, a celebrity, a reporter, anybody, twitches, looks shocked, turns their head quickly, it seems to be enough for someone to upload the video as proof of lizard people. Conan O'Brien licking his lips in an interview? Bam! Lizard people, that they slowed it down and showed it like 50 freaking times in the video. He was in an interview. He obviously had a little bit of dry mouth and licked his lips. But nope, that's lizard people. There's also so many images that make it look celebrities have slits for eyes, like a lizard's eyes. One of them includes Dove Cameron. Look, I've interviewed and met Dove Cameron a few times. She does not have slits for eyes. Another one, Miley Cyrus blinks a bit. Boom, lizards. I'm going to get back to Miley Cyrus in a minute here. Mark Zuckerberg, here's real proof. During a Q&A session, Mark read, quote, Mark, are the allegations true that you're secretly a lizard? And he says, I'm going to have to go with no on that. He then added, I am not a lizard, before pausing and licking his lips. This is stupid. Obviously, he's messing around. He's joking around. He is not a lizard, people. Sorry, lizard person, whatever. Then there's this website that says there's proof that Justin Bieber is a lizard shapeshifter, because in 2017, hundreds of fans had spotted Justin shapeshifting into his true, scaly form before their eyes. One witness reported to Earth Now, quote, he was hanging around with this big guy, his bodyguard, I guess, and we were just staring because he kept turning into a huge reptile. His bodyguard was pointing at us, shouting that he'd kick our teeth in if we didn't put our phones away. Some people even claim they had video proof. Well, this Perth Now article, which seemed to have been a joke article, which was dumb, was deleted. It is completely fake. Perth Now even completely denied the article. They said, no, sorry, it wasn't real. Boom. Gotta be a lizard person. Here's a video of Elvis Presley. Well, it's a crappy video showing Elvis quote-unquote shapeshifting, except it doesn't. This is a classic example of compression artifact. It's a 60-year-old film transferred to video to another video probably 10 more times, then uploaded to YouTube. Nothing but compression. Again, feel free to send me links to ones where you fully believe this is real. But before you do that, listen to this next story, because it's not real. Don't send me this one. There's an interview that Miley Cyrus did with Barbara Walters. Now, in this video, a lot of people have uploaded, there's a snippet of the Barbara Walters. And in this video, Miley's pupils blink. That's right, her pupils become little slits and they blink. There's a video on YouTube, so it has to be true. Except, no, she didn't. Because I watched the actual Barbara Walters interview with Miley Cyrus, the 8-minute interview. This is the interview that this clip is from. Now, I'll post the clip on YouTube, or I'll post the clip on Facebook, and guess what? The actual Barbara Walters interview doesn't have that pupil blinking. It's almost as if someone digitally added it and then uploaded it to YouTube to get hits. Now, let me tell you that 8-minute interview was 8 minutes longer than I ever wanted to watch an interview with Miley Cyrus. But again, I did it for you guys. I sat and stared at Miley's eyes on a 65-inch TV for 8 minutes. And I even split screened the YouTube video with the Barbara Walters one to find the exact second that this weird blink supposedly happened. And guess what? It didn't happen. People digitally add stuff to videos so they can get hits. Nothing more, nothing less. All right. This episode's getting long, so I'm going to go real quick. Here's a quick list of the most popular lizard people in positions of power. Ready? Queen Elizabeth and the entire royal family. Yep, all lizard people. George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Henry Kissinger, Bill and Hillary Clinton. That's neat that Bill managed to find another lizard person to marry, and I guess that would mean Chelsea's a lizard person too, but they don't mention that one. Jerome Powell, Jack Nicholson, Benedict Cumberbatch. This one's great. They say the reason that Benedict Cumberbatch is a lizard person is because he's really tall and lanky with a really long neck. He has the ability to kind of become other characters. That's called acting. We got Sean Connery, Roger Moore, two of the James Bonds, Angelina Jolie. Again, how could she be a lizard person without John Boyd being? I don't get that. Anderson Cooper, of course. Bob Hope. They picked Bob Hope. All right. Nikola Tesla, Mark Zuckerberg, we already talked about him, Elon Musk, and this one's my favorite because they always give a little snippet of what these people are. Like Bob Hope, American actor. Roger Moore, British actor. Well, this last one on this list, Jesus Christ, founder of Christianity. Okay. Could also have said, Son of God or any of that stuff, but all right. So supposedly, Jesus Christ himself was a lizard person. Basically, reptilian shapeshifters are infiltrating every aspect of government, positions of power to further the NWO agenda. Duh. Now, there's another guy. His name is paleontologist Dale Russell. This is going to be very brief because it's so stupid. In a thought experiment published in 1982, paleontologist Dale Russell, curator of the vertebrate fossils at the National Museum of Canada in Ottawa, well, he conjectured that had the meteorite not exterminated the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, bipedal predators, theropods, which existed at the time, such as Troodon, would have evolved into intelligent beings similar in body plans to humans. That's all he said. Had this meteorite not killed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, they would have evolved. Some of them probably would have evolved similar in body plans to humans. That's all it takes for people to go down the rabbit hole of, did a dinosaur species survive and then thrive? Have they been here the whole time? Is that the reason behind all these ancient civilizations in Peru and Chichen Itza, or whatever the hell it's called, in Peru and Egypt, and basically every, the Mayans, every ancient civilization were actually lizard people. All right, if that is the case, where did the lizard people go? Did they all go underground? Did they all go to the holes of the earth? Seems like if they had been here for 65 million years, they'd be still here. They'd be the predominant species here. None of this makes any sense to me. Okay, now for the big one. This is the real reason I did this story. I had a patron ask me about this story, and I said, oh yeah, I definitely want to do that one. And I got it all set up and ready to go for a different episode. That episode really didn't happen. I mean, it's going to happen, but that episode kind of took off its own thing. It was supposed to be part of an interview episode about aliens. Doesn't matter. Basically, I loved the Admiral Byrd story, but the main reason for this episode is a story so convoluted, so filled with players that it has taken me a while to sift through the crap out there to tell a hopefully sort of cohesive tale. It's a tale about lizard people and aliens in underground bases in Dulce, New Mexico. This is a big one. Now, shockingly, there is some proof that an underground base may exist there. It's not definitive proof, but there is a lot of proof out there. There's something there. So there is proof of something on this episode. But before I get into that, let's hear the story. Once again, there's a place in New Mexico that military bases that we know exist are aplenty, but some say a secret base is right in the heart of Dulce, New Mexico. Now, Dulce is on the Colorado-New Mexico border. It's a small town with a Native American reservation. Like I said, it's rumored to hold or have an underground military base within the Archuleta Mesa. The Archuleta Mesa sits on the Native American reservation itself. The first person involved in this tale is Philip Schneider. So let's start with Philip. He was an explosive engineer that worked for the U.S. government. Now, supposedly with a high-level security clearance. Now, Philip claimed that in 1979, he participated in the building of this, quote, secret underground base. Big deal. We know that Area 51 exists and parts of it are underground. We know that there are many underground bases, military bases, stuff for the president to protect the president. They're all underground. So, big deal. Why am I talking about this one? Well, it was at this base that a battle of sorts happened. Now, the story goes that 60 humans died and many more lizard people died in a crazy underground battle. Okay, do I have your attention again? Let's get into this. So while the military was boring into the ground for this underground base, they encountered a problem with the drills, or they hit something, or something stopped the drill altogether, depending on where you get your information from. So the FBI, Green Berets, and Philip went down the hole to see what the issue was. Now they were shocked that there was already an underground base there, and it was filled with gray aliens and reptilians. Now, not surprisingly, the gray aliens and reptilians weren't pleased to see the military. So Philip, seeing an alien, immediately grabs his gun and he shot at the alien. This part I can believe, because that's how Americans tend to react to aliens. Shoot first. Oh my God, there's an alien. I'm going to shoot it. Oh my God, there's something weird. I'm going to shoot it. All right, so I believe this part. So Philip shot and killed not one, but 2 aliens. Sharpshooting Philip killed 2 aliens right off the bat. Now, the other aliens pulled their space weapons. That's how they keep referring to it. So I'm going to refer to it as space weapons. And they shot a, quote, laser blast at Philip, and it blew off some of his fingers. Some of his fingers blew off. Let me pause right here. Yes, you can see many videos of Philip, and yes, he's missing fingers. But let's keep going. So his fingers get blasted off. A Green Beret that was standing by him shot and killed that alien. So now we have a full-blown alien-human battle going on in an underground base that we didn't even know existed yet. Now, when the dust settled, 60 humans were killed, and, quote, countless aliens were also killed. It was a bloody mess. Somehow, a ceasefire happened, and eventually a treaty was signed with the agreement that the military began trading rights to perform genetic tests on citizens and wildlife in exchange for the aliens' technology and the shared use of the base. Let me break that down for a second. So the treaty was, yeah, we get to use the base. We also get some of the alien technology. That's cool. And in exchange, the aliens get to perform genetic tests on citizens and wildlife in the area. Let me ask you this. What the hell were the aliens doing at the base anyway? They built it. It was already there. Supposedly been there for a while. There's tons of cattle mutilations going on anyway. It seems like the aliens were already doing genetic tests on citizens and wildlife. So what are they getting out of it? That we're going to look the other way now? That the government's going to look the other way and be like, yeah, it's okay. You can mess with cows and people. We don't care. Now, this is supposedly the primary cause of the weird genetic and fertility tests that some supposed abductees in the area reported. And that includes cattle with bizarre fetuses that look like genetic manipulations. I'll talk about them in a minute. And other things that happened to the people themselves, the abductees themselves. This treaty is the reason why the victims of these abductions, are sometimes told things to the effect of, quote, you agreed to this, and, quote, the babies are ours when they were abducted. Okay, sure. I can't prove any of that. Also, there's a high number of cattle mutilations in the area, and it's been going on forever. All of the basics of a cattle mutilation. Removed parts, no blood, laser-like precision and cuts, cows moved to other locations by something, and black unmarked helicopters seen in the area after the cows are found or when the cows go missing. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on. But before we get further into the base and what happened there, let me keep with Philip Schneider for a minute, because he became very outspoken against the aliens and what our governments know about them and is hiding about them. Now, I guess I would too if I lost fingers in an alien underground battle. Speaking of that, debunk time. A former roommate of Philip's came forward to say that Philip previously told him that he lost his fingers working in Eastern Oregon as a lineman. Which, guess what? Philip did work as a lineman. So, huge grain of salt that his fingers were blasted off in an underground battle. Well, good old Philip believed that there are 7 benevolent alien species currently living on Earth and 4 evil species. Hint, reptoids. Reptoids are always the evil species. Why? I don't know. Anyhow, these reptoid aliens, by the way, consider themselves, quote, native Terrans. They're an ancient race descended from a reptilian human species which was crossbred with sapient humans. So now these alien reptoids are native Terrans. They're an ancient race. They're descended from reptilian humanoid species which crossbred with sapient humans. Kind of like they're saying now that Homo sapiens might have crossbred with Homo erectus and all those other ones. Well, apparently there was another branch in there, and that branch happened to be reptilian humans. Now, he also goes on to say that the U.S. government has signed 4 treaties with the aliens. One in 1944, one in 1954, 1962, and 1979. One of those treaties I really believe happened. I talked about it on a past episode. It's very interesting that he mentioned that one, but I don't know when he said this. He could have said this after all of this news stories about this treaty, this one treaty, which if you don't know what I'm talking about, you have to listen to all the episodes. Anyhow, it's very interesting that he brought up that one, but again, I don't know when he brought it up. By the way, the rest of those treaties I am looking into for possible future episodes. Now, Philip would often state that we made a treaty with the aliens at Dulce and worked with them in the underground base. That work continues to this day. He says he was present at high-level meetings in the the what? The DUMB. That's right. DUMB. Deep Underground Military Base. They're called DUMBs. Anyhow, he said that he was present at high-level meetings in these underground bases, and basically happening to this day, modern day-ish. Because Philip was so outspoken, he knew too many things, and that brings us to 1996 in this story. Because in January 1996, to be exact, Philip Schneider died. His death was ruled a suicide. But here's the thing. There are events leading up to it that are considered fishy, mysterious, strange, sketchy by a lot of people. And I have to say, there are some odd things about his suicide. Because it seems that in May 1995, Philip talked publicly about the alien agenda, the New World Order, black budget, secret military bases, reptoids, our treaties with the aliens, and more. And when he did die, less than a year later, neither the police nor the medical examiners ever did an investigation into his death. When his colleagues and friends went to get his work following his death, his manuscripts, photos, and all of his notes were gone. That is a little odd. I'll give him that. It's kind of like what happened with Tesla, where all of a sudden all of his work is gone. There is something funky about that. Now, Philip was found by his friend Al Pratt, who says that for several days he suspected something was wrong with Schneider. Because for several days in a row, Al went to the apartment of Philip, and he says he saw the car down in the parking lot, but nobody ever answered the door. 5 days later, he decided to call the police and the manager of the building, and they entered the apartment. That's when they found Philip's body. Now, I can say that Philip was a real person. He did seem to commit suicide, or at least suicide is ruled as the cause of his death. He did exist. He did seem to have a military past, and he talked at great length about the Dulce and the aliens and NWO and all of that stuff. He really made the circuit alien community. He was really deep into this stuff. Can I say he was shot at by aliens in an underground base? Nope. Can I find any proof that he was in an underground base in Dulce? Nope. But it is weird. Some of the stuff about Philip does seem to be true. His notes do seem to be gone. Now, again, I'm basing a lot of this on a lot of sketchy information from a bunch of different sites. But a bunch of different sites all say his manuscripts, photos, notes, all of that stuff were gone after he was. Now let's focus. Let's get off Philip for a little bit. That seemed to be the end of. So let's focus on the Dulce base. Like I said, there is some proof that a secret military base does exist in Dulce. There was a local newspaper who interviewed Dulce residents on the Apache reservation. Now, again, it's home to some 2,500 people. Residents of the reservation are quick to discuss their experience, what they've seen. They've seen strange lights and objects in the sky, and UFOs, strange phenomena. All of them are around the base, which is supposedly where the base exists, where it is, that mesa, that Archuleta Mesa. So there are numerous reports coming from the reservation of odd things happening around that mesa. Now, I will say that because of all this information getting out there, all this stuff getting out there about the Dulce base, this has actually put the town on the map for UFO tourists. So some of these stories do seem to be there just to drive tourists in. I'm not saying they're all fake. That's the opposite of what I'm saying. There are a lot of reports that seem genuine, a number of reports that seem to corroborate other reports. I'm not saying they're all fake, but I am saying there are some that do seem to be strictly for the UFO tourist. All right, now that I'm focusing on the Dulce base, the next person to enter this story is a state trooper named Gabe Valdez. In 1975, he reported a lot about the cattle mutilation. He went out and looked at a lot of the cattle mutilation. Now, in a field outside of Dulce, Valdez said he discovered a fetus inside the cattle that he described as, quote, looking like a human, a monkey, and a frog. It didn't have any bones in the head. It was all full of water. He said what he saw looked like, quote, an incubation chamber for a cloned creature. After seeing and talking about the carcass, Valdez said he found listening devices in his home and reported UFO sightings. I can't find any. There's a lot of sites that talk about this, but I can't prove any of these are true, straight from Gabe Valdez and not made up about him. But it does seem to be true. There's a lot of videos, a lot of stuff. He did talk a lot about this. Now, he claims there are 4 underground bases at Dulce. He says they're now inactive, but he does not believe there were any alien beings. So sticking with Gabe for a minute, there is an unofficial Gabe Valdez site. They have a lot of crazy tales, supposedly from Valdez. Again, I can't corroborate any of them from anywhere else, so yeah, grain of salt stuff here. But according to that site, on one occasion, Valdez's teams cornered an orange light in a field. As they approached it, the light went out. Then, although they could see nothing, they heard a muffled sound like a lawnmower engine pass over their heads. Another time, Valdez and two colleagues stepped beneath an object that he described as a disc-shaped, rotorless, and dazzling bright object. Valdez described the noise it made as it flew overhead as a put-put-putting or a tick, hardly the sound of advanced alien technology. That's what he said. Now, on the Manuel Gomez ranch, they had lost 4 cattle to mutilations between 1976 and June 1978 when a team of investigators, which included Tom Adams, arrived from Paris, Texas to examine the site of the carcasses. Curious as to how the cattle were being selected by the mysterious mutilators, an interesting experiment was conducted on July 5th, 1978 by Gabe Valdez. Now, Valdez, Gomez, the guy that owned the ranch, and a retired scientist named Howard Burgess pinned about 120 of the Gomez beef cattle, and by pinning means, bringing them all into a pen, and moved them through a squeeze chute under an ultraviolet light. They found, quote, a glittery substance on the right side of the neck, the right ear, and the right leg. Samples of the affected hides were removed, as well as control samples from the same animal. Schoenfeld Clinical Laboratories in Albuquerque analyzed these samples and found significant deposits of potassium and magnesium. potassium content is 70 times above normal. Let me pause right here. Schoenfeld Clinical Laboratory in Albuquerque does exist. I contacted them by email in regards to these samples. I have yet to hear back from them, but if I do, I will let everybody know. Don't worry. I'll talk about it on future episodes. I'll post it on Facebook. I'll do everything I can. If I can find proof that they actually did these samples, they had these samples and found significant deposits of potassium and magnesium, I'll get back to you. All right, so that about wraps it up for Gabe Valdez, but not this story, even by a long shot, because there are a high number of cattle mutilations and UFOs spotted all around the Dulce Bay, not just in that one Manuel Gomez range, all around them. Not only that, but many eyewitnesses see UFOs go right into the mountain and disappear. There are a lot of tales of watching a light in the sky go right into the side of the mountain, the Archuleta Mesa, and poof, disappear. There are stories of vehicles going poof, just disappearing. A lot of them. Not going to tell you all of them. Just in a nutshell, just know there are a lot of eyewitnesses that see UFOs go right into the Archuleta Mesa. I can also find a lot of eyewitnesses that talk about lights, sounds, things around the base. There's a lot of background noise when long-range microphones are pointed towards where the base is. They also see military planes and helicopters. A lot of times the helicopters are black helicopters, unmarked helicopters. They're always seen in the area at all hours. But there are known military bases in the area, not at the Dulce base, but in the area. They're known bases. So, there's explanations why they're seeing stuff out there. Now, local police do get a ton of calls about UFOs. Now, I can't verify this one either, but there was also radiation spikes in that area and ultra-low frequencies reported from there as well. Extreme ultra-low frequencies seem to come from where the Dulce base is. A Native American in the area wrote in a chat room about Dulce. He said, using a game and fishing officer's thermal camera, one time we thought we saw something that was maybe an exhaust vent. We really couldn't tell. When we checked on it later, we couldn't see that heat in it. There's really no explanation of what it was. I do have my reservations, but I think it's a possibility that what we caught was an exhaust vent. There is a lot of talk about underground military bases having to vent exhaust every time. And if you have a thermal camera pointed at it at the time, it will show up. So, interesting, but who's to say that's true? There is also a huge group of people online that seem to think that all of Dulce is a government misinformation to make people think that make people that believe in UFOs look stupid. Why? I don't know. Is it working? Nope. So I'm going to move on past that one. Just know that a lot of people think that government misinformation runs rampant in Dulce. There is also some conspiracy theorists, quote, in the know, that say that the Defense Intelligence Agency is the one running genetic experiments in Dulce. So it's not aliens, it's our own government, the American government. I found something else from a local in the area that doesn't believe in the base, wrote this. The Dulce Mesa is conspicuously absent of any evidence of tailing dumps, railroads for underground boring excavation, electrical substations, which are clearly evident near some underground, ventilation fans, and whatnot. The only thing remotely suggestive is a large and active mining operation some distance to the east of Dulce on the eastern side of the nearby mesa. So basically what they're saying is, hey, all the stuff that we can find at other known underground bases, we can't find at Dulce. Almost all the stories state the base was built in or found in 1979, but again, online I found some residents that say it's much older. Look, you're really going to need to tighten up the tinfoil hat for this part of it. Because there's a comment found online about the construction of Dulce Base, and they say troops went in and out of there every summer starting in 1947. The Native Americans do recall they also built a road right in front of the people of Dulce, and trucks went in and out for a long period. That road was later blocked and even later destroyed. The signs on the truck were the Smith Corps out of Paragosa Springs, Colorado. No such corporation exists now. No records exist. This is all from the same person. I didn't back anyways. They go on to say, I believe in the base. At least the first one was being built then and under the cover of a lumbering project. Problem, they never hauled logs, only big equipment. There were also 650 attendees at the 1959 Rand Symposium. Most were representatives of the corporate industrial state like General Electric, AT&T, Hughes Aircraft, Northrop, and the Bechtel Corp, Bechdtel. It is a super secret international corporate octopus found in 1898. Some say the firm is really a shadow government, a working arm of the CIA. It's the largest construction and engineering outfit in the United States and the world. Say beyond. The most important posts in the United States government are held by former Bechtel officers. They are part of, quote, the web, an interconnected control system which links the trilateralist plans, the CFR, the orders of the Illuminati, and other interlocking groups. Whew, that was a whole lot of crazy in one little paragraph. Can I prove any of that? Nope. It is literally just a comment online about Dulce that I found that I thought was so batshit crazy that I had to add it to. Am I going to look into Bechtel? Probably. If Bechtel is what this person says it is, hey, Bechtel people, don't kill me. I don't care either way. If you are an octopus secret part of the super secret international corporate octopus founded in 1898, cool. Good on ya. I don't care. Don't shoot me. I'm just a podcast host. Okay, that out of the way. Let's talk about the next key player in Dulce and about Reptoid. And it's the story of Paul Benowitz. I told you guys this was going to be a long one. Okay, Paul Benowitz began picking up what he claimed to be radio transmissions between the government forces and aliens emanating from the Mesa, which he became convinced were some sort of secretive underground base. Makes sense? He's hearing radio transmissions between government forces and aliens. Seems odd that those radio transmissions weren't encoded at all, but sure, Paul. So, Paul became one of the most outspoken people about Dulce and the aliens in it. He would frequently talk about reptoids and greys doing genetic experiments in coordination with the U.S. government at the base. Basically what everybody else is already saying. Now, supposedly, Paul's research revealed information he said that made government officials nervous. To prevent him from further discovering secret programs, government operatives, namely Richard Doty, D-O-T-Y, were tasked with feeding Benowitz false stories about the base. He also told him about other UFO nonsense. Now, most people think Benowitz was an unknowing, false information tool. They would basically feed him crazy stories. He would tell the world, making him look stupid, and the Dulce story sounds so far-fetched that no one would believe it or care about it. He says they employed the help of famous ufologist William Moore, who co-authored the book The Roswell Incident. So Doty and Moore basically drove Benowitz crazy, and he ultimately died insane. Okay. For some reason, Paul Benowitz and his stories either prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Dulce is real, or they prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that all of Dulce is a government misinformation site. That everything about it was fed Paul Benowitz to tell the world to make him look stupid and it sounds stupid. Sure, I can tell you he was real, he did exist, he did die, but that's about all we need to tell about him. That brings us to the next person. Because I'm sure some of you know a little bit about Dulce. Probably read some books about it or looked it up online. And you want me to talk about Thomas Costello. Thomas Costello is, quote, a security guard that said he witnessed Phillips' gunfight. Except, again, I'm sorry, there is zero proof that Thomas Costello ever existed. That's not coming from just me. I looked him up too, but it's coming from a lot of people that have looked into this story. There is zero proof that Thomas Costello ever existed. And he has never done any interviews, nor are there any photos of him. There's a lot of sites that quote him, but he has never done any interviews. There's no video, there's no photos, there is nothing. Any semi-deep dive will show that Thomas Costello isn't real. There are no school records, no tax records, no marriage certificate, even though supposedly he and his wife and his kids were abducted and never seen again. Spoiler of the story. Sorry, guys, he doesn't exist. And the proof photo of an alien incubation chamber that was supposedly leaked by Costello, who once again supposedly was a security guard there. The story is he came out in the public and said, "Look, I worked at Dulce. I was there when the battle happened. Here is a photo of the alien incubation chambers deep within Dulce, New Mexico." Guess what? That photo is from a crappy Arnold Schwarzenegger movie called The Sixth Day. It's not real. Stop using it as proof that some genetic mutilations are going on in Dulce. Again, there's zero proof he existed. Not coming from just me, coming from everybody who's actually looked into it. Now, I know there's some serious conspiracy theorists that think I'm a government plant who is here to put out fake information and try and dissuade the truth from people, but sorry, not. I do think there is something going on at Dulce. There's a lot of stuff that makes me think there is something there. I think UFOs do have something to do with this possible secret military base. But again, me thinking that doesn't mean I have to believe everything about Dulce. There is stuff that is possibly true, stuff that is definitely false. And Thomas Costello lands in a definitely fake thing. The incubation photos, the alien incubation chamber, definitely fake. It's from a movie called The Sixth Day, an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie that you can find right now. It is easily debunkable. Now, the interviews that with Thomas Costello are never with him, but only quote him. Surprise, they're all the same BS, which can be linked back to BS sites. Now, in these quote interviews, he says that his parents died in a car crash. Yet, many people say the proof that Thomas was real and was abducted and never seen again is because there's a YouTube interview video with Thomas's dad. And I watched. Really boring, really fake, so fake it was painful. It's not with some guys, it's not Thomas's dad. Some old guy making up a story. It's very obvious. Come on. Alright, also, don't bring up another name for me. Cherry Hinkle, who is, quote, an expert on the Dulce thing. She says those 6-day photos in the movie are real. She also says the Devil's Tower is a ginormous fossilized tree. No, it isn't. It's just not. That's a dumb conspiracy theory people have been trying to get off the ground for a while now. She is batshit crazy into this stuff. Within 1 minute, I was able to determine not only was it made up stuff, but it was fake stuff, not even about Dulce. She quotes stuff that's not even about Dulce and says it is. I'm not wasting any more of my time on this whack job. Alright, next person on this list. There's one person, a political scientist named Michael Barkin. Now, he said something interesting. He said that known Cold War underground missile installations dug out in the area does give a, quote, superficial plausibility to the Dulce base. And frankly, that seems like the most intelligent thing anyone said about Dulce so far on this episode. He says, look, we can prove it. We know that there are Cold War underground military installations dug out in the area. They easily could have done the same thing at the Dulce base. There is plausibility about that. Okay, and with that, that leads me to one more person on this edition. That person is David Icke. That's right, it's David Icke time. David Icke is interesting, kind of. He was an English footballer and a sports commentator, but since 1991, all he's been talking about is reptoids and how the world is secretly controlled by evil, shape-shifting lizard people from the fourth dimension. His main conspiracy theory is that the Babylonian Brotherhood, all members of the media, the scientific community, the banking system, and religions, and militaries of the world nations are mere foot soldiers of the conspiracy. These stooges are in turn controlled by the usual suspects, the United Nations, the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Rothschilds, the World Bank, etc. All these people are merely puppets of the global elite, which are controlled by, quote, the prison wardens. Who are the prison wardens? I'll let you guess. You said reptoids, you'd be right, because in the late 1800s, a controversial document came to light called the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. He says, I call them the Illuminati Protocols, and I quote many many extracts from them in the Robots Rebellion. I mean, here's the thing about David Icke. Have you ever seen the Pepe Silva episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? This is David Icke. Perfect. That's a perfect description of David Icke.
Pepe Sylvia, this name keeps coming up over and over again. Every day, Pepe's mail's getting sent back to me. Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. I look in the mail. Look, this whole box is Pepe Sylvia. So I said to myself, I gotta find this guy. I gotta go. I gotta put his mail in the guy's goddamn hands. Otherwise, he's never gonna get it. He's gonna keep coming back down here. So I go up to Pepe's office. And what do I find out, man? What do I find out? Pepe Sylvia. The man does not exist, okay?
Everything is everything. It's just batshit crazy theories that all connect to the Illuminati and the Rothschilds and all this other shit. But they all have this underground, underbelly person in there. And that person are not Pepe Sylvia, but the reptoids. I can't keep track of all this bullshit that Icke talks about. So I'll focus on Dulce only. Icke says that the reptoids there are in control. They are the elders. They treat humans and other animals of Earth as their playthings to experiment on. He says that the reptoids are in every position of power and surprise, have zero proof to back anything up. No proof for any of it. How exactly is he connected to Dulce? Well, to me, it seems he heard about Dulce and kind of globbed onto it. No connections or any added proof from him at all. He seems to hear about crazy conspiracy theories and he runs with it. His website is a mess of theories and videos and misinformation. Now, you know those people, I'm sure you know one of them. You know those people that have like 500 tabs open on their browsers because they, quote, need them all? You know, just this jumbled mess of craziness? Well, that's David Icke. His website is a mess. I did find that Icke believes that the reptoids are actually the sworn enemies of the Greys, but the claims about who's allied with whom don't really seem to be all that consistent from page to page and video to video on his website. He does seem consistent with fears that the reptilian humanoids are secretly transforming the Earth into a global fascist state. I mean, it runs deep and it runs crazy and it runs in all directions on his website. Icke wrote that thousands of years ago, the reptilian beings from the constellations Orion, Sirius, and Draco intervened on planet Earth and began interbreeding with humans. Not physically, however, but rather through the manipulation of the human coding or the DNA. Icke states that there is no coincidence that humans have fundamental reptilian genetics within their brain. That's that whole lizard brain thing that a lot of people talk about. You know, whoa, it's that fight or flight, the lizard brain part of it. That's what he's talking about. I'll gladly have David Icke on Paranormal Almanac. Will it make any sense? Who knows? Would he want to even do it? Who knows? But if he does, David Icke, if you're listening to this, I'd like to have you on there. Prove to me that you know what you're talking about and it's not just weirdly connected conspiracy. Prove to me. Okay. So that about wraps it up for the Dulce part of this episode. What do I think about Dulce? Do I think it's real? I do think there is some proof that the Dulce base exists. Do I think it's run by a government alien hybrid connection? I don't find any proof for that at all. Do I think that there is something about that base having to deal with cattle mutilation? 100%. Do I think that there is an abnormally high amount of UFO sightings in that area? Yeah, I do. There does seem to be a high number of UFO sightings in that area around that base. I would not be surprised if there is a secret military base in Dulce. Ultimately, that's where I stand on that. Now, with that, let's get to how to spot a reptoid. Here's Icke's handy-dandy list of how to spot a reptoid. That's his. First, we'll start with it. Here's how you spot a reptoid. Ready? Want to write these down? I'm going to give you a minute to go grab a pen or pencil so you can write these down. It might just save your life. Okay. How to spot a reptoid. Predominance of green or hazel eyes that change color like a chameleon, but also blue eyes. So basically, you know anybody with blue eyes, hazel eyes, green eyes, or eyes that seem to change color a little bit, left and right, you know, like sometimes they're a little bit more brown, sometimes they're greenish, hazelish.
They might just be a reptoid.
Anybody with piercing eyes. Okay. True red or reddish hair. That's right. Anybody with red or reddish hair.
They might just be a reptoid.
And yet they didn't mention Ron Howard earlier. That's odd. A sense of not belonging to the human race. Look, I'll be honest. Right now, I don't want to belong to the human race. It is batshit crazy out there. Does that make me a reptoid? I don't think I am. Am I? I mean, my eyes are kind of hazily brown. I don't have red hair. I don't really think I have piercing eyes, but who knows? Oh, let's keep going. Low blood pressure. Know anybody with low blood pressure? That's right. I'm looking at you, Elisa, reptoid. Deep compassion for fate of mankind. So apparently, if you're worried or compassionate about the fate of mankind, that makes you a reptoid? That's keen sight or hearing. Okay, I need glasses. I think I'm a reptoid. Psychic abilities. He said physic abilities, but I think he meant psychic. You know. ESP. No, that's psychic. Unexplained scars on their body. UFO connection. Capability to disrupt electrical appliances. Ooh, so sliders might be a reptoid. Love of space and science. I like that. And alien contact. Alrighty. Some people think that reptoids actually use holograms to hide their true form. So another way to spot a reptoid is a glitch in their hologram. You have to look for flickers. So if you see somebody and you see a digital flicker on their face or hand or wherever, suit, whatever, they might be a reptoid. Another sign of a reptilian is that they have very little or no conscious awareness. They tend to have difficulty displaying genuine human emotions or act robot-like. I've dated a couple of lizards. Reptilian eyes can be seen if you look closely enough. Some say it's possible to spot them only in the midst of shapeshift. Others say that scales or hint of green may be seen on the skin when a reptilian is transforming into its humanoid state. I'd say that's a pretty good indicator. You're looking at somebody, and all of a sudden, they're covered in scales, and they're green, and they seem to be transforming from a reptile to a human. I'm going to go with you're looking at a reptile. And finally, the best way to spot a reptoid, your intuition may alert you of a nearby reptilian. So if all of a sudden something feels off, something feels weird, someone in the crowd seems weird to you, probably a reptile. Okay, with that brings me to the end of the Reptoid episode. What did we learn? Lots of stuff. A lot of crazy people believe in reptoids. There's a lot of crazy stories out there about reptoids. They seem to go back for decades, hundreds of years even. Do I believe in reptoids any more now than I did at the beginning of this episode? I'll be honest, I believe in reptoids less now. After spending hours and hours and hours watching quote-unquote proof of reptoids, I'm going to say I couldn't find any proof of reptoids, and the proof that was there led me to say, that ain't proof, you people are crazy. I have less proof now than I did when I started. I think they'll say base is real. I think UFOs are real. I think there are very possible alien beings that look like reptilians. I think that is a wholly possible consideration. That there are gray aliens, there are reptoid aliens. There are too many stories about reptoid-looking, reptilian-looking aliens in UFO encounters. So, yeah, I think that there are reptoids out there, reptilians out there. I don't think we have any proof of it yet. I don't think we have any video proof of it yet. I don't think I found any proof at all. But that doesn't mean it's not real. There's very little proof of ghosts. I believe in them 100%. There's even less proof of Nessie. I'd like to think Nessie's real. Even less proof of Bigfoot. I know there's Sasquatch out there. I'm 100% believer in that. Aliens? Yep, 100% believer. So I do think that strange things happen to a couple of people on this list. Philip Schneider's one of them. Do I think he was killed because of his knowledge of reptoids? Don't know. But I think he might have stumbled across something that was enough that they had to seize his paperwork. Either they killed him or he just died crazy or whatever, committed suicide. It does seem odd. There are a lot of UFO investigators, a lot of conspiracy investigators that die in mysterious ways, and it's just brushed off as, oh, well, they were crazy. And I don't think that is the case. I'm telling you right now, if I end up dead from suicide, I didn't do it. I am not committing suicide. I love Stitch too much. I love a lot of things too much. I am not doing that. I think if you are suicidal or depressed or have suicidal thoughts, please reach out. Reach out to me. Reach out to a friend, a family member. Go to the suicide hotlines that are all over the world. Do something. Please reach out. If you're feeling that depressed, reach out. But if I end up dead from a supposed suicide or some weird car accident that doesn't quite make sense, for the love of God, investigate it. Something strange is happening. Look, government, you're probably listening to this. I don't know anything. I'm just passing along information. I am not worth killing over, okay? Don't worry about it. Don't have to kill me. If you knock on my door right now and say, stop talking about Paranormal Almanac, I'll probably stop talking about Paranormal Almanac if you can prove that you're the government. And, pay me off. But don't have to kill me is all I'm saying. So what do you guys think? You guys believe in reptoids? You guys believe in reptilians? Do you guys believe that most of the celebrities that are out there, including the Kardashians, Kanye West, and anybody that's anybody, Lady Gaga, do you think they're all reptilians? If so, why? What's the point? Why are they there? Are they influencing me somehow to slowly become complacent or fine with reptilians? What's the purpose? What's the goal? What's the ultimate plan of the New World Order and these reptilians? I mean, I'm not smart enough to figure it out for myself, apparently, so someone tell me what that plan is, what I should be looking out for, and why I should be worried about it, because right now I'm just not. And with that, that brings us to a very long, very convoluted episode of Paranormal Almanac that I hope you guys liked. I hope this wasn't too batshit crazy and all over the place. Like I said, if I would have included everything I found, this episode would have been about 12 hours long or a couple of days long, which might sound fun for a couple of you guys. For me, that sounds miserable. I don't like listening to myself for more than an hour, so you guys are getting 2 hours out of this episode. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. I hope I did Dulce some service for you, the patron that wanted to hear it. This one was for you. I hope you enjoyed it. It was a very interesting one for me to kind of go down these rabbit holes I never even knew existed. The maps under Los Angeles. That's a bizarre story that doesn't get enough press. So again, I hope you guys enjoyed this one. I hope I did it justice. If not, I'll do a part 2 for you or whatever you need. If you want me to look into something else that I missed completely about reptoids or about Dulce, please let me know, because I don't want to miss anything that's major. Like I said, I skipped over a lot of minor stuff, but there's more out there. If you want to hear about it, I want to tell you about it. Once again, I'm your host, Kurt Sandvig, and this has been another edition of Paranormal Almanac.
Well, it's a well-known fact, Sonny Jim, that there's a secret society of the 5 wealthiest people in the world, known as the Pentathlete, who run everything in the world, including the newspapers, and meet tri-annually at a secret country mansion in Colorado known as the Meadows. Susan Howard, the Queen, the Vatican, the Getty, the Rothschilds, and Colonel Sanders before he went tits up. I hated the Colonel with his wee, beady eyes, and that smug look on his face. Oh, you're gonna buy my chicken. Oh, Dad, how can you hate the Colonel? Because he puts an addictive chemical in his chicken that makes you crave it fortnightly, smarter. That's your heart attack, power rack, fall back. You got no doctor. All your doctors have gone home. What's the space? What's the space? You got a friend in law enforcement. Don't go calling law enforcement.
El destino original de Indian Gaming, Seminole Classic Casino, con más de 1000 máquinas de juego, juegos de mesa en vivo, entretenimiento nocturno y opciones gastronómicas informales para todos los paladares. Siempre estarás a pocos pasos de la acción. Incluido Blackjack de $5 en mesas selectas. ¿Quieres tener una experiencia de casino sin humo? Entra directamente a nuestro Smoke Free Hall. ¿Qué estás esperando? Hazlo de la forma Classic y ven hoy a Seminole Classic Casino. Si usted o alguien que conoce tiene problemas de juego, por favor llame al 1888-ADMIT.
Time is precious, and so are our pets. So time with our pets is extra precious. That's why we started Dutch. Dutch provides 24/7 access to licensed vets with unlimited virtual visits and follow-ups for up to 5 pets. You can message a vet at any time and schedule a video the same day. Our vets can even prescribe medication for many ailments, and shipping is always free. With Dutch, you'll get more time with your pets and year-round peace of mind when it comes to vet care.
I'm your host, Kurt Sandig, and welcome to Paranormal Almanac. That's right, I'm your host, Kurt Sandig, and on this week's edition of Paranormal Almanac, let's talk about a couple of UFO incidents that are still unexplained to this day. And more importantly, it's unexplainable to me how they aren't bigger stories. These are huge UFO stories that you're about to hear in just a minute. But first, we have shout-outs. Welcome, Nick. Manning, Jeff, Megan, Kat, Martin, Lash, Kira, Maggie. Hi, Maggie. Laura O, Anthony, Todd, Jamie, and Elijah Hendrickson. Dan, Angie, Matt, Laura, Chuck, Travis, Sarah, Amber, David, Nashi, Michaela, Heidi, Rachel, Lindsay, Juliana, Edgar, Sarah, J. Mark, Carolyn, Jim, Jade, Carolyn, two Carolyns. I got to check into that. Pablo, Laura, Shani, Jeff, Dill, Laura, Daniel, Laura, and Autumn. Join us on patreon.com/paranormalalmanac. There are exclusive episodes and more fun being had over there. And also, speaking of fun, you can support the show by either going to patreon.com/paranormalalmanac or go over to paranormalalmanac.storeenvy, that's STORENVY, storeenvy.com. paranormalalmanac.storeenvy.com for all your Paranormal Almanac merch. All proceeds from the merchandise and from Patreon goes to make this show a better show. I do everything from research to editing to stuff on air to telling Stitch to recording to everything. So, if you like the show, you want to make the show a little bit better, for as little as $1 a month on patreon.com, help the show, or buy some merch over at paranormalalmanac.storeenvy.com. Alrighty, next up we got paranormal news. I got a few things to tell you about in paranormal news. The first up, a giant 700-foot wide asteroid in trajectory with Earth in 2023. So, if you got things to do, maybe you should do them before 2023, because according to a report in the Express citing NASA and ESA sources, a giant 700-foot wide asteroid is heading towards Earth. It's on a risky trajectory, they call it, so there's a small possibility it could kill us all. According to the report, the asteroid has the potential of colliding with Earth in 62 different impact trajectories from between 2023 and 2117. I'll be honest, I'm a little worried about 2023. I am not worried at all about 2117. If I'm still alive, someone kill me with a small rock and tell me it was an asteroid. Scientists refer to the asteroid as 2018 FL16, observing it for the last time on June 16th, according to NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. The observations have shown that there are 62 different dates in which the asteroid could collide with Earth, placing it as a potential threat to our planet. That very first date, August 8th, 2023. There are two other risky trajectories close to the first one. That's August 3rd, 2024, and August 1st, 2025. This asteroid has it out for us in August. Now, they say the giant 700-foot wide asteroid moves through space at a speed of more than 38,844 miles per hour. What exactly are our odds with this asteroid? Well, there's a 1 in 30 million chance of an asteroid slamming into Earth. So, not the best odds that we're going to get killed by this asteroid, but still, there's a chance. Okay, next up there was a strange story from
New Zealand of all places, strange seismic waves were picked up circling the globe on November 11th. Now seismologists are trying to figure out why. Seismic sensors first picked up the event originating near an island between Madagascar and Africa. Then, according to this story, alarm bells started ringing as far away as Chile, New Zealand, and Canada. Hawaii, almost exactly on the other side of the planet, also picked up the event. And nobody knows what it was. There are a few theories. Was it a meteorite? Was it a submarine volcano? Was it a nuclear test? And they said, I don't think I've seen anything like it. And that comes from National Geographic Reports, Columbia University seismologist Goran Ekstrom. He says it doesn't mean that, in the end, the cause of them is all that exotic. The best they can figure is the center of this seismic event that started it all was a tiny island of Mayotte, 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 which is positioned about halfway between Africa and Madagascar. Now, it's been subjected to a swarm of earthquakes since May. Most have been minor, but the biggest was 5.8. So, still not that big of an earthquake. Definitely not a big enough earthquake for it to be felt basically around the world. This guy Ekstrom goes on to say, it was as though the planet rang like a bell, maintaining a low-frequency monotone as it spread. So he doesn't really know. He says it doesn't really have the same characteristics as an earthquake. Doesn't really know why. They recorded it in Spain, they recorded it in New Zealand, Hawaii, all around the world, and nobody knows what it is. Alrighty, next up in paranormal news, unicorns existed. And they walk the earth the same times as humans. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're picturing a white unicorn, horse-like thing with a horn and a rainbow mane or rainbows coming out of his ass. It's not quite like that. It is basically a giant rhino that may have been the origin of the unicorn myth, and it survived until at least 39,000 years ago. Known as the Siberian unicorn, the animal had a long horn on its nose and roamed the grasslands of Eurasia. New evidence shows that the animal may have actually died out because it was such a picky eater. Scientists say knowing more about the animal's extinction could help save the remaining rhinos on the planet. Well, if you really want to save the remaining rhinos on the planet, stop fucking shooting them. Pretty easy. That's just, one man's opinion. So there you have it. One cryptid checked off the list as real. The unicorn, it's real. All right, move on to the next one. Okay, the next story we have is a pretty big one to me anyway. We landed on freaking Mars again. Congratulations to NASA, to JPL, to everybody for an amazing Mars landing. I watched it as it was happening on the actual monitor and sitting in this exact spot that I'm doing this podcast. It's fantastic to watch. It's always amazing. Okay, last up on paranormal news. Remember that Ireland UFO story I told you about a couple of weeks ago, maybe last week, whatever? Well, we actually have audio from air traffic control now. Take a listen to this.
Okay, section, hello, radar contact, and it seems to be smooth ahead of you as well. Go ahead.
Any military facilities up right now?
In case you couldn't make that out, she asked if there's any military aircraft in the area right now.
Okay, sir, there's nothing showing on either primary or secondary.
Okay, it was moving so fast, it's like you can no longer see it, but yes.
Here she says something to the effect of it moving so fast coming up alongside.
Alongside you?
It's to come up on our left-hand side and rapidly veer to the move, being so bright light and then it's just at a very high speed. I'm still just wondering, you can think it was likely collision, you're just wondering what that's going to be.
There's a whole lot in there, but basically it came up alongside her, then moved off, veered off to the north, moving at high speed. She was wondering if
meteor or another object making some kind of re-entry. Appeared to be multiple objects following the same trajectory. Very bright where we were.
Okay, I've copied on the third direction it was going in or anything. Right, copied, thank you.
The Virgin 76 also saw that in our 11 o'clock position. Super.
And that's copied, thank you.
Pardon, what did you see? No, very interesting that one. Virgin 76. I saw two bright lights at 11 o'clock seem to over to the right and then climb away at speed at least from that perspective.
Okay.
The important takeaway from this pilot is it veered off to the right and started to bank up and go away. Meteorites do not do that. They don't veer, they don't change alter course, nor do they speed up. This thing apparently did. So you can hear 3 different pilots, 3 different airlines, and the air traffic controller all trying to figure out what the hell everybody just saw. That's the main part of this one. I mean, it does go on for another 10 or 12 minutes, but the main...
Attention troopers, are you ready to orbital drop and deploy into the cinematic trenches? This is Real Jumpers, your designated squad of lovable idiots. Think Starship Troopers meets Mystery Science Theater 3000 with a dose of silliness. This season, we've been deployed to the Showa era of Godzilla films. Prepare for kaiju-sized chaos as we unleash a barrage of witty salvos and questionable rubber-suited monsters. We're your tactical squad seeking to broadcast film history, detailed plot synopsis, and data mine trivia, all laid out for your listening pleasure. Join our ever-expanding legion of troopers. Our vital broadcasts are now available on all major podcast platforms, and we've reached a crucial milestone of over 1,000 loyal citizens enlisting on our YouTube front. So grab your popcorn, charge your plasma rifles, and enlist with the Real Jumpers. That's real like film reels, you cadets. Would you like to hear more? Find us wherever you get your podcasts.
At Subaru of North Miami, our dedicated team is committed to providing exceptional customer service. Explore our extensive inventory of Subarus, including the latest 25 Forester and Outback models. Stock now. Start your journey from the comfort of home by browsing our online. And remember, our certified technicians use only genuine Subaru parts. Your Subaru running smooth. Our brand new state-of-the-art facility coming soon. Visit us at Subaru of North Miami. Great deals are waiting for you during the Subaru Launch and Love event. This is North Miami.
Time is precious, and so are our pets. So time with our pets is extra precious. That's why we started Dutch. Dutch provides 24/7 access to licensed vets with unlimited virtual visits and follow-ups for up to 5 pets. You can message a vet at any time and schedule a video the same day. Our vets can even prescribe medication for many ailments. Shipping is always free. With Dutch, you'll get more time with your pets and year-round peace of mind when it comes to their vet care.
Part of it is what I wanted to play for you, and that's what that was. Okay, with all of that out of the way, let's go back to New Year's Eve, 1982. Do you remember what you were doing then? Well, if you were this specific person, I guarantee you remembered what you were doing, because New Year's Eve, 1982, in Hudson River Valley, New York, just a few minutes before midnight, a retired police officer was in his backyard in nearby Kent, New York, when he noticed something odd in the sky. And it was a group of red, green, and white lights in a boomerang shape heading south. Now, from what he said since, he thought it was a passenger. He said he thought it was in trouble, but as it got nearer, he noticed it was moving too slow and was perfectly silent apart from a humming noise. Spoiler, I'm going to say the words perfectly silent apart from a humming noise a whole heck of a lot in this. So as he watched, he said the lights, which appeared as a V shape, were connected by a dark triangular fuselage. He said he could actually see the fuselage of whatever this thing was, and it was huge. Now I'm actually going to stop right here because I know what skeptics are going to say about this. They're going to say he saw the B-2 stealth bomber. Well, the very first flight of the B-2 stealth bomber, which would sort of match this description, minus the lights and the whole no sound part, well, its first flight was from the U.S. Air Force Plant 42 in Palmdale to Edwards Air Force Base on July 17, 1989. Remember, this is 1982 I'm talking about here. Now, sure, there could have been test flights. There definitely would have been test flights that happened numerous times before this official first flight. But here's my question to you. If this was the B-2 bomber, why would they light it up with a group of red, green, and white lights? And then why would they actually fly the plane over an area that had heavy air traffic? It doesn't make any sense, neither part of it, besides the fact that this thing was silent apart from a humming noise, B-2 bomber isn't exactly silent apart from a humming noise, but why would they light it up? I get wanting to do an intercontinental test of the B-2 stealth bomber just to see what its range is, see if they can pick it up on radar along the way. That part totally makes sense to me. But the timing isn't right, the area isn't right, and the lights aren't right, besides the fact that it was silent apart from a humming. Now, this was the very first sighting of this object, but definitely not the last. Thousands of sightings were reported primarily in 1983 and 1984, but all the way up to 1987. So from 1982 all the way up to 1987, people in this area, and not just in Hudson River Valley, New York, but I guess the whole Northeast, were seeing this object repeatedly. Now, I will say that the sightings were so many, there is some discrepancy as to how many reports they actually got. They got so many reports. The police from all over got so many reports. And you have to remember, like I just said, it wasn't one local area. It was all of the Northeast that was seeing them. So there will be discrepancies in the amount of reports, but thousands is a very low estimate. Again, I want to pause right here because I want to reiterate this. For 5 years, 82 to 87, thousands of people saw a boomerang-shaped UFO, silent except for the hum, low to the ground, some within 500 feet of the ground. Now, this wasn't the 1950s. This was the 1980s. And it was everyone you could think of that saw that. It was not just some regular Joe out in his backyard or driving his car. Those people saw it too, but then firemen, police officers, politicians, servicemen from the Air Force and the Army, they all witnessed it. You name it, that kind of person witnessed this event. We have some very credible, highly credible eyewitnesses to this event. One thing I noticed while doing the research for this was that the description of the huge triangle with lights sounds sort of like the Phoenix light, but on a grander scale. So anyhow, something I wanted to throw out there that I noticed that kind of just jumped out again. Phoenix lights always seem to jump out year after year, or story after story, and here's another. Okay, from 1982, let's move on to March 26, 1983, when a front page story in the Westchester Rockland Daily News said, hundreds claim to have seen UFO. So if you happen to listen to the Giants episode I did last week, you'll know that I often want to go to the archives of the paper, try and make sure this headline really happened. Because it's very easy to fake a headline. A lot of websites do it. A lot of websites just say, on this specific day, the front page of the newspaper said that JFK was flying a UFO with Stalin and killed Hitler. You know, it doesn't make it real. So here's what I did. I went to the paper's archive. I narrowed down the search by years, and I used UFO as a keyword. And I was expecting to get 1 or 2 hits as a result. I got 1,724 matches from a relatively small newspaper. Now, you heard that right. Between the years of 1962 and 1990, that was my search field. I typed in UFO. I got back 1,724 matches on UFO stories. Now, I'm not saying that all were sightings or all were local. There were UFOs being spotted all over America, around the world, really. So it could have been stories about, some of those were stories about UFOs around the world. But still, the average amount I find when I do these kinds of research is 10 stories at most. So UFOs have been a hot topic for the local paper for years. And for that area, for a very specific time, from 62 to 90, which isn't that grand of a scale of time, this paper has been reporting UFOs more than anyone that I've found so far. Now, while I'm speaking of newspapers, let me pause right here for another round of Stopping the Skeptic. I'll be honest, at this point, I haven't been able to debunk anything about this story. I have found something that I think skeptics might say, what about this? So, in speaking of newspapers, there was a 1984 magazine article about a group of amateur pilots who flew private small single-engine airplanes out of a number of airports in that area, including the strip at Stormville, which is very close by. Now, the story goes that a few of the Stormville pilots began practicing formation flying, flying very close together and in unison, first in the daylight, then at night. The story continues that by early 1983, when the news was talking about the UFOs pretty regularly, and the TV stations and everybody was primarily talking about UFOs in that area, these pilots thought they would have some fun. They began calling themselves the Martians and started flying tighter in formation and lower. So a couple of the witness reports have been determined to be these guys, which called themselves the Martians. Now, here's my problem with this being the only explanation for all of these sightings. Ever live near an airport? Well, I do, and small single-engine aircrafts are loud. In fact, you can probably hear some of them in the background of older episodes or this episode of this very podcast. If you believe all the witness stories, hell, if you only believe half of them, they all had one key thing in common: silent except for a humming sound. That doesn't sound like one, and especially not a dozen or more single-engine airplanes from the 80s at around 500 feet. Now, the group mainly flew Cessna 152s, which aren't the loudest by any means, but they are still loud enough to be noticed at 500 feet overhead in a large group wingtip to wingtip. So, was I there? No. But just based on the eyewitnesses who were there, I don't buy this as a valid source of all of these sightings. You have to remember, most of the witnesses could see the body of the UFO between the lights. They said it was one solid object, all black. Then there's this. There are reports from people who did see the Martian airplane group, whatever you want to call them, the bunch of guys, and the actual UFO. Not at the same time, never at the same time, but they saw one, then they saw the other, and they said it was definitely two very distinct, very different things. Okay, that's my last, I think, stopping with the skeptic. Anyhow, so this news article got some national attention, and you might actually recognize a name I'm about to say in a second here. The article, TV stations, everything got the attention of a group of UFO researchers in the Valley associated with Dr. J. Allen Hynek. If you don't recognize that name, you really got to go back and listen to all of the old episodes until you find it. When you do, tally up how many times I've said the name Dr. J. Allen Hynek and let me know. So this group started an investigation, including Dr. J. Allen Hynek, which is the source material for the book Night Siege, The Hudson Valley UFO Sighting, authored by Dr. Hynek and Philip J. Imbrogno. I apologize, Jay. Anyhow, it's a great book. It's all about the sightings, the reports, the thousands of reports. It goes into this story in fantastic detail. Now, I'm only going to use a couple small snippets from the book, so I highly recommend you read the book as well. Anyhow, the group opened up a UFO hotline in the area, and they received over 300 calls from people that had seen a UFO on the night of March 24th alone. One night, 300 calls. Not one of these calls mentions it might have been a bunch of small airplanes flying close together, but a whole lot of them mention the no sound other than the hum. Now, I said I was going to mention a couple small snippets from the book. Well, here's one. One witness from the book reported that it had moved up from the Taconic Parkway in sort of a Z pattern. So they weren't flying in a tight formation, very slowly, very straight line. He described the object as being triangular in shape with 30 to 40 colored lights along the back edge. That's very important in a second. The object, he stated, was huge. He says if there is such a thing as a flying city, this was a flying city. So the reason I say that the lights being along the back edge only is very important because on airplanes, the lights are on either wingtip, front, and the back. Not just the back edge only. And if you see artist renderings of this, it really does look like a flying boomerang with dozens of lights around the back edge. It really does. All right, so here's a couple more excerpts from the same book. The object apparently cruised over the community of Yorktown that evening, too, where the police switchboard became so jammed with reports, officials became concerned that they would be unable to take emergency calls. On the Taconic Parkway, people pulled over to watch the object as it moved slowly on its path. One observer estimated, quote, it was as large as an aircraft carrier. Again, doesn't sound like a bunch of small Cessnas to me. The UFO researchers estimated that over 5,000 people had seen the object over a period of 5 years from 82 through 86. The UFO was seen not just over the Hudson Valley, but as far east as New Haven, Connecticut, and as far north as Brookfield, Connecticut. And this is very important. Here's some more witness testimony from that same book. While most reports describe the UFO moving at a very slow speed, hovering or turning slowly like a wheel, a few reports describe the object as suddenly zooming away at fantastic speeds or just disappearing. In some of the accounts, the shape varied so that the lights appeared as more of a circle than a V. Often the color and the arrangements of the lights changed as the viewers watched. Again, airplane lights don't do that. In a few cases, reports arrived that put the object at distant locations at the same time, suggesting there might be more than one of them. The object also seemed to be interested in bodies of water. One witness watched the UFO over Croton Falls Reservoir, where it seemed to use a red beam to probe the water. One of the most amazing reports was from the guards at the Indian Point nuclear plant. The UFO hovered over the active nuclear reactor for minutes, coming as close to the reactor dome as 30 feet. The security supervisor even considered ordering guards to shoot it down. One guard described it as being the length of 3 football fields. This thing was huge. Now this leads me to a number of questions, like, so why weren't jets scrambled? Why did they let it get that close? How come they didn't shoot at it? How does something like this happen in the 1980s? The Cold War was still going on. Frickin' Reagan was president. Yet a UFO the size of 3 football fields can get within 30 feet of an active nuclear plant? It's insane to me. And like I said, I don't understand why this isn't a bigger case. Now, the story got a resurgence in 1992 on the TV show Unsolved Mysteries, and it actually interviewed witnesses that saw it. Now, in the end, it couldn't determine what caused the Hudson River lights. Some say it was small airplanes. One guy said, I'm an air traffic controller and I saw a bunch of small airplanes. Sure he did. Those Martian guys were out there. And by Martians, I mean a bunch of guys in these small airplanes calling themselves the Martians. They were out there. Sometimes on the same night, not at the same time, but sometimes this object was seen when they know these guys were on the ground, not in the air. So, as I said at the beginning, this is an unexplained one that I am shocked is not bigger. Alrighty, from there, let's go on to the next story. This next widely seen UFO is also the longest known UFO chase ever. Now, I'm not talking about some fighter jet from the military chasing a UFO, or a UFO seen in low orbit from space. No, I'm talking about a UFO chase that took place at 5 a.m. on April 17, 1966, in Portage, Ohio. On that night, 2 Portage County, Ohio sheriff deputies had stopped to investigate an abandoned vehicle along the side of State 224. Along the side of State Route 224, near the town of Atwater, near Ravenna, which is a small town in Ohio. So, a couple of small town sheriffs in a small town stopping to check an abandoned vehicle. The 2 police officers were Deputy Dale Spar and Wilbur Barney Neff. Now, they're out on patrol. They spot this abandoned car, 5 a.m., so it's a little odd that it's sitting there abandoned. It's a small town. They want to make sure everyone's okay. Almost as soon as Dale gets out of the police cruiser, they hear something strange. An odd humming noise is coming from somewhere. And it doesn't take them long to figure out where it's coming from, because according to an article that appeared in the Record Courier the following day, a UFO shaped sort of like a saucer, it made a sound like an overloaded transformer. So, again, a very loud, humming, weird, crackly sound. This thing rose from behind the trees and hovers right over their patrol car. When it came close, they could feel the heat baking off of it, they said. They said a blinding, bright beam of light emitted from the UFO onto them, and it was so close to them that they could get a look at it and its size. They estimated it was 40 feet wide, 20 feet tall. So it was huge, and it was silent, other than a weird humming. Two stories, 20-something years apart. Both stories, they give the exact same description of the sound. Anyhow, so Dale Spar goes on to say, the lines of the object were very distinct. He said somebody had control over it. It wasn't just floating around. It can be moved. Now, Neff, who was still in the car, he radios dispatch to tell him what they're looking at, and they immediately give him permission to shoot the object. That's dumb. But then, almost immediately after getting permission, Sergeant Henry Schoenfeld tells them to stand down. Now, he's afraid they stumbled upon a government weather balloon, which is a very kind of logical explanation if you aren't looking at it. He sees that something's kind of floating above them. We all know at this point that weather balloons are out there. The military are using them. Probably not a good idea to shoot one of them down. Now, about this same time, Police Chief Gerald Buchert, who was on patrol in nearby Mantua, Mantua, which is less than 9 miles away, well, he hears the deputy's call about lights in the sky. So he races home to get his camera, which is very close nearby, and then takes off in his car towards these deputies. When he gets near enough to see it, he snaps 3 photos, what he describes as table saucers put together. Now, I don't know if it was because he was taking photos of it or the UFO had just had enough, but just as silently as it was hovering, it takes off. Now, it zips away at a high speed to the east. So Spar jumps into the cruiser, and both him and Neff start chasing after it. But not only them, because the police chief started chasing after the UFO as well. Now, the chase slowed down near Rochester. The 2 police cars got, quote, tangled up in a mess of bridges, according to Spar. Spar would later explain, quote, when I came out from under the bridge, it came down and waited for it, just as though it knew these 2 cars were following it. So it appeared that as soon as, end quote, Spar and Neff were now getting low on gas, got close to it, the UFO would speed up and zoom away again. It was playing with it. The faster Spar pursued in his cruiser, the faster the UFO went. Soon, they were speeding east down old Route 14 into, quote, the rising sun. And they were going about 100 miles an hour at times. Now, occasionally, they'd have to stop for lights or for traffic to be safe. And when they did, again, the UFO would slow down too. He said it was definitely intelligent and was playing a game at home. And I gotta be honest, the UFO did seem to be playing. It could have easily taken off and left them behind, or just shot straight up or whatever, but it kept slowing down, kept waiting for them, and taking off again, and it never went too high either. It was staying close to the horizon and staying close to them. So, unfortunately, Spar and Neff, well, their police cruiser was running really low on gas, so they pulled into an Atlantic service station where they were met by another cop, Conway Patrolman Frank Hanzanella. This wasn't a coincidence. They were listening to the chatter over the radio as you guys were chasing, quote, whatever it was. So now it's been over an hour since they've been chasing the UFO. And this is when Spar radioed in that 3 U.S. fighter jets were seen in pursuit of the UFO. So it's not ours. Definitely not. The officers who had intermittently picked up radio chatter between fighter pilots about the UFO as well. And then the UFO shot straight up and was gone. To give you an idea of how long this chase lasted, well, the police had chased the UFO for 86 miles. Sometimes at speeds of 100 miles per hour. They actually went from Ohio to Pennsylvania, and this thing finally just shot off in the sky. This wasn't a great spotting of the UFO. This was for over an hour, and from 4 trained police officers and hundreds of civilians. How do we wasn't just local press. International press got into the story too, and they ran. Well, not surprisingly, the officers were visited by our government, or more specifically by Major Hector Quintanilla, who was at the time the director of Project Blue Book. Not surprisingly, headquartered out of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base near Dayton, Ohio. So they were local. Project Blue Book got wind of this. Just like the last story, the Alan Hynek was connected to Project Blue Book. So this Major Hector Quintanilla, well, after long interviews with each officer separately, the Quintanilla guy had explanations for both the sightings and the photos that the police officers took. This should be good. His explanation? Well, first was a satellite that he saw. Then, the planet Venus refracted through fog. Then, the officers were chasing a stationary object. And he said that radar didn't indicate anything peculiar going on, and no fighter jets were ever dispatched. Can you get a load of this total bullshit explanation by Major Quintanilla? First off, the officers saw it really close to the ground. They could see it was an object. It slowed down, it sped up. They could get a lot closer to it, and it could take off a little farther. Two fighter jets were seen by civilians and police officers. Besides these two main officers that chased it, there was also that other company that chased it and took photos of it. What about those photos? Well, Miller said the photos were quote, severely fogged. That's it. And kept the photos. Big shocker there. After the interviews, the officers were suggested to not talk about it anymore. And except for Spar, the rest of the guys really didn't. This was still a time in America where if the government said, don't talk about it, people didn't talk about it. Now, Spar never retracted his report of what happened. And that's very important. Spar was very firm. This is real. This happened. I'm not crazy. Over time, though, the officers would back down from the original report for that one. Some refusing to talk about it ever. Now, like I said, Spar never discounted his experience. And it cost him. It cost him both his job and his marriage. As Spar later said, if I could change all that I've done in my life, I would change just one thing. And that would be the night he chased that damn thing, that saucer. Years later, Spar's son would go on to say he didn't really like to talk about it. And when he would, he always said, I wish I'd never seen it. So unfortunately, standing up for himself and standing up for his beliefs kind of ruined Spar. What happened to him? Well, like I said, it pretty much ruined his life. He lost his job, and his wife left him. Eventually, he moved to West Virginia, where he worked in the mines, where sadly he had a terrible accident, falling 7 feet down a shaft, breaking his back. Now, he eventually did recover from that mostly, and even did a little consulting for a very small movie called Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Now, Spar was very proud that he was a cop, and very proud that he served and saw what he saw. So proud, in fact, that he walked off the set of Close Encounters of the Third Kind after he found out the main character was not a cop, he was just a regular guy. So, he was led to believe the story is going to be more about what Spar actually went through and about Spar himself, actually brought on as a consultant. Now, he eventually passed away in 1983. I can't definitively prove this next statement, but his son has said on numerous occasions that Spar and Neff put the camera in their freezer and took dozens of close-up photos of the UFOs that Quintanilla confiscated and has never been seen publicly. And I gotta say, that's not a stretch to believe. It really is. Two officers, one driving, one is a passenger. They're that close to the UFOs. They've got a camera in the car so they can take pictures of accidents and license plates and stuff. So they took as many photos of it as they could, hoping to prove their stories, only to have the government take it over. Okay, so what do you guys think? Have you heard either of these stories before? Are you as amazed as I am that these stories are not bigger stories? Now, sure, technically the second story does seem to be an inspiration a little bit for Steven Spielberg's movie Places in the Pittsburgh Country. But not to this effect. They chased the UFO for 86 miles for over an hour in multiple states. That is just astounding. And neither of these stories are too far away either. Not like either of them happened in the 50s. One was in the late 60s, and one was in the 80s. And just shut that these aren't bigger stories. Alright, let me ask you this. What would you have done? You were those two cops. Would you have chased that UFO? Would you continue to chase it for 86 months? And if the government did come to you after the chase and told you never talk about it again, would you talk about it? Knowing that it might actually ruin you, both financially and personally, would you have stuck to your guns and said, no, I saw what I saw, this is what I saw? Or would you have caved and said, okay, I'll never speak it again? Think about how many other stories there are out there that we might not ever hear about, or possibly that people saw it and died that we'll never know about because the government stepped in and said, this never happened, never tell it. It was a very common thing, and it happens to this day. It's still happening. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed these two stories. I know I did. Once again, I am your host, Kurt Sandvik, and this has been another edition of Paranormal Home. I'm your host, Kurt Sandvik, and welcome to Paranormal Home. That's right, I'm your host, Kurt Sandvik, and this week's edition of Paranormal Home. Let's talk about the White House. You all love it when I talk about politics. Hell, I get so many reports that all I do is talk about politics, and how much you absolutely love it. Well, talking about politics. Well, I'm not talking about politics you think about politics. Because on this week's episode, Paranormal Almanac, let's talk about the White House and UFOs. But first, as always, shout out. Welcome, Nick, Louie, Jeff, Megan, Jack, Mark, Glass, Kira, Maggie, Scott, Maggie. Hope you're feeling good. Laura, Chris, and Todd, Elijah, Henderson, Anderson, Dan, and Angie, Matt, Laura, Jeff, Travis, Sarah, Amber, David, Nanashi, Michaela, Heidi, Rachel, Lindsay, Julian, Edgar, Sarah, Dana, Laura, Shani, Jim, Laura, Daniel, Laura, Autumn, Emmanuel, Nathan, Kathy. That's the theme for those of you who know. Alright, first up here, Paranormal News. Oh, those people are incredibly cool. Patreon.com/paranormal. You can also buy merch at storeenvy.com. Just go to storeenvy.com. Search for Paranormal Almanac for all your Paranormal Almanac needs. Okay, let's jump right in to Paranormal News. This first one is a brand new story coming out from Texas about a UFO sighting in Texas. A Keller resident reports experiencing a cigar-shaped object in the sky. So the motionless cigar-shaped object spotted a couple of days before the witness stopped, and a video of the sighting is still on fire. That video will be posted to Paranormal Almanac video. I gotta admit, I took a look at the video. It's been kind of hard to tell what it is exactly. There were some people who thought it was probably a balloon. It kind of does look like a balloon, and a lot of people seem to think it is. But Texas UFO administrators said they couldn't find any information that Big Ear Blunt was scheduled to be in Keller on November 18th, the day of the sighting. November 18th, one day before my birthday. Further, the witness said it sat motionless in the sky for 20 minutes. Similar UFO sightings were reported in Brownsville on August 2016 and El Paso in August 2018. Now, the witness said that it was the oddest thing I'd ever seen. I watched it for about 20 minutes. It didn't move. I don't think I've ever seen anything in the sky stay that still before, not even for a few seconds, let alone 20 minutes. So, when you get a chance, head on over to facebook.com/paranormal. Watch the video and let me know what you think. Because, well, I'm just going to leave this one up to you. It is odd. It's not clear enough for me to say it's a spaceship or anything man-made for sure, but it is odd to say the least. Okay, with that, let's go over to another story. The curious rise of crypto-tourism in search of animals that don't exist. Well, headline and luxury travel over animals that might not exist, or animals that probably exist we just don't know about. How about that for So basically, the story is all about cryptotourism. The International Cryptozoology Museum has estimated that the search for mythical beasts generates over $140 million per year to the U.S. economy alone. Instead of in pounds, goes to the Scottish economy annually in search for Loch Ness. Such a message. So they're basically saying that there is a huge boom, a huge surge in cryptozoology tourism, or cryptotourism. It goes on to say, beyond the A-list cryptids like the Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, and Yeti, there are a number of lesser-known mythical creatures around the planet. In the regions of Java, Vietnam, and the Philippines, locals believe in a giant bat known as the Abuela. In Indonesia, some of them listen to the bat monkey hybrid known as the orang batu. It goes through a list of cryptids, and I gotta say, it's kind of a good list to be honest with you. I'm gonna post this article as well on our Facebook page because, frankly, if you're gonna go on vacation, you might as well look for a cryptid or a ghost or a UFO while you're out there. And speaking of UFOs, our last story before we get to the topic at hand is Spanish man builds 60-foot spaceship to visit planet from his novel. His name is Lucio Ballesteros. He says he spent about 100,000 euros to build his own spacecraft. Now, Lucio is an 87-year-old writer, musician, and YouTuber from Spain. Now, the craft measures about 60 feet in diameter, weighs nearly 2,600 pounds. It's a saucer-shaped UFO made out of aluminum and methacrylic. He said the craft won't be operational until he installs some motors. He doesn't imagine it'll be used until sometime in the future. He told the Spanish newspaper El Avino that humanity will have to evolve physically, psychically, and spiritually before people can figure out how the technology that powers the craft works. So basically, we don't know. You're hoping that we will figure it out. Basically, it's a shell of a UFO. Looks kind of neat from the inside. I'll give him that. And he's hoping that one day we'll figure out how to actually create a motor for a UFO and take off in this future. So good luck to you, Lucio. If you do get it working, please stop by. Alright, let's get to the main story of this episode. Sure, we have all seen the White House get destroyed by UFOs in the movies and on TV shows. It's probably the 50s. But have UFOs ever bugged the White House or Washington, D.C.? Well, here's the first surprise, because the title of this episode is The White House and UFOs. So yes, before I get into that, though, I want to start with the debunk right off the bat. And that debunk is, no, Washington was never visited by an eagle or a UFO. Here's that BS tale in a nutshell. It's on a ton of websites. If you look up White House and UFOs, one of the first stories you're going to come across, and a lot of the websites say the story is true. Well, guess what? It's not true. So here's that said they must be local Native Americans. Why? I have no idea. You'll see a bunch of real small men jumping out, small creatures, not even men, jumping out of a green orb. You don't immediately think of the Native Americans, but sure, Washington, let's go. Doesn't matter, it's all BS. So, Washington went on to say that the creature or being or angel, depending on where you get this story, in the original story, it was more like an angel, but it had something updated to UFO. They must have been talking about UFOs. Everything else they're talking about for aliens and UFOs, they just didn't know what to call it. Well, again, it doesn't matter. The story is fixed, but the creature, being, angel, whatever, showed Washington a map of the United States. And as water dripped down from the skies onto the map, and the green said in a bunch of incredibly boring stuff, each water droplet turned into a city as it hit the map. From the word Washington, the United States filled with metropolises from coast to coast. It's a great little story. It's really, it's so easy to debunk. Let me tell you about it. So, dumb troll that swears I don't say why something's bullshit? There you go. Listen closely. It's bullshit because it's called The Tale of Washington's Vision. And it was penned by Charles Wesley Alexander, who lived from 1836 to 1927. Well, he was a Philadelphia journalist that published The Soldier's Passport, a periodical for Union veterans of the Civil War. And he wrote under the pseudonym Wesley Bradley. Alexander authored several fictional vision or dream pieces. Let me repeat that for that idiot troll. Several fictional vision or dream pieces. They all featured historic American figures which were published with broadsheets in various newspapers during the Civil War, and were later offered for sale through advertisement in the pages of the Soldier's Passport. What that means? It never happened. It's a great story. Sadly, it's bullshit, and it's easily, quickly debunked. Alright, so from that story of the Founding Father, let's move on to another Founding Father. There are two stories about Thomas Jefferson and UFOs. One, I can't verify if it's real or not. The other has proof that it was actually sent to Thomas Jefferson. A letter was sent to him, but I don't want to jump too far ahead, so it said that Thomas Jefferson saw a UFO crash in the earth 78 feet long, 200 feet high. It was crimson red when it passed over him and another gentleman and crashed behind a hill. Now, that's probably a meteorite if it actually ever happened. It's a quick story. They all end just about the same. When they went over the hill, they saw the earth had been split open or cracked or whatever they want to call it. And there was wreckage, or there was some thing there. It wasn't really wreckage. There was just something there. That something was probably moved. Now, the other one is a real letter that I can verify. The letter is real. Edward Hansford and John L. Clark to Thomas Jefferson, 31st of July, 1813. From Edward Hansford and John L. Clark. We, the subscribers, most earnestly solicit that your honor will give us your opinion on the following extraordinary phenomenon. It's written there something. At some hour, I can't really read it, on the night of the 25th instant, we saw in the south a ball of fire full as large as the sun at meridian, which was frequently obscured within the space of 10 minutes by a smoke emitted from its own body. It ultimately retained its brilliancy and form during that period, but with apparent agitation. It then assumed the form of a turtle, which also appeared to be much agitated and is frequently obscured by a similar smoke. It descended to the west and raised again perpendicular to its original height, which was on or about 75 degrees over here, almost down to the stone. It then assumed the shape of a human skeleton, which was frequently obscured by a light smoke and as frequently descended and ascended. That's important. As frequently descended and ascended. So it didn't just crash the earth, and then went back up. What it goes on to say, advanced in the form of a Scotch Highlander arrayed for battle, extremely excited, and ultimately passed to the west and disappeared in its own smoke. Sir, with the sentiments of a very high respect and esteem, your most obedient, very humble servants, Edward Hansford, Keeper of the Washington Tavern in the town of Portsmouth, Virginia, and John L. Clark of Baltimore. Look, so written in two letters, it is real in the National Archives, it was sent to him, Thomas Jefferson read it, we know that, and this might be the kernel of truth for that weird UFO story, that real quick Thomas Jefferson saw UFO, that story. I have a feeling this is the kernel of truth for that story. So whether Jefferson saw one himself, I don't know, but it does appear he was told a really batshit crazy tale that might have been a UFO sighting. And you gotta figure, in 1813, they saw something came out of the sky, smoking, firing, nothing down and all over the place, being agitated. Maybe the only way they could really get their head around it was to say, well, it's kind of saucer shaped, kind of like a turtle, kind of looks like a human skeleton. I don't get that one at all. Kind of looks like a Scott Highlander. I don't know. It's the Highlander. I don't know what to make of most of their stories. It does seem like something came to the west, disappeared in its own smoke, and then went back up. It's an odd story.
Attention troopers, are you ready to orbital drop and deploy into the cinematic trenches? This is Real Jumpers, your designated squad of lovable idiots. Think Starship Troopers meets Mystery Science Theater 3000 with a dose of silliness. This season, we've been deployed to the still-end era of Godzilla films, prepared for kaiju-sized chaos, as we unleash the brawls of Woody Salmos and questionable rubber-suited monsters. We're your tactical squad seeking to broadcast film history, detailed plot synopsis, and data mine trivia, all laid out for your listening pleasure. Join our ever-expanding legion of troopers. Our vital broadcasts are now available on all major podcast platforms, and we've reached a crucial milestone of over 1,000 loyal citizens enlisting on our YouTube channel. So grab your popcorn, charge your plasma rifles, and listen to Real Jumpers. That's real like film reels with the decks. Would you like to hear more? Find us wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't know. Okay, with the weird odd stories out of the way, let's jump ahead to that hard-to-verify stuff in 1952 in Washington, D.C. Just to give you an idea of the time. UFO sightings were all the rage. Papers around the world were talking about them regularly, and people had UFO fever. Please note UFO fever is not an actual fever, it's not because you can actually feel UFO. This specific UFO incident is known as quite a few things online, so it makes research a little difficult. It's known as the 1952 Washington, D.C. UFO incident. Sure, that seems to make sense to me. It's also known as the Washington Flap, okay, the Washington National Airport sightings, makes sense, and also the invasion of Washington, which is my personal favorite. These reports were from July 12th to July 29th, 1952. And the most seen and publicized sightings taking place on 2 consecutive weekends, July 19th and 20th, and July 26th and 27th. Here are a couple of excerpts from witnesses. Now, the first stuff I can find is on July 10th, so it was actually a week before, it was actually really almost a week before those 2 consecutive weekends that really sparked it off, but the National Airlines crew reported a UFO nearby Puerto Rico. They described the object as, quote, too bright to be a lighted balloon, too slow to be a big meteor, unquote. Then, on July 13th, we'll get a little bit closer, another commercial airline crew reported a UFO 60 miles southwest of Washington, D.C. The crew was flying at 11,000 feet, and they spotted a light below them. The object came up to their level, and when they turned on their headlights, it shot up in the air and escaped flying. So 2 UFOs back-to-back right around the area. Not even the 2 weekends yet. The next day, on July 14th, yet another commercial airline crew reported a UFO. This time it was during a flight from New York to Miami. While flying in the area of Newport News, Virginia, which is approximately 130 miles south of Washington, D.C., the crew reported seeing 8 UFOs. Let me say that again. The crew reported seeing 8 UFOs. 2 days later, on the night of July 16th, at a around 9 p.m., a quote, high-ranking scientist from the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics Laboratory at Longview Air Force Base reported seeing a UFO with his friend. They were both standing near the ocean when they saw two amber-colored lights off to the right. The lights were silent, moving to the north. The scientist said they were, quote, much too large to be aircraft. Okay, so we have a bunch of sightings already, all around the Washington, D.C. area. Now let's jump to Saturday, July 19th, 1952. Let's get right in there. The time was 11:40 p.m. An air traffic controller at Washington National Airport named Edward Nugent spotted 7 mysterious blips or objects on his radar. Now, these unidentified objects were located 15 miles to the southwest of Washington, D.C., so these were way closer than all the previous sightings in the East Coast. Now, no known aircraft in the area, and the objects were not following any established flight. His supervisor, Harry Barnes, a senior air traffic controller at the airport, watched the objects on Nugent's radar scope, and he later wrote, "We knew immediately that a strange situation existed. Their movements were completely radical compared to those of ordinary aircraft." Okay, so Barnes, apparently not trusting his own eyes, or Nugent's eyes for that matter, had 2 controllers check Nugent's radar. And they said, yep, it's working normal. Barnes then called National Airport's radar-equipped control tower, and the controllers there, 2 men named Howard Coughlin and Joey Zacco, said that they also had unidentified blips in their radar scope, and that they had seen, quote, a bright light hovering in the sky. It took off, resuming rate at incredible speed. Coughlin told Zacco, "Did you see that? What the hell was it?" Alright, so how many people have seen the blips or the actual UFOs? We got Nugent, Barnes, the 2 people Barnes got, named Coughlin and Zacco, who sound like animals. So I think we're up to 6 people right now, just watching these things within 15 miles of Washington, D.C. And no one's calling the Army. Alright, well, let's see what happens. At this point, other objects appear in all sectors of the radar scope. Oh, good. Then, they moved over to the White House and the United States Capitol building themselves. Now, finally, Barnes does something called Andrews Air Force Base, which is a little over 10 miles north from the National Airport. So here's where they scramble jets immediately and shoot down the UFOs, right? Well, no. Andrews Air Force Base said, nope, nothing on our radars, sorry. And then, another airman called the base to say he saw strange lights in the skies heading towards D.C. Airman William Brady, who was in the tower, then saw an object which appeared to be like an orange ball of fire trailing its tail. He said it was unlike anything he had ever seen before. As Brady tried to alert other personnel, the strange object took off at an unbelievable speed. So now we're up to 9 people, no action. So let's bring in more people, shall we? The Capital Airlines pilot, S.C. Hillman, was on one of the National Airport's runways. He was waiting in his DC-4 for permission to take off, and he spotted what he thought was a meteor. Technically, a meteorite. But, well, he reported it to the tower, who told him, hey, guess what? They had detected unknown objects closing in on his position. Going off freaking out, Hillman observed 6 objects. He called them lights, tails, fast-moving lights. This was over a 14-minute period. Hillman was in radio contact with Barnes. Remember Barnes from earlier? He was in radio contact with Barnes during the sighting, and Barnes later released that, quote, each sighting coincided with a blip he could see near his plane. And he reported that the light streaked off at a high speed, but disappeared on our scopes. Okay, so we got Hillman, who was an experienced pilot, watching these things for over a 15-minute period. He's in radio contact with Barnes, who knows everything up to his point. Again, he's the senior air traffic controller at the airport. Now, Barnes coincided with each little blip with what Hillman was seeing. But when they streaked off at a high speed from Hillman, they disappeared on Barnes' scope. Caught up? Okay, so we have 10 people, no action. So let's head back to Andrews Air Force Base. Let's see what's happening. So the control tower personnel were tracking unknown blips on their radar, but others suspected what they were tracking were simply stars and meteors. So They were tracking stuff on their radar and with their airport. Some people there suspected and were able to actually prove some of the things that were tracking were stars and meteors. Kurt here. So stars and meteors show up on radar? No, they don't. I looked into this. They don't. So that statement from 1952 makes absolute no sense. Stars and meteors do not show up on radar. Yet every story about these meteors says this. And witness testimony says this. It makes zero sense. All right, we're going to continue on. We're still at Andrews Air Force. The Staff Sergeant Charles Davenport said that he observed personally an orange red light to the south. He said the light would, quote, appear to stand still, then make an abrupt change in direction and altitude, and this happened several times. Okay, so I think we're up to 12 people, no action. UFOs is looking to and over Washington, D.C., including the White House and the United States Capitol building. So, multiple targets in Washington, UFO droves. Still no action. Now get this. At one point, both radar centers at the National Airport and the radar at Andrews Air Force Base were tracking an object hovering over a radio frequency. The object vanished in all three radar centers at the same time. I don't know what the current center is, it doesn't really say this. The point of that is, they could confirm, everybody that was tracking this could confirm at the exact same time when the object vanished, which means it's a real object. Not a ghost, not a phantom blip, none of that. It's a real object. So you remember how all this started at 11:40 p.m.? Well, it wasn't until 3 a.m. when two United States Air Force F-94 Starfighter jet fighters from the Newcastle Air Force Base in Delaware arrived over Washington. 4 hours late. Not surprisingly, all the objects had vanished from the radar at the National Airport. Well, these Starfighter jets flew around for a bit, wondering where the UFOs went. However, when the jets ran low on fuel and left, the objects returned, which convinced Mars that the UFOs were monitoring radio traffic and behaving accordingly. The objects were last detected by radar at 5:30 a.m. with no major armed forces chasing them at all. Everything I told you prior to this has been recorded with eyewitness testimony, with radar blips. There's reports and documents to back everything up. This happened. Now, needless to say, everything that I just talked about made the news, and rightfully so. You had multiple glowing objects taking off and changing speed and directions all over the White House and the Capitol building and the rest of Washington, D.C. Of course, that made the headline. The headline from the Cedar Rapids Gazette in Iowa read, "Saucers swarm over Capitol." Indianapolis News said, "Hundreds of states see flying saucers." And here's a couple more headlines about this incident. Saucer outran jets. Jets chased saucers. There was a bunch of them. For whatever reason, 1952 had UFO headlines in papers across the nation almost the entire year. It was a serious hotspot of UFO activity. In fact, everything I could find about 1952 said Project Blue Book had the most reports in 1952 than any other year. And speaking of Project Blue Book, with all these sightings and all the news coverage, who should come investigating? Yep, Project Blue Book. Because United States Air Force Captain Edward J. Ruppelt, who was the supervisor of Project Blue Book at the time, well, he was in Washington, except no one told him about the UFO incident. It wasn't until he saw the newspapers that he found out there was even an instance that happened. Now, from a different source, this is what took place as far as Ruppelt said. He said, at 11:30 p.m., it was decided to call in interceptors to check out the objects. Again, they were too slow to respond, but two Lockheed F-94 Starfighters were in the air by midnight. At this point, reporters and photographers were asked to leave the radar room. There were actually reporters and photographers in the radar room when all of this was going on. Ruppelt also said the radar room was cleared because some of the Air Force officers thought this might be the night they get a good close-up look at a UFO. He was informed that everybody in the radar room was convinced that the targets were very probably caused by solid metallic objects. There had been weather targets on the scope too, he said, but these were common to the Washington area and the controllers were paying no attention to them. And that'll come up later. Also important, he said that visibility was good. However, when the jets approached the objects would disappear from the radar screen. The jets returned to their base, however, a few minutes later, strange lights were seen near Langley Air Force Base. The lights were described as rotating and giving off alternating colors. The radar tower operators also saw the light, physically saw the light. So they called in those F-94 jets to check it out. Speaking of the F-94 jet, the jet pilot spotted the UFO lights and began moving towards it when the lights disappeared. The pilot continued to fly around the area and achieved a radar lock on the object. Whatever it was, it sped away. So he actually got radar locked on it, trailed it, and it just sped away from an F-94
Welcome.
jet.
How are you?
The same thing happened 2 more times. Soon after the events near Langley Air Force Base, objects were again observed over Washington National Airport. Now again,
When is that, big dog? You got it. Can they lessen it to a misdemeanor? All right, all right. Are you looking at time? Well, there you go. Hopefully it'll be okay. I'll keep you in my thoughts. Absolutely, big dog.
Build the house up there. But just stopping by and seeing you off.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, keep me posted on what's going on, okay? Excellent. What else is going on in your life that's good? All right. That's a major win, dude. Yeah, that's not a good habit to get in. Have you been playing any games? What have you been playing? Has that been fun? Excellent.
So I want pepper, garlic, onion, fruit pepper. And then spicy.
There you go. What's on your agenda for tonight? There you go. Keep your mind off everything. I gotcha. Well, it should all turn out for the best. How's your mom doing? Okay, good. That's fine. Okay, Doug, I don't mean to be rude. I have to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Here's some Kill Tony. Excellent. You're welcome.
What do you mean that's water a day? I told my mom, like, we're already 70 water. She didn't care though. I saw her later that day, and she walked up and she's like, Jonas, had my 16 cups. I'd like to announce I'm now 83 water. For mom, that doesn't make any sense. You're at least 30%. Alright, thank you. Wow. Fuck yeah. Jonas Taro. You guys got fucking all the way. Oh yeah, dude. What should I bring? I like your style. You're fucking like super confident nerd type, huh? Yeah. You don't give a fuck about your list. Big mother, we're 70% water. Might just be the way your jeans fit. That's you and die for, dude. Does have a big ass, I'll tell you. Like that, there's stuff in your pockets? The wallet. That's the wallet. Let me grab that out real quick. Oh. There's nothing there. No, sensual. It's like sensual. It's a fake ass. It's a fake ass. That's right. It's like jeans are like, what are those fucking Fashion Novas? You have fake ass jeans? They're passed down from my. Are they passed down? My father passed away and he passed me down. That no, he's alive. He's alive. We just don't have. That's all. What? We just didn't have a lot of money. That's right. It's hard for Jerry Sandusky to fuck you. Never take a shower. Okay. God. You guys really didn't have a lot of money? What do your parents do for work? Well, whenever I was younger, my mom and dad didn't have good jobs, but my dad's actually a radiologist now. Oh, wow. At a hospital. Okay. My mom just watches kids. They're divorced. Oh, okay. Where does she watch them? What part? That's why she watches like 6 kids at a time. Like she'll be to the supermarket. It's really weird. Wow. She tried to get me. Yeah. Right. Well, how old are you? 22. 22. How long you been on stand-up? About a year now. About a year. All here in Pittsburgh? Yep. Awesome. For a living? Well, I tried to go to college for marketing, but I didn't really like it. So right now I'm just doing like convenience store stuff at like the Frick building downtown. Marketing, buying groceries. Personal cover. Now what do you do? Just like convenience, pretty much. Yeah, downtown. Yeah, a lot of crazy shit happen there. Not really. Everybody's pretty nice. Building. I mean, outside though. At Wood Street. Right. What's your love life? I have a girlfriend. I've been with her for about 4 years. Wow, that's so cool. Where'd you meet her at? High school through her brother. Oh, through her brother. Your fucking brother. Like, hey. Right. What did she do? She works at a bank. That's bank? Goddamn. Citizens Bank. I went to class in this. It's right by the, Bay Bridge, right by Pickle Park. Bank. They have a lot of different notes, savings, and accounts. Wow. You use your list in the bedroom? You ever ever dislodge your tongue and
feel like you got to ask my girlfriend.
whoa, is she here?
Yeah, she's.
I'm not here to answer that question.
Is she? I don't know.
What? Music on. What's happening? This is so exciting. Oh man. Holy shit. I might get in trouble. Jonas is the first comedian in the 6-year history of the show whose ass I touched, so I might get in trouble here. Hello, how are you, sweetheart? A little puppy. Hi. What life after that? It's exciting. Nerds here. I want to watch you either fuck or play Magic the Gathering. I'm not sure. God goodness. You guys are incredible. Thanks for putting down the video game controller coming out tonight. God. Incredible. God, you guys must go out, what, how many fortnights a week you guys, often you guys to make it out. Alright, so, okay, first of all, welcome to the show. What's your name? Hi, Allie. I like your style. You're smiling, you're happy, you clearly have a good sense of humor, so let's talk about, how is Jonas's, as you call it, pussy thing? Hold on, wait. I want the whole crowd to hear it. Say that again. I said you'd be surprised. Pretty good. Really? My goodness. I know. Yeah. Us? Stable? Oh, great. And maybe if you're willing, Jonas, maybe it would be like if you just face up in the audience, and you just pretend like, you know, like your wife is on, say, like the top bunk of a bunk bed with her legs hanging off, right? Or putting it right in front of your face, like, oh, she's covering up. What is it? How bad? What are you covering up your nose for? No, I'm kidding. Oh, yeah, you're so shy. It took you 7 seconds to get up here. You want to see what's this way? All right, face out into that audience. Hold on, wait. Let me come around. I want to get a better view of this. And, just like that. We get rain ponchos for the whole front row. Yeah, it's going to be like Gallagher watermelon here. All right, here he goes. He's got a pussy in front of him. Wow, look at that. You're a badass, Jonas. I can tell you have a good style. You were doing the alphabet. A little bit of trouble with your S's, I noticed. But, was that pretty accurate? Is that what he does? Okay. Oh, all right. In that case, let's see how you beat her ass. Come here. You haven't done that yet? Kevin, would you be willing to eat an asshole? I was this audience called Tony. Oh, okay, wow. Here we go. Very good. Very good. Wow. Real cutting edge humor there, Jeremiah. We had no idea what you were going to do there. Shocked. I thought you were actually pretending like I was eating a vagina. I never would have guessed you would have turned it into a super gay, simple joke. Then you have all these hacks going crazy because of all the fat lady and Sandusky jokes I did. You guys couldn't wait to get your revenge. Was that accurate? Yeah, that's how I use it. Take the vagina. I just hit it with my hand in circles like that. And then I take legs and I spread them like that. Oh, problem. And then my head off. He was like, oh, wow. before. That's about weed where I'm from, Youngstown, Ohio. Well, I mean, it's so much. What was your name again? Allie. Allie, you were so sweet. Thank you so much for coming up here. You're amazing. And how about one more time for Jonas, everybody? You did it. You did it, bro. Yeah. You got it. You got it. On out here. Shovel it again. I'm not afraid to use this goddamn shovel. There we are. Okay. Here we go. Make some noise for Phil M. Phil M. Phil M. Phil M. Phil M. What Terry Sandusky? Phil M. Here he is. Phil M, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, one more time, good laugh for Phil. Hey guys. Nervous about what people but no. I have a little bit of an issue with my face. I don't have bells. Doctor says it's ready. My face. My mom doesn't consider that I was in her womb, but that's all. I'm gay. Maybe I'm a resource. Hey, hold on. Hey guys, I'm understanding women. Resource on high expectations. Hardest of my life though, honestly. Has anybody ever been working in the kitchen? God, I've never seen one from them. But I do wear a leather belt and I am pro hunter. So yeah, fill in. Heck yeah. Fill in. Now let's get right into it. Much like your
Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is brought to you by the Star Quest Production Network and is made possible by our many generous patrons. If you'd like to support the podcast, please visit sqpn.com/give. Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part through the generous support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation at aaronv.com, AARONV.com, making connections for life for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida, and by rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace. Visit rosaryarmy.com to get a free all-twine knotted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at rosaryarmy.com. Previously on Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World. In the late 1980s, an American man named Paul Benowitz became deeply alarmed. He lived in New Mexico, and he was a scientist, an inventor, a businessman, and an American patriot who deeply loved his country and the people of planet Earth. But he began finding evidence of an alien presence on Earth. He reported his discoveries to the Air Force, and they assigned agents to his case who took what he was learning very seriously and sought to help with his investigations. In time, he learned that the aliens had made a secret agreement with human officials, but the deal had gone bad. Now the aliens were implanting people with devices that could turn them into spies, control their actions, and wipe their memories. In the end, Paul concluded that our only choice was to attack the aliens without mercy. He used more than $200,000 of his own money to develop a prototype weapon to penetrate their defense screens, and he outlined an extensive attack plan known as Project Beta, which he eventually shared with President Ronald Reagan. Who was Paul Benowitz? What did he learn, and what did Project Beta involve?
As a result, Paul began to take precautions to protect himself, his family, and Mrs. Hanson.
On June 3, 1980, Theo Sprinkle rang the doorbell, and after a long pause, Benowitz appeared, toting a pistol on his hip and a rifle in his right hand. He told me that the aliens could come swarming over the walls at any minute.
Next episode, we'll tell you the end of the Paul Benowitz story and go into analysis mode to figure out what really happened. Were they able to stop the alien invasion that he feared? Has it been covered up all this time? Why did the Air Force call it the Army's Delta Force? And what was the huge price that Paul Benowitz personally paid?
listening to episode 144 of Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World, where we look at mysteries from the perspective of faith and reason. In this episode, we're talking about Paul Benowitz, his friend Richard Doty, and Doty's shocking UFO revelations. I'm Dom Bettinelli, and joining me today is Jimmy Akin. Hi, Jimmy.
Howdy, Dom.
Folks, be sure to stick around to the end of the episode. We have your feedback on our recent episode on the Mark of the Beast. But first, in the 1980s, New Mexico scientist and businessman Paul Benowitz became extremely alarmed. He began to discover evidence not just of an alien presence on Earth, but that the aliens were staging a slow-motion takeover of the planet. They were abducting people and implanting them with devices that could turn them into walking cameras and microphones, control their behavior, and wipe their memories. At any moment, the implanted people could have their switch pulled and be totally controlled by the aliens. Already, this had been done to hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S., and the military had been compromised. Paul reported his findings to the Air Force, which took them seriously and encouraged him to keep investigating. In time, Paul developed a daring plan known as Project Beta to rid the Earth of aliens. He even invested $200,000 of his own money to develop a prototype weapon that could penetrate their defense screens. What happened with Project Beta? Has it been covered up all these years? What role did Delta Force play? And what was the terrible price that Paul Benowitz paid? That's what we'll be talking about on this episode of Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World. Jimmy, where did we leave off at the end of our last episode?
Paul had recommended his attack plan, Project Beta, to President Ronald Reagan. He recognized that some humans would die as a result of the coming battle, but he saw this as our only choice. And we needed to strike now. The aliens were still weak, and we could exploit their vulnerabilities, which he had documented extensively through his radio and TV communications with them.
So what did President Reagan do?
It's not clear that President Reagan received the document that Paul had sent to him. All Paul got back was a boilerplate letter explaining that the government no longer investigated UFOs since the closing of Project Blue Book in 1970. Only that clashed with information Paul had received in the form of the Aquarius document, which indicated that the government was still investigating UFOs on a covert basis, with information being funneled up to our space agency, NASA.
Why might President Reagan not have seen Paul's battle plan?
One possibility is that it was typical Washington and Defense Department bureaucracy. The Aquarius document indicated that the government's covert UFO investigation was classified top secret and that the information it generated was distributed on a highly limited basis. The president gets all kinds of people writing to him every day, and it's extremely possible that the person answering the correspondence simply wasn't on the Project Aquarius distribution list and didn't have a need to know about it. As a result, he would give the standard boilerplate reply and never show Reagan the document.
Could the document have been deliberately kept away from Reagan by people who had been implanted by the alien?
That's another possibility that may have occurred to Paul. After all, he estimated conservatively thought that the aliens had implanted 300,000 people in the United States alone. And if you're conducting a covert invasion, a nation's command and control is what you'd want to take over first. So Paul may well have suspected that people high up in the Defense Department and the government had already been co-opted by the aliens and were deliberately frustrating his plan.
Wouldn't he make himself a target if he announced himself like this with the Project Beta document?
He'd already established a communications link with the aliens, including a video link, by decoding their transmissions near Kirtland Air Force Base. That's a big part of how he learned so much about them, their capabilities and their weaknesses, especially their psychology. But if people who have been compromised by the aliens intercepted his Project Beta attack plan, that would tell the aliens he was a direct threat to them, and they might well take action. In fact, Paul reported that they did, and he took special precautions to protect himself. His colleague, ufologist Bill Moore, reports on the state he was in by the time of their last meeting in 1986 or 1987.
He had guns and knives all over the house. He had installed extra locks on his doors, and he swore that they, meaning the aliens, were coming through his walls at night and injecting him with hideous chemicals which would knock him out for long periods of time. Moore was shocked at his friend's appearance. He looked like a concentration camp survivor. He'd lost a lot of weight. His hands were shaking. He smoked incessantly. Moore once counted 28 cigarettes in 45 minutes during a lunch date where Benowitz touched not a bite of his food. Benowitz told Moore that after the aliens injected him, it would make him drive his car out into the desert in the middle of the night, but he couldn't remember what he did after he got there. Both Moore and Richard Doty independently recalled noticing injection marks running down Benowitz's arm.
So perhaps the aliens had come to realize that Paul Benowitz was a threat to them and were taking actions to increasingly render him unstable so as to neutralize him. Paul also discovered, to his horror, that his wife Cindy had been implanted with one of the alien devices. Presumably, he found the telltale scar that he had seen on other implant victims that revealed its location.
Paul and his family seemed to be under grave threat at this point. What could he do in response?
Probably one of the best things he could do to protect himself would be to simply walk away, to use his communications link to tell the aliens that he was canceling his investigations and give it all up so that he was no longer a threat. That would mean letting their plot against Earth go forward, but at least he might save himself and his family. And, in fact, people were counseling him to stop. His family members were telling him that he needed to stop, and his friend, Air Force Special Agent Richard Doty, recalls,
I actually sat down with Paul and told Paul, listen, Paul, I think you ought to stop doing this. I think you've gone as far as you can go, and this is a friend. This is Richard Doty, a friend. Wasn't Richard Doty a special agent, though, was I talking to him? I said, this is a friend talking to you, Paul, because I became a friend with him. He was a very wonderful person, and I didn't want to see him harmed. And I said, Paul, stop it. Listen to your son, listen to your wife, end it. Get rid of the equipment, lock this stuff away, go on with your life, go back to your work at your business, and stop this. Paul listened to me, and I thought he was going to take my advice, but he didn't. Continue, and at that point we ended the investigation, ended every involvement with Paul Benowitz.
So the Air Force was concerned enough that they ended their involvement with Paul, but he was determined to go on. After all, the fate of the Earth was at stake. But the strain was too much. In his book, Project Beta, Greg Bishop reports,
by August of 1988, after 8 very long years of unrelenting stress and fear, the 61-year-old Paul Benowitz could no longer function normally. He had turned over much of the day-to-day operations of his business, Thunder Scientific Labs, to associates and his 2 adult sons. Former acquaintance, Gary Massey, says that Benowitz had finally barricaded himself in the house and had piled sandbags all around the windows. His family, finally convinced that his sanity and health were in immediate danger, took him to the Anna Caseman Mental Health Facility in Albuquerque, just a couple of miles up the road from Thunder Scientific headquarters, and checked him in for nervous exhaustion.
And you can understand why Paul would have nervous exhaustion after all the shocking things he'd been through. After he got out of the hospital, Paul finally did back off and cease his UFO studies, though he still believed in the aliens and all the things he discovered up until the end of his life. He passed in 2003 at the age of 75. And there are just a few remaining questions we need to look at. Like, how much of all this was the Air Force and his friend Richard Doty lying to Paul about?
We'll have more on that shocking revelation after we take a moment to thank our patrons who make this show possible, including Teresa S., Jess K., Megan F., Patrick W., and Paul B. Their generous donations at sqpn.com/give make it possible for us to continue Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World and all the shows at StarQuest. And now's a great time to become a StarQuest patron, thanks to a generous gift from a StarQuest supporter. When you start a new Patreon monthly pledge at sqpn.com/give, the first 3 months will be matched by an equal amount from our donor. So if you become a new patron at $10 a month, after 3 months, our donor will give $30 to StarQuest to support all our shows, including this one, making your gift go even further. So if you've been thinking of becoming a StarQuest patron, now's the time. Visit sqpn.com/give today. Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part with the generous support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation at aaronv.com, AARONV.com, making connections for life for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida. And by rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace. Visit rosaryarmy.com and get a free all-twine knotted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at rosaryarmy.com. So, Jimmy, let's talk about the theories concerning this whole subject. What theories are there about Paul Benowitz in Project Beta?
I've already mentioned the big one. How much was Paul being lied to? And to the extent he was being lied to, how did the disinformation campaign unfold? Also, why did they lie to him? What was the Air Force trying to do? And since every good disinformation campaign has elements of truth in it, how much of what he was told about the UFOs happened to be true? Finally, we need to review our findings from the faith perspective.
All right, what can we say about what happened to Paul Benowitz from the reason perspective? Let's start by talking about his friend, Special Agent Richard Doty. What do we know about him?
He was born in 1950, and he has a pedigree connected with UFOs, as his uncle, Major Edward Doty, headed Project Twinkle, which investigated the green fireballs over Mexico in 1948 that people thought were connected with UFOs. As we indicated, Special Agent Doty was an Air Force officer assigned to the Office of Special Investigations. They provide criminal investigative services, detective services, and counterintelligence services. And it's the latter capacity that Doty was involved with Paul in here. In his dealings with Paul Benowitz, Agent Doty was functioning as a counterintelligence officer. That is, an officer whose job is to thwart intelligence efforts directed against the United States.
How does Doty describe the beginning of his relationship with Paul?
At the point they met, Paul had been getting film footage of strange lights over Kirtland Air Force Base, as well as picking up unusual radio transmissions from the base. Paul contacted base security, wanting to alert them to a potential security threat, and Agent Doty initially thought it might be coming from the Soviets. After all, this was during the Cold War, and that shaped their initial meeting. In the documentary we've mentioned, which is called Mirage Men, Doty says this.
Paul didn't know initially what he got. He didn't analyze it. When he had gotten the first series of transmissions, he recorded them, then he contacted the security officer for Kirtland. I began a dialogue with Paul, trying to find out everything he had. And as I did, then I learned that a lot of the information he had wasn't anything to do with a Soviet threat or some kind of hostile threat against Kirtland. It was information that he had gathered because of the fact that he was a scientist, because he had sensitive, sophisticated equipment. He was collecting emissions coming from the base.
The problem was what Paul had discovered as he filmed the unusual phenomena over the base and Manzano Mountains inside it.
He had two films of an object flying. One picture depicted an object that looked like it was flying out of the mountain, and it looked like some kind of saucer-shaped object. He immediately then thought there were UFOs coming out of Manzano. The second film was of an object that was something experimental with the government. When he filmed that, then again, the flag went up that he just filmed a classified project.
So Paul had a film of something that looked like a UFO and another project that was classified. And now the Air Force had a decision to make.
And we had to decide on what we were going to do then. Were we going to allow this to happen, or we were trying to convince them otherwise?
They let Paul come to the base and have a meeting with many important people, as we mentioned in the last episode.
Paul made a presentation to the Air Force officials on what he had been doing and about what he had been collecting. He showed some of his film. He showed some of his pictures. He had an audio recorder that was playing the sounds he collected. The highest ranking person in the room, which was a brigadier general, said, "You have some very convincing information, Paul." And that kind of set everything in motion with Paul to let him think that, he does. We briefed everybody in the room. So they knew what we were doing. basically. And so after the meeting, there was a number of questions asked him. What do you want the Air Force to do? And Paul says, I'd like a grant to investigate UFOs on the base and a grant to continue this contact that he claimed he had with some of these aliens.
And, as we discussed last episode, he received a $75,000 grant to continue his studies from one of the agencies involved. But the overall decision was the Air Force would lie to Paul Benowitz in order to convince him that everything he was detecting was due to aliens.
The more he started analyzing the information. So we kind of planted the seed in Paul that what he was seeing, what he was hearing, what he was collecting was, in fact, probably UFOs.
And they exploited the fact that Paul was a patriotic American against them.
It was very easy to convince Paul. Paul was a World War II veteran, very patriotic, always floated his flag. Those type of people you can convince that, listen, just telling Paul, you can't tell anybody else about this because this is getting in the wrong hands. So immediately Paul became a cooperating source, and he held everything that he'd gotten in secrecy.
So they didn't have to do very much, at least in the beginning.
It wasn't a whole lot that we did. It was just a simple, really, really simple nod and statement to Paul that what he was seeing was probably UFOs.
But Paul was off and running, and over time, the lies became more elaborate.
How did that happen?
The liars apparently started to involve more than just the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Richard Doty reports.
At one point, another agency was conducting an investigation, and they set up a surveillance across the street. And Paul's son contacted me and said, leave my father alone. You guys are across the street, bothering my father. He's getting to the point that he's enough. Well, I knew it wasn't enough.
The National Security Agency, or NSA, set up an outpost in a house across the street from Paul. Greg Bishop reports.
He said he saw people coming in and out of the house and looking out from the curtains and things like that. And as it turns out, the NSA had some people in his house. They were watching him and actually beaming messages straight across the street into his antenna setup. He started picking up these signals, and the NSA was scared that anybody could figure that out. They decided to just take complete control of what he was seeing and give him exactly what he thought he should be getting. They replaced his computer with their own computer. It had software that would decode the messages he was getting in the way they wanted him to see it. And if you look at the transcript of it, it seems like almost gibberish, but because people want to pull out content in a random order, it starts to make some kind of sense. They were on a planet with no water, and they were trying to find any place to live, and they wanted to take over the Earth, and they could only trust Paul. They were going to have some kind of agreement with him, but he said, you can't trust anything they say. These aliens are evil, to make him look silly, which is exactly what they're trying to do.
So after Paul started picking up transmissions from Kirtland AFB that were connected with a classified project, the NSA moved in. This is the organization that, as we have since learned, conducts massive global surveillance, including of telephone calls. The NSA took control of the equipment that Paul had set up in his house. They started beaming radio and television signals directly into what he set up. They replaced his computer with one of their own, and they're responsible for the alleged translation of alien signals he got, as well as the visual images of aliens he saw on his monitors. And Paul and his family noticed strange people who were set up in the neighboring house, yet Paul never walked across the short distance to confront them and ask them what they were doing. Maybe he thought they were people who had been co-opted by the aliens and were being controlled by them.
One of the people we mentioned last episode was Paul's friend and fellow UFO researcher, Bill Moore. How does he fit into all this?
He had been co-opted by the intelligence community. Sometime previously, he had been contacted by a man from the Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, whose identity he's never revealed. Instead, he referred to this man by the nickname Falcon. Falcon said that he represented a group of people inside the system who wanted to reveal what the government really knows about aliens and UFOs, and wanted to reveal it to the public slowly through a trustworthy, reputable ufologist like Bill. And that's reasonable. You don't want the public to freak out all at once. You want to introduce this stuff slowly. But there was a catch.
There's always a catch with this kind of deal. So what was the catch here?
Basically, Falcon and his associates wanted information about what was going on in the UFO community, what it was aware of, the ideas that were circulating in it, that kind of thing. If Bill would keep tabs on what the UFO people were thinking, Falcon would give him information about what the government really knows. As an earnest of his good faith, he gave Bill a document about a UFO landing in Mexico in 1969. The document referred to a government project by the name of Silver Sky, and Bill checked it out. He went around New Mexico looking for the witnesses to the UFO landing, and he didn't find it. The next time he met Falcon, he confronted him with the fact that the document was a fake and none of the people mentioned in it existed. Falcon said, "Congratulations, you passed the test." They'd given him the document to see if he was really a competent investigator who could be trusted with sensitive information. If he hadn't been the type of researcher they were looking for, he would have gone straight to the public without checking it out to see if Project Silver Sky even existed. But he didn't. He showed them that he was the kind of quality person they were looking for, and now they were ready to start giving him the real stuff. So they started doing business.
And how did he become involved with Paul Benowitz?
Falcon introduced Bill to our other friend, Richard Doty, and in February 1981, Falcon and Doty asked him to give Paul a copy of the Aquarius document that we mentioned last episode. Just as a refresher, the Aquarius document said that despite the closure of Project Blue Book, the government was still secretly investigating UFOs, that NASA was receiving the information it was developing, and that something known as Project Aquarius was involved. So was a group nobody had heard of named MJ-12. And most relevant to our story today, NASA was following the information that Paul Benowitz was developing. But there was a problem. Bill Moore had seen an earlier version of the Aquarius document, and the one they gave him now was different. It had been edited. Greg Bishop reports.
The document in its pristine condition was only seen by Bill Moore in the offices of AFOSI, and once again in February of 1981, when he was handed a heavily edited and rewritten version of the message and told that he was to give this copy to Paul Benowitz. When he asked why the new version was riddled with changes, Falcon replied that it had to be sanitized to protect sensitive projects. It was the first time that he'd been asked to lie to a fellow researcher. This sort of commitment to the deception bothered Moore, and he sat on the document for a few months until he was gently warned that all operations were off unless he followed through. Moore explained, "My understanding, although I never knew for sure, was that Benowitz was expected to wave it to the press and others as proof of what he was saying about an alien invasion, at which point the document would be denounced as counterfeit and Benowitz would be further discredited."
So Bill suspected that the edited document was meant as a setup for Paul to discredit him. And he didn't want that to happen because he'd gotten to know Paul and become friends. But if Bill didn't deliver it to him, he wouldn't be learning anything more from Falcon about what the government really knows about UFOs. So he sat on it for a few months. Then he got an almost Solomonic split-the-middle idea. He would deliver the document to Paul, satisfying Falcon, but he would tell Paul not to use it, thus protecting him and thwarting Falcon's plans. And as we discussed last episode, in the summer of 1981, he made an appointment with Paul at his business, Thunder Scientific Labs, took him into a closet, turned up a radio so nobody and no listening devices could hear them, and whispered to Paul that he should just use the document for his own research, but otherwise just sit on it. So even though Bill knew he was giving Paul an edited, thus at least partially falsified document, he was still trying to be his friend. And, as we'll see later, Bill eventually did a major, voluntary act of public penance for his deeds and paid a heavy price.
What about Paul's discovery of the alien base at Archuleta Mesa? How'd that happen?
As we indicated, Paul suspected that there was an alien base in that area because of his interactions with abductee Myra Hansen and Officer Gabe Valdez. But, of course, the Air Force helped foster this impression, as it helped take his attention off of some of the things that were happening with secret projects over Kirtland AFB. There may have been secret projects elsewhere. In an interview for the documentary Mirage Men, Richard Doty states,
Paul is a pilot. He had a plane. He flew around those areas. He saw things and he filmed things up there that, again, presented a problem for us because what he was filming up there was actually a secretive military installation that was training commandos. So then we had to convince Paul that what he was a UFO.
There's actually some confusion about this. While there apparently was a secret military base in the Archuleta Mesa area, there's a question about whether it was actively training commandos at that time. In his book, Project Beta, Greg Bishop reports,
Kirtland AFOSI also rang up Fort Carson Army Base in southern Colorado and inquired if they still conducted training missions in the Dulce area. No, they said, but they wouldn't mind cranking it up again. The Army was given further encouragement by an Air Force offer to cover at least some of the costs of these extra training exercises by filling out expense vouchers. Faced with this unexpected gravy train, the Army Infantry and the elite Delta Force detachment that used the area needed little encouragement. To sweeten the pot, AFOSI also told them that the ruse was part of an counter-espionage project against the Russians, which in a sense it was, as we shall see.
We'll cover the Russian espionage angle later in this episode, but for now, notice that we have a contradiction between whether the commando base near Archuleta Mesa was or was not currently being used for training activity. Whichever was the case, the Air Force decided to seed the area with props to convince Paul that there was, in fact, an alien base there. Doty talked about this in an interview back in 2005, and many listeners of Mysterious World will recognize the voice of the interviewer.
From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, where you may be in both time zones, all of them covered like a great warm blanket by this program, Coast to Coast AM. I'm Mark. My pleasure.
What we did was we went ahead and fortified his thought by putting a fence up there around certain things, bringing in some helicopters.
Well, what'd you do? Paint them jet black or something?
We had a couple of black helicopters, and we had some things planted onto the ground around Archuleta Peak.
The things that they planted apparently included a dome, Paul saw, as well as air vents from the supposed underground base. And the commandos that were being trained there included the Army's Delta Force Special Forces Detachment, which I promised last episode would play a role in this mystery. Greg Bishop reports,
at one point in the proceedings, Officer Gabe Valdez was helping to coordinate a local Albuquerque news crew reconnaissance of the area for a documentary that had hired Benowitz as a consultant. Serendipitously enough for the AFOSI, the Delta Force was conducting one of their free-for-alls up on the Archuleta Mesa that day. As the news helicopter was hovering about over the pines, Benowitz pointing out areas of interest, 3 huge Black Hawk helicopters screamed over a ridge and buzzed the terrified passengers. Thinking that they were under some sort of attack or harassment, they quickly retreated and landed back at the local airport with the Army in hot pursuit. The Delta Force set down a few hundred feet away and disgorged a few of their black-clad personnel, while Army tank trucks rolled out to refuel them. Still shaken and dubious about approaching the menacing group, Benowitz and the news people asked Valdez if he knew what was going on. Unnerved, but undaunted, Valdez approached the open door of the nearest helicopter. One of the officers shouted that Valdez was out of his jurisdiction, but the single-minded Valdez jumped aboard to take a close-up look at the identifying patches on one of the uniforms before he was threatened with more than a verbal warning and backed off. Recalling the incident, Valdez said, "This was my jurisdiction, damn it, and I wanted to see who was invading my town and scaring people." The AFOSI also asked the Army to fly low over farmhouses and pastures to drive home the point. Special forces were in the area, and something was going on up on Archuleta. Hotshot pilots were only too happy to fly.
I like the way that Bishop puts it. Valdez was threatened with more than a verbal warning. Nicely understated. I assume that means they pointed a gun at him.
Paul also saw a crashed vehicle of some kind that he took to be a nuclear-powered UFO that humans were using, but that aliens shot down. What was that?
It's unclear, and there have been various speculations about it. Some have suggested that it would have been an early stealth plane, and stealth technology was still classified at this time. Others have suggested it might have been an early drone.
That raises the question of what technologies the Air Force and the other agencies were trying to protect by lying to Paul. What's the current thinking on that?
There are a number of different theories. Obviously, whatever it was that crashed on Archuleta whether a stealth plane or a drone, was one of them. There were also other technologies. One of them was the NSA communication system that Paul had hacked into and that they then turned against him to feed messages from the aliens. In his book, Project Beta, Bishop makes the case that one was another technology alternately known as Project Rainbow or as Tabor Orange, which involved tracking and controlling Soviet spy satellites. These were things we had learned how to do based on the efforts of people spying for us in Russia.
Simple identification was not the end product of all this dangerous effort. The assets stationed in Russia had done their job so well that the Americans not only knew which pieces of technology were passing silently overhead, they also knew how to defeat some of the satellite security-coded systems, read the information stored in their memory, and even reprogram their guidance systems to steer them out of orbit. The secret lay in laser communication. The Russians had devised a way of talking to their spacecraft using laser pulses instead of more easily intercepted radio waves. Once the boys at Kirtland had identified and tracked the orbits of their targets, the information was immediately relayed to the Stallion Laser Facility located 200 miles south at White Sands Missile Range. There, laser experts and intelligence officers used the stolen codes to tap into the satellites and download any useful information, such as any sensitive areas that had been photographed, and then sent a command to steer the spacecraft into a useless orbit or attitude. By the time it appeared over the Russian horizon, Soviet technicians were completely bamboozled as to why their equipment was constantly screwing up. They would correct the problem as the satellite passed over them, only to have the thing come back around the next time with a whole new set of malfunctions. The satellite espionage program, which may have been known either as Project Rainbow or Tabor Orange, depending on who was talking, was an unqualified success. But Paul Benowitz represented the weak link in security. After the AFOSI found out he was taking pictures of the laser, they again broke into his home, located the pictures, and replaced them with blank frames.
So this may have been one of the technologies that Paul stumbled across, and there may have been others as well.
Who was giving Doty his orders?
One theory that's been proposed in the ufological community is that nobody was giving him his orders, that he was a rogue agent who decided to do this on his own. Doty, of course, denies this.
How did you become involved with this Benowitz case?
I was the counterintelligence officer today.
All right.
The information got to my desk, and I briefed my commander and sent a little message up to headquarters, and we were tasked with obtaining all the information we could from Paul.
That, of course, was only authorization to start finding out about Paul, not to lie to him. But Doty says that everything else that happened later on was also authorized.
I followed orders. Everything we did was following orders.
And I think that's right. Richard Doty's rank at the time he left the Air Force in 1988 was Master Sergeant. A Master Sergeant is a senior non-commissioned officer. So he wasn't even a commissioned officer. There's no way that someone with that rank would be able to personally authorize everything the Air Force did, like creating and installing props up on the Archuleta Mesa to make it look like the base was there, or underwriting funding to partially pay Delta Force to come in and train there, things like that. Also, we know who Doty's immediate superior was, and he's named in the books on these topics, and Doty has said he got his orders from him. And we know that Doty's superior also had interactions with Benowitz as part of the deception. On at least one occasion, he flew over Archuleta with Paul. As far as I know, he hasn't spoken publicly about the Benowitz affair, but the evidence strongly supports Doty's superior Paul.
The real question would be, how high up the chain of command the project went? Do you have a sense of that?
I'm sure it didn't go all the way up to Commander-in-Chief President Ronald Reagan. A president wouldn't be briefed on or approve decisions to run a disinformation campaign against a lone UFO guy like Paul Benowitz. So the answer seems to be that the person giving the orders was somewhere in the middle. Doty refers to having been in communication with headquarters about the affair, but that could mean different things. Also, since multiple agencies were involved, it may have involved key officers in several agencies. Here, Bishop offers an interesting theory. Referring to ufologist Bill Moore, he says,
So he came back to his contact, which a lot of people know as Falcon. That's what Bill Moore and his partner began to refer to this guy. It was apparently from the Defense Intelligence Agency. He actually was the head of, as far as I know, the head of the operation against Benowitz. That the orders came down from him.
So Falcon, the Defense Intelligence Agency, may have been in charge of the overall disinformation effort.
What was the motive for deceiving him? Why not just tell him the truth, that he'd stumbled upon some advanced technology work and should back off?
Initially, Paul did think that he might have stumbled onto something classified and wasn't sure it was UFOs. But Doty explains the decision this way.
Initially, he thought maybe it was classified. He told us if I tapped into something, let me know. Well, we weren't going to do that because we don't know who the friends were. We couldn't really, he wasn't a trusted person.
By we didn't know who his friends were, Doty is referring to the possibility that Paul may have been in contact with people who were, even if he didn't know it, actually Soviet agents. Documentary maker and author Mark Pilkington explains,
the ufologists were constantly seeking evidence for the extraterrestrial conspiracy and the UFO cover-up. They were digging through documents, they were hanging around secret air bases, and quite likely stumbling upon genuine military secrets. And a more serious possibility was that Soviet intelligence agents may have been infiltrating the UFO field in order to extract this kind of information about new technologies. I think it's no coincidence that the timing of the operation against Paul Benowitz dovetails with the development of the stealth program, and at the time, this was the absolute pinnacle of global aviation technology. That's exactly the sort of thing that Soviet agents would be looking for.
And not only could Soviet agents learn about our classified technology programs from ufologists like Paul, if they did learn about them, it could endanger our people in Russia, like the ones who helped us crack the Soviet satellite system. Greg Bishop explains,
there were assets in Russia who were sending this information back, and if they found out that somebody over here was getting that information and using it on these satellites through Paul Benowitz or anybody else, these people would have been, imprisoned or killed or whatever. And they figured, I think Richard can comment on this, that they figured that the one person getting paranoid and going off the deep end was worth 10 or 12 or 15 or however many agents they had over in Russia doing this. And apart from the fact that it's just the basic information.
Also, according to Richard Doty, they didn't foresee Paul becoming mentally unstable due to all this.
Do you feel any guilt for this?
Later on, yes, absolutely. It was meant to be a short-term operation, disinform him, and then kind of walk away from it.
So according to Doty, they didn't want to just tell Paul the truth because they were afraid that the information could get back to the Soviets. As Pilkington and Bishop explained, that would endanger both our defense posture and our human assets on the ground. They thus decided to deceive Paul and discredit him, so people wouldn't believe what he was saying. It would just sound like crazy UFO theories. But they didn't need to drive him off the deep end. They thought that they'd make him look like a nut, and he could go to UFO conventions and say all the nutty things he wanted, none the worse for wear. Instead, he became mentally unbalanced. So this was really meant to be a minor operation that got out of control and had unintended consequences. At least, that's what Agent Doty would like us to believe.
Do I detect a note of skepticism?
Yes, because as we heard Richard Doty himself say earlier,
it was very easy to convince Paul. Paul was a World War II veteran. He's very patriotic. He always floats his flag. Those type of people you can convince that, listen, just telling Paul. You can't tell anybody else about this. On hand. So immediately Paul became a cooperating source, and he held everything that he had gotten in secrecy.
So Paul was exactly the kind of person they could trust to keep things secret. He even offered to back off if, as he initially suspected, he had stumbled across a classified program that had nothing to do with aliens. That suggests that the Air Force may have had a different motive. The explanation Doty would have us believe could be an example of what is referred to in the intelligence world as a limited hangout. Former Deputy Director of the CIA, Victor Marchetti, explains,
Limited hangout is spy jargon for a favorite and frequently used gimmick of the clandestine professional. When their veil of secrecy is shredded and they can no longer rely on a phony cover story to misinform the public, they resort to admitting, sometimes even volunteering, some of the truth while still managing to withhold the key and damaging facts in the case. The public, however, is usually so intrigued by the new information that it never thinks to pursue the matter further.
Applying that to this case, when the public became aware that the Air Force and other agencies had been running a disinformation campaign against Paul Benowitz, they may have chosen to do a limited hangout. They'd admit that there was a disinformation campaign, since they couldn't deny that any longer, but they'd make it sound as innocent as possible and
How did the public become aware of the disinformation campaign?
Remember that we earlier mentioned that Paul's friend, ufologist Bill Moore, voluntarily did a major act of public penance and paid a high price for doing so. What he did was blow the whistle on the entire operation. At the 1989 Mutual UFO Network, or MUFON, convention in Las Vegas, he gave a speech in which he revealed the whole thing. In this speech, he revealed how the Air Force, including Richard Doty, had misled and manipulated Paul Benowitz. He also revealed how the UFO community itself had been misled and manipulated with the claims that Paul and others had been making. These included major elements of 1980s UFO lore, including not only Roswell, but also the idea that we had a secret treaty with the aliens, that there were underground bases, conflicts between the military and the aliens, and the alien plan to take over the world. Here's part of that 1989 speech.
What we are hearing today about malevolent aliens, underground base, treaties with the U.S. government, has its roots firmly planted in the Benowitz affair. The entire story, the treaty, the U.S. government has changed the technology between us and the aliens, of battles between aliens and American armed forces, and of aliens allegedly having planted thousands of for the purpose of the world, using us as cattle for slavery. As a result of the process, I know I was in a position this process was unfair, and I was providing regular reports on its effectiveness to some of the people who
the MUFON convention crowd take it. Bill revealed all these things.
Not well. He was trashing major elements of the UFO lore that they were heavily invested in. They started booing and heckling. In fact, in this clip, you can hear them start to boo, after which MUFON official Hal Starr has to step up to the mic to calm them down.
It became apparent to me that my supplying information to the government through Doty on the activities of Paul Benowitz, Papo, and to a lesser extent several other individuals was to be a part of this equation. I also discovered that whatever it was that Benowitz was involved with subject to considerable interest on the part of not one, but several government agencies, and that they were actively trying to defuse, pumping as much misinformation as he could possibly absorb. Being a very small part of that process gave me, I thought, something good advantage. It became my intention to put at as many to get out of it.
I'm a little ashamed of this audience, regardless of what you believe.
Greg Bishop, who attended Bill's speech at the 1989 MUFON convention,
Moore's speech ran nearly 2 hours. It had to be stopped several times by MUFON's Arizona State Director Hal Starr to restore order. Another researcher stood up and rhetorically asked, "Where'd you get all that crap from, Bill?" The publisher of a major UFO magazine ran out in tears. People literally yelled, cried, and gritted their teeth in anger. I was surprised that they didn't throw things. The reaction to Moore's admission was predictable. Bill English, who ran out with fists clenched saying, "I'm going to get a fire hose," was one of Moore's fellow APRO members, who probably felt doubly betrayed, even though Moore had never disinformed him or anyone else he worked with at APRO. English stormed out in red-faced rage. Like English, many of Moore's colleagues could not handle the cognitive dissonance that he had laid on them.
When he got up to give his speech, Bill knew that this would likely end his career in ufology, and basically did. After this, he essentially retired from the field. However, he had succeeded in his goal of alerting the UFO community to how the Air Force and others within the intelligence community were deceiving and manipulating the UFO world. And it wasn't just Paul and Bill that were involved. That other prominent ufologists had also struck deals similar to the one he had. He hasn't revealed the names of these other ufologists, but what he said suggests a broader disinformation campaign than just the one aimed at Paul Benowitz.
Who would the broader campaign's targets have been?
The UFO community itself. In the book version of Mirage Men, Mark Pilkington writes that the explanations that had been proposed do not explain
the Air Force's sustained psychological assault on Paul's brilliant but fragile mind. Nor do they explain why the Air Force, or whichever organization was responsible, would test its new toys, especially its most treasured alien toys, with an eye and camera shot of a housing development when it had several square miles of secluded open desert in which to do so. Most damning to the secret technology argument is that if Benowitz had seen something that he shouldn't have done, the Air Force could simply have asked him to keep quiet about it. As a patriot and a military contractor, he would almost certainly have done so. Should he have refused, the military could have resorted to legal pressures. As Brad Sparks and Barry Greenwood point out, intercepting secret government or military communications would have been in breach of the Communications Act of 1934 and the Espionage Act of 1917. If Benowitz had been intercepting sensitive NSA transmissions, for example, they could have arrested him, impounded his equipment, and shut down his business. But they didn't. Instead, they encouraged him in his delusions. Why? The version of events proposed by Greenwood and Sparks casts AFOSI and the entire Benowitz operation in a more sinister, premeditated light. Kirtland AFOSI probably first identified Benowitz at Harrison Schmidt's cattle mutilation conference held on their doorstep in Albuquerque in April 1979. A month later, Rick Doty transferred to Kirtland from Ellsworth, where UFO-themed disinformation had been successfully deployed against the National Enquirer the previous year. 4 months later, in July 1979, Benowitz began filming lights over the Manzano Range at Kirtland, conveniently within eyeshot of his own home, and recording the radio transmissions that he believed were connected to the UFOs. On 27 January 1980, Benowitz received his first communication from the aliens themselves. In a 1981 letter to the Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence at the Air Force, he makes the striking point that none other than Major Ernest Edwards, the commander of Kirtland's security force, and the first person that Benowitz reported his UFO sightings to, had been present at the first electronic communications session and had unofficially provided valuable logistic judgment to Project Beta. The Air Force had been actively involved with Benowitz, encouraging him in his delusions from the very beginning. In July 1980, AFOSI sent Craig Weitzel's letter about UFOs at Kirtland to APRO, who asked Bill Moore to investigate. And finally, that September, Moore was contacted by Falcon and Richard Doty, and the Benowitz operation went into second gear. Considered in this light, the affair takes on a whole new dimension. Benowitz didn't accidentally stumble onto the UFOs flying over Kirtland. They were a brightly lit lure, flown entirely for his benefit. The Weitzel letter, meanwhile, was expressly intended to draw in a UFO researcher. Both Moore and Benowitz were baited and trapped. AFOSI planned to use these men as conduits for their UFO disinformation from the very beginning. Their real target was not Benowitz at all, but the entire UFO community.
So the idea proposed here is that the Air Force entrapped Paul and Bill into a pre-planned disinformation operation targeting the UFO community as a whole.
Why would they want to do that?
Mark Pilkington writes,
Imagine that you are the Air Force. Your goal is nothing less than total air supremacy, and to maintain this, you need to keep secrets. Lots of them. Operational secrets, tactical secrets, and technological secrets in the shape of aircraft, satellites, and weapons. Maintaining these secrets, particularly regarding your technology, is absolutely critical. Meanwhile, the ufologists are trying to get a peek at your black projects, bombarding you with Freedom of Information Act requests and accusing you of conspiring with DNA-stealing aliens to cover up the truth about UFOs, which you know don't exist. The ufologists' aim is to reveal all the secrets that you're spending many millions of dollars to protect. You are quite reasonably going to consider these people a threat, and you're going to want to neutralize them. By controlling Paul Benowitz, a noisy proponent of UFO conspiracies who lived right on your doorstep, and Bill Moore, one of the most well-respected members of the UFO community, you have the perfect base from which to launch an assault on this troublesome segment of the population. Benowitz's Project Beta served to focus and divide the UFO community, creating a wall of noise around the subject that made serious research difficult. Many people who might want to take the subject seriously were dissuaded from doing so. It was a masterclass in information warfare, but it came at a terrible price.
So, according to this theory, Paul Benowitz was a victim of a broader plan to deceive the UFO community, to inject so much disinformation in the UFO lore that it would make serious research much harder, and thus throw up a smokescreen that would better protect the U.S.'s secrets and strengthen our position in the Cold War.
Let's look at this from the other perspective. A lot of people in the UFO community argue that, in a good disinformation campaign, some of the material has to be true in order to make it believable. So how much of what the Air Force told Paul might be true in this case?
Some of it. I've heard it said that in such campaigns you always want to put a lie between two truths, but I'm not sure that's the right ratio. Doty himself has said that about 80% of the UFO community is false and 20% is true. It could easily be that all of the stuff they told Paul related to the aliens was fake, leaving only truths like, yes, we do have secret aircraft, and one of them did crash at Archuleta. It just wasn't a secret military craft built on alien technology.
Some in the UFO community have argued that in a disinformation campaign like this, you want to give away some of the biggest truths so that they can be discredited and people won't believe them. What do you make of that?
I'm not persuaded. Let's consider a parallel. If the government knows aliens are real because they've recovered crashed saucers or have a secret treaty with them, then this is something as important as the Manhattan Project's development of the nuclear bomb back in the 1940s. We really did not want the German or the Japanese governments learning that we were making progress toward having nukes, as it would have caused them to frantically start funneling resources into their own nuclear programs, which we'll be discussing in future episodes. So what did we do? We didn't start spreading rumors that we were getting close to having the bomb, but then surround these rumors with crazy stories in order to bring discredit on the idea that we were running a nuclear program. Instead, we tried to keep an iron lid on the fact we were aggressively pursuing developing the bomb. And we used extensive security measures, which were not entirely successful, to keep the Manhattan Project entirely secret. Given that history, I think we'd likely do the same thing if we had proof aliens were visiting Earth. Leaking it and surrounding it with crazy stories could easily backfire.
What about the claims some have made that we want to get this information out so that the Russians would know we've been reverse engineering UFO tech so that they won't mess with us?
I think it's possible that we might have wanted to deceive Russians and make them believe we had UFO tech so that they wouldn't mess with us. In that case, we might let rumors leak out to make us seem stronger than we really are. Some have suggested that this is what's happening now with the Navy's current UFO patents for Dr. Salvatore Pais that we've discussed in previous episodes, that they're meant as a disinformation campaign against the Chinese to make them think we have tech that we really don't. But if we actually had alien-based technology, I don't think we'd need rumors to the public about it. We would either secretly tell the Russians or the Chinese, not the UFO community, that we had tech that was way out of their league, or we would have announced it publicly like we did with the stealth fighter and the stealth bomber, or we would have kept it completely secret like we did with the Manhattan Project and the nuclear bomb. Because if you actually have a piece of advanced technology, you don't need to scare your opponent into thinking you're stronger than you are. You really are strong.
Weren't there actually some very strange events that were part of the Paul Bennewitz story that the Air Force didn't know how to explain?
There were. As we covered last episode, the Kirtland papers indicate that one of their guards encountered an unexplained glowing disc-shaped object at Kirtland Air Force Base and other similar things. There also was a mysterious jamming of military and civilian radar in the area that came from a source within Kirtland. When abductee Myra Hansen was hypnotized, she was able to describe the interior of one of the facilities at Manzano Base in great detail, despite the fact she was a civilian who shouldn't have access to it. And both Bill Moore and Richard Doty reported seeing a strange glowing orb in Paul's house. These things could indicate that there was something more to the story than disinformation, but I'm not convinced.
Why not? How would you explain it?
The Air Force papers discussing the glowing disc-shaped object could themselves be disinformation, or the object could have been a secret project of some kind that the people preparing the paper weren't cleared to know about. The radar jamming could have been another secret project which the people preparing the report also weren't cleared to know about. Had been an undercover asset used to infect Paul, and she may have been given information about the Manzano facility. Or Paul was told her information was accurate, even though it might have been totally off. Or maybe she remote viewed the facility under hypnosis, who knows. And the glowing orb in Paul's home could have been a projection of some kind, perhaps a trick by the NSA, since we already know they were projecting other things into his house, like the transmissions. Well, some reports suggest that the orb looked solid, like the one we heard. In fact, it simply vanished, and that Bill Moore looked around to see if he could find a projector, suggest it might have just been a projected light. So, I don't think that these facts provide proof that any elements of the story have paranormal explanations.
What does Richard Doty have to say about how much of the story was real?
He claims that although many of the specifics that he told Paul were false, the core of the story, the idea that we've been visited by aliens and the government knows it, is true. He said that in 1979, just before the Bennewitz affair began, he was briefed onto a classified program.
I was selected to participate in a special access program within the counterintelligence community. My supervisor just looked at me and said, "You're going to be briefed into a program and you're going to be responsible for investigating everything associated with this program." The first part of the briefing dealt with how the United States Air Force were countering unauthorized disclosure to the public by using the UFO phenomena as a cover. And then the second part of the was where we were actually shown and briefed about the United States government and involvement with extraterrestrials. They showed us a lot of things. They showed us the film, which was the film of the recovery operation talked about it in Roswell. They showed crash debris, extraterrestrial body. There's also a brief showing a live aliens. And the narrator of the film talks about the continuation of the connection between the United States government and extraterrestrial civilizations. After viewing this, I was not sure if it was real. Presented it to us for some reason, maybe some kind of psychological conditioning. I don't think I initially believed any of it. But after the film was over, Air Force colonel in uniform then started talking about the operation of the program, how the United States government, and it was always the United States government, Air Force or Army, it was the United States government, how they progressed from the early days, and meaning the crash retrieval operations in the 40s until now, which was the 70s. And then the more he spoke, the more I realized that what I saw was real. This guy wouldn't be standing here talking to us with the people in the room, bringing into this high-level program. Oh, Roswell had crashes, one in Roswell and one in West. They didn't find the craft for a couple of years. It was all one crash, but it took them a couple of years to find the second crash.
Today, Doty says that Roswell really was an alien crash, and the government had subsequent contact with the alien.
How credible do you find him? How do we know he's telling the truth at this point?
Art Bell asked him that exact question.
You were a disinformation specialist. How in God's name am I supposed to understand I'm hearing the truth from you now?
I would have no reason whatsoever. If I wanted to disinform you on it, what I would do is try to convince you that the extraterrestrial visitation was baloney. Everything that you ever heard was wrong. I can't do that because it's not true. I wouldn't do it. I have no reason now, after all these years, to do it. I wasn't proud of what I did. I mean, I did a job. I'm not proud of what I did then. I'm really not. I'm somewhat embarrassed at times about.
But maybe you're proud of what you're doing now.
Well, I'm truthful now. I'm forward now. I mean, I'm open now.
So Doty says he should be believed now because he's no longer working for the Air Force. He no longer is doing the job he had then, allowing him to be open and truthful. And because if he wanted to disinform, he would simply try to get us to believe that there hasn't been any alien contact. I don't buy either of these reasons. Regarding the first, just because you're no longer publicly employed by the Air Force Office of Special Investigations doesn't mean you aren't doing your bidding or out of some other intelligence organization. Intelligence agents can stay on retainer even after their official employment ends, or they can be hired by other intelligence agencies like the NSA or the DIA or the CIA, and this fact isn't publicly announced. So Doty could well be doing the bidding of an intelligence agency.
What about the claim that if Doty wanted to disinform Art, he would be trying to convince him there was no alien contact?
The basis of this claim is that since the Benowitz affair, the Air Force has come out and said that the Roswell incident, which we discussed in episode 49, did not involve a UFO. Fine. In the 1990s, the Air Force said that what really crashed was a secret balloon project to detect Soviet nuclear tests, and we didn't want them to know we were monitoring the tests, which is why they wanted to keep the nature of the crash secret. But does the 1990s statement really represent a change in Air Force policy on UFOs? No. Back in the early 1980s, the Air Force's position was dismissive of UFOs. That was the justification for closing Project Blue Book in 1970. We looked into this, didn't find anything significant, didn't find anything threatening to our national defense, and if there is anything that's in business, we have no proof. And that's essentially the Air Force's attitude today, with the added detail that what crashed in Roswell was a Cold War spying project. So during the Paul Benowitz affair, the Air Force's public attitude was that we have no proof of alien contact. Yet their disinformation agents like Richard Doty were telling the UFO community that we do have such proof. Why then can't the same thing be happening now? The Air Force is still saying we don't have proof of aliens, while disinformation agents like Richard Doty, working either for them or another intelligence agency, are saying we do have proof. There has been no change, and we have no reason to trust what Doty is saying now.
If Doty's current claims were true, why would the Air Force let him keep making them?
Art also asked Doty this question, after which Doty and Bishop weigh in.
I still don't understand how they could have shown you Roswell and the true history of ufology and what the government knew, and had you sign all this, and even today that you could be sitting here telling us.
Well, I tried to explain that to you.
Well, you did.
The government is saying now that doesn't exist. That is baloney. even though I signed something. So what are they going to come back and try to prosecute me for telling something that they're saying is baloney?
Make them deny it. It's the whole trick.
Exactly. So they're not going to do that.
I think here Doty has an actual point. The government's current story is that they aren't in contact with aliens. It's hard for them to prosecute Doty for saying that they are. They wouldn't want to prosecute him for that because it would attract too much attention and convince people they are in contact. However, the government could strike at him in some other way. They could prosecute him for something else. They could frame him for a crime. They could give him a debilitating illness or even kill him in a way that looks like an accident or a home invasion where the perp got away. Any number of things. What that tells us is one of two things is the case. Either the Air Force and other intelligence agencies don't care what Richard Doty is doing now and don't view him as a serious threat, or that he's actually doing their bidding. In both cases, we don't have a reason to believe what he says. And, as multiple people who've interviewed Doty over time have said, his stories keep changing. He hasn't been telling a single consistent story since the affair ended, and the details of what he does say keep changing. To me, that says, don't trust anything Richard Doty says.
Are you saying that aliens don't exist, that they've never visited Earth, that we don't have contact with them, or that we don't have alien tech?
No, those are much broader claims, and we need to look at the evidence from many more sources to evaluate them. I think intelligent aliens almost certainly exist somewhere in this big universe, and I'm open to the idea that they visited Earth, but what I am saying is don't trust anything Richard Doty says, and be aware that there has been a really big disinformation campaign on this topic.
Okay, so what can we say about what happened to Paul Benowitz from the faith perspective? What can we say about Richard Doty's personal culpability?
Richard Doty has expressed regret for what he did to Paul. We heard one clip earlier in the show where he said that, and he also says it here, although a little bit more defensively, since Art Bell has really been putting him on the spot.
Speaking today in 2005, I'm not proud of what I did. I mean, I had a job to do, and I did my job. I followed orders.
Paul to go off the deep end. Short-term deception actually harm Paul. And when things started getting serious, he says he tried to warn Paul to back off the subject. Then, after Paul was hospitalized, he tried to confess to Paul.
Towards the end of this operation, I tried to convince Paul. Now, this wasn't me as a OSI, me as a person, because I was concerned about Paul's health.
Yes.
I was trying to convince Paul, and I went to his son to do this, is that, hey, everything we told you before, Paul, isn't true. And I explained to him why we were doing it. But he never believed me. He said, no, I can't believe you, Rick, because...
Well, right. Lied to me once and lied to me twice. You know, that's right. So I can see why that, you know, he would just think you were in official denial. You know, emergency mode. He's got to deny all this.
Yeah.
Doty even says that he went against orders in his effort to undeceive Paul.
You know, it upset me what happened to Paul. I mean, I went and talked to Paul about it, trying to convince him against my commander's orders, telling me, hey, he doesn't have a clearance. You can't go tell him it didn't happen. But he did anyway.
But his efforts were unsuccessful.
I visited Paul, and right up until I think probably 8 months before his death. I became friends with him, took him to dinner, and he never. I tried to talk to him. I tried to talk him away from that subject, and he was totally convinced.
From Bill Moore's perspective, Richard Doty wasn't the real problem here. In his 1989 talk, he told the MUFON audience,
Rick is not the man you're after. It's the person in the control position that's important here. In my opinion, he was a pawn in a much larger game, just as I was.
That's right. I can't judge Richard Doty's heart or anybody else's. I'm glad that he has expressed regret over what he did, and I hope he's effectually repented. But he was only a small part of it. The people ultimately responsible were those in charge of the overall disinformation
I know we can't judge their hearts either, but what can we say about the morality of the overall campaign?
As we say in many episodes that involve espionage, it's going to depend on your overall feeling of lying. If you think that lying is never permissible, then obviously disinformation campaigns are immoral. However, if you think there are circumstances where lying can be warranted, like tactical deceptions to save lives, especially in wartime, the Nazis, you don't have any Jews in your situation is more complex. During the Cold War, and lives, potentially millions of lives, were on the line if things went badly with the Russians and we got into a nuclear war. Many people would look at that and say most definitely our intelligence agencies are warranted in telling some lies to the Russians and even to the American people as a way of keeping the Russians in the dark.
Then the question would be, was this one of those cases? What do you say?
It depends on what the overall motive was. The story that they would have us believe is true, that they were just trying to keep Paul from realizing that he had stumbled onto some classified projects, then lying would not be justified. Paul was a World War II vet and a patriotic American. He had offered to back off if what he discovered was just some classified tech, and he certainly would have cooperated and kept it all secret if they had just admitted that. There was no need to lie to him. On the other hand, if all of this was part of a much larger, intentional disinformation campaign, the situation would be more complex. On the one hand, we need to keep the Soviets from discovering our secrets, but was a widespread disinformation campaign against the UFO community really the way to do that? I don't know all the secrets or the intelligence methods the Soviets would use to try to get at them, so I can't ultimately say. But I can say that the whole thing leaves me absolutely queasy. The government should not be lying to a large number of American citizens without a very, very good reason. And it is not obvious to me why such a disinformation campaign would be necessary in this case.
How common is this kind of campaign? Do you think similar operations are happening right now?
Here's what Richard Doty told our Bell.
How universal do you think this kind of tactic is?
I know during the 60s and 70s and into the 80s, it was widespread. It was a primary tactic used by U.S. intelligence for a number of things, not just UFOs, aliens. Use this information to anything while your cards.
And such things are still going on.
Is there any doubt in your mind that our government is still doing exactly that? There's somebody doing Richard Doty's past job in today's armed services.
Oh, I'm positive somebody's doing it. It's such a great method of laying people astray.
So disinformation is a great method of leading people astray, and there's certainly someone working for the government who's doing that for us right now, today, maybe Richard Doty.
So Jimmy, what's your bottom line on the Paul Benowitz Project Beta affair?
Paul Benowitz was a tragic figure. He was a brilliant man with a great deal of scientific knowledge. He was also psychologically fragile, and he ended up being driven over the brink by the lies he was told. The Air Force and Richard Doty presumably did not foresee what would happen to him. Paul may or may not have been entrapped by the Air Force and the intelligence community, but they did tell multiple lies to him and others, and the necessity of these is unclear at best and absent at worst. None of the UFO lore that came out of the Paul Benowitz affair should be regarded as reliable. In fact, many parts of UFO lore should be treated with great suspicion, as Paul was only one element in a broader disinformation campaign, as Bill Moore revealed. And you should never trust anything Richard Doty says.
So Jimmy, what do we have for further resources for the listeners?
We'll have a link to the documentary Mirage Men, also Mark Pilkington's book, Mirage Men, which covers some different ground than the documentary does, so there's added value there. Greg Bishop's book, Project Beta, Gabe Valdez Jr.'s book, Dulce Base, an open letter from Alejandro Rojas, who is one of the people who has accused Doty of just being a rogue agent who didn't have orders, So he explores that idea in this open letter. Also, the link to the original Coast to Coast AM interview, Greg Bishop and Richard Doty, so you can hear the whole thing if you're a Coast subscriber. Article on Paul Benowitz, an article on Dulce Base, one on Kirtland Air Force Base, the Albuquerque Historical Society article on Kirtland Air Force Base, an article on the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, or APRO, one on the Air Force Office of Special Investigation, one on the National Security Agency, a copy of Richard Doty's military records, and an article on what limited hangouts are.
Excellent. It's been a great 2 episodes on this subject. Thank you very much for that. So let's move on to our mysterious feedback. As I said before, we're going to be receiving feedback on our recent episode on the Mark of the Beast. The first feedback comes from Midwest Nagifa on YouTube, who writes, "Great episode, but the Pope didn't end up getting discussed."
Yeah, that's true. If I had thought about it, I would have included a segment of the show where we discussed the claim that one of the Pope's alleged titles, Vicarius Filii Dei, or Vicar of the Son of God, adds up to 666. There's a bunch of problems with that. Among other things, that's not one of the Pope's official titles. And if you get to pick your own phrase and add it up, you can make anybody the beast. Also, that view is not taken seriously by any biblical scholars. The rest of the data about the beast does not fit the Pope. And so this is an idea that's out there in some fundamentalist and circles, but it's not really taken seriously by biblical scholars. And so it wasn't really on my brain. But I'm sure we'll cover it in the future, an episode devoted to the papal Antichrist theory.
Okay. Father Horton sent an email. He said, "I agree that the most likely conclusion is that it's gematria and that the most likely candidate is Nero, but I don't think that either one is an open and shut case. It's not certain that the number is the number of a man, as is often translated. The word being translated is anthropo, which shows up in a very similar usage in Revelations 21:17, definitely not meaning of a man in the sense of a singular individual. Another puzzling issue is that, although St. Irenaeus is aware of the 616 reading, he doesn't think that it points toward Nero. He has lots of ideas, some more inventive than others, but not Nero. I would think that were Nero the obviously right answer that everyone knew in the late 1st century, it is unlikely that Irenaeus would be unaware of it as he is. He also looks for a future fulfillment of the prophecy without referring to the idea that it has already been fulfilled. A good episode at any rate, and thank you for working to calm the fears of people who are upset by incautious rumor mongers."
So Father Horton has a number of good things to say here, and I actually had to condense his email a little bit, but I tried to retain the essential points. He's correct that the word anthropo, which is the genitive form of the noun anthropos, meaning man or human, and because it's the genitive form, because of the way the Greek works, it can be translated either of man or of a man. That's a decision that the translators have to make. And the thing that you want to look to answer that is the context. So when anthropos shows up in Revelation 21:17, John has been measuring the heavenly city, and he's using the measure anthropos, the measure of man or human measurement, to do it. It wouldn't make sense to say, I've been measuring the city with a big rod that is according to the measure of a man, meaning some specific guy. It's clearly, in that case, the context points you to man as a general term. But I think the context is different in Revelation 13, where we read about the number of the beast being a number of man or of a man, because there we're told we need to import everything we know about the beast, which strongly links it to the Roman Empire and the line of Roman emperors, specifically. 7 heads represent 7 kings or emperors. And when we then find out one of those emperors has a name that adds up to 666, and he persecuted Christians, and he fulfills all the other things about the beast, I think that context helps serve as confirmation that, yeah, we've got the right interpretation here. Now, I agree, St. Irenaeus of Lyon was writing about 120 years later by my reckoning. He's writing around the year 189 AD. He did not link it to Nero. He had various other theories, but I don't think that it was obvious to everyone in the first century that Nero was the answer. John specifically says it takes wisdom to calculate this. So John expects some people to get it, but not everyone to get it. And I think some people did get it, which is why we have the number 616. But I think not everybody got it, because that's why we don't have everybody in the second and third and fourth century saying, oh yeah, that was Nero. That was linked to Nero. So I think the knowledge of who it was fairly limited and died out fairly quickly. And I think one of the reasons it died out is because of the hermeneutic that Irenaeus and others to apply to Revelation. I think they took an overly literal hermeneutic, so they expected things to be fulfilled in a more spectacular way than they actually were in the first century. And so that left them expecting these events to just have fulfillment in the future. And as part of the overly literal hermeneutic, Irenaeus and others think that, like, the Revelation 20's millennium is going to be a physical earthly reign of Christ for 1,000 years and stuff. So I think these guys had an overly literal interpretation, so they didn't notice the fulfillments that actually did occur, and they kept it in the future, and that's why they didn't associate the beast with Nero, and that's why the knowledge of that fulfillment became eclipsed.
Charlie K writes on YouTube, the Boss Metal Zone guitar pedal is known by guitar players to be one of the worst sounding pedals ever made, which means the schematic was probably more of an inside joke to guitar players than anything. When I found out this was the case, I thought it was hilarious.
So this refers to a claim that we covered in the Mark of the Beast episode where some people had put up a schematic on the web and claimed that it was a schematic for a Mark of the Beast chip that you would get with the COVID vaccine, when actually it was a schematic for this guitar pedal. And I, not being a guitar player myself, much less a rock guitar, electric guitar player, I had no idea this was regarded as one of the worst, and that only adds to the irony of the situation. So thank you, Charlie, for sharing.
Like the Jar Jar Binks of guitar pedals.
I guess
like.
so.
Sherry Not Shirley on YouTube writes, so very helpful. Glad I found this video. Relieved.
And thank you, Sherry Not Shirley. That's why I did the episode. That's why we got it into the schedule really quick, because we knew that people were worried about this and we wanted to provide relief.
Flying Car 100 on YouTube wrote, they actually don't even allow for social security numbers to start with 666.
I'm not surprised. I haven't verified that for myself, but I can easily see why when they set up Social Security, they wouldn't want any numbers starting with 666, because it would only confirm in people's minds that it was somehow connected to the beast.
Kung Fu You Too on YouTube wrote, I got the first of 2 COVID-19 vaccine shots and 665 appeared on my forehead. I'm nervous about getting the second dose.
I would be too if that happened to me.
Crystal M on Facebook wrote, thank you. I am a Catholic convert from a very end-times-focused Protestant background. I know we're not supposed to be afraid and to trust in God, but I'm human and this stuff freaks me out. This episode made so much sense, and I feel a lot more calm about it. I even shared it with others like me. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Crystal. I'm very glad that the episode was helpful to you and helped calm some concerns. Thank you for sharing it with others.
And thank you, everyone, for your feedback. We really appreciate it. So, Jimmy, what mysterious headlines do we have this week?
Well, we've been talking about space and aliens and life in space, so I thought I'd give us a space today. You know, years ago, we've been sending probes to Mars for a long time. Now, when we sent the Viking probes in the 70s, one of the experiments we ran said there was life on Mars. And they then tried to debunk that, but actually the debunking has subsequently been debunked. And so this is still an open question. Is there life on Mars? And I think the odds are actually good that there is, but we'll have to see. Now, in subsequent decades, they kept sending probes to Mars to look for conditions that might harbor life. And it was so frustrating for people. I remember, for example, George Knapp, one of the weekend hosts on Coast to Coast, complaining about Why are you searching for life-supporting conditions? Just send a probe to test for life. Well, they're finally doing that. And so as of a few days ago, before this episode releases, the Perseverance rover will have arrived at Mars and either landed successfully or failed spectacularly. But hopefully it landed successfully because its purpose is to search for life in the soil of Mars and return samples to Earth where they can be studied by scientists under a microscope, and we can look and see, are there really microbes here? So we'll have a link to NASA's official page about that. Also, speaking of searching for living or formerly living things off of Earth, there may be dinosaur bones on the moon. Because when the big asteroid or asteroids hit Earth years ago, there was so much ejecta that some of it ended up on the moon, and there could be dinosaur bones and frozen dinosaur meat up there. We'll have to find out. And once we get back to the moon in a few years, maybe we'll run across some interesting flash frozen dinosaur stuff. And if life can go up from Earth, life can come down to Earth. There is a report of a meteor in Peru that has made people sick. So there's this weird meteor sickness that's happened down in Peru. It hypothetically could be due to a number of things. One of them is there could be a virus or other pathogen on the meteor, other microorganism on the meteor. It's also possible that it could be due to something else. It could be hysteria, although I think the evidence may point against that. But it also could be things like when the meteor smacked into the ground, it made a big dent. That could have gotten some arsenic into the water supply or something. So there are some different options, but we'll have a link to the article and you can read all about it.
Excellent. Some good headlines. So that about does it for us. We want to hear from you, your feedback on what your theories about Paul Benowitz and Project Beta and everything that happened with him. Now that you've got the complete picture of the 2 episodes, what are your theories now? You can let us know by visiting sqpn.com or the Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World Facebook page, or send an email to mysterious@sqpn.com, or send a tweet to @mys_world with the hashtag of mysterious feedback. So, Jimmy, what's our next episode going to be about?
Next episode, we'll be answering our patrons' questions, so we'll be talking about subjects like gravity illusion, the Winchester Mansion, Marian apparitions outside the Catholic Church, precognitive dreams, evangelizing extraterrestrials, and how I find accurate information in today's world.
Excellent. So, folks, remember to like this episode when you find it on Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World on Facebook, and retweet it on Twitter, and share it around. Let other people know about the podcast. You do a great job at doing that, and we really do appreciate when that happens. You can find links to Jimmy's resources from our discussion and links to those mysterious headlines on our show notes at sqpn.com/mysterious. And remember, to help us continue to produce the podcast, please visit sqpn.com/give. Until next time, Jimmy Akin, thank you for exploring with us our mysterious world.
Thanks, Dom.
And once again, I'm Dom Bettinelli. Thank you for listening to Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World on StarQuest.
And you should never trust anything Richard Doty says.
Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is brought to you by the StarQuest Production Network and is made possible by our many generous patrons. If you'd like to support the podcast, please visit sqpn.com/give. Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part through the generous support of Aaron Bergeson Electric and Automation, making connections for life for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida at aaronv.com, and by rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace. Visit rosaryarmy.com and get a free all-twine knotted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at rosaryarmy.com. And by the Colchester Curry House, helping people make authentic Indian cuisine from the comfort of their home. Find authentic Indian spice blends and recipes at colchestercurryhouse.com.
Previously on Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World.
My crew and I need more information before we can make our recommendations to stop.
But I'm puzzled over you bringing a Betazoid to this meeting. If her purpose, sir, is to probe my thoughts.
I can sense only strong emotions, Doctor.
Frequencies open, sir. I have asked you here to discuss a mutual problem, Captain.
Captain, I sense considerable deception on Bach's part, and danger.
You're listening to episode 130 of Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World. Mysteries from the twin perspectives of faith and reason. In this episode, we're talking about lie detectors. I'm Don Bettinelli, and joining me today is Jimmy Akin. Hey, Jimmy.
Howdy, Don.
Folks, I want to encourage you, please be sure to stick around to the end of the show. This week's feedback is going to be from our Death at the National Hotel episode we did recently, and so you want to make sure to stick around for that one. But first, let's talk about lie detectors. Human beings have been deceiving each other since the dawn of history, and that's made finding ways to detect lies a high priority. Various techniques have been used throughout history, and with the rise of modern technology, new methods have been invented. The 20th century saw the development of lie detectors such as the polygraph machine. But do they really work? How reliable are they? How have people beaten them? And what should you do if you're ever asked to take a lie detector test? That's what we'll be talking about on this episode of Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World. So, Jimmy, why did you want to do this episode?
Periodically, we do what I think of as foundational episodes. In these, we develop conceptual tools that we use to evaluate other mysteries. An example was episode 79, where we looked at the conceptual distinctions between magic, religion, psychic phenomena, and science. Another example was episode 52, where we discussed hypnosis, a tool that's frequently used for memory retrieval in true crime, espionage, and UFO cases. Unfortunately, it's also highly unreliable and not to be trusted. In this episode, it'll be similar because lie detectors also are used when investigating true crime, espionage, and UFO encounters, as we saw in our recent two-parter on the Pascagoula UFO abduction of Charlie Hickson and Calvin Parker. As we heard in that episode, a pair of episodes, one of the key issues discussed both by their critics and their supporters was the fact that they passed lie detector tests and the controversy involved how good those tests were. So we've encountered lie detectors before and we'll encounter them again, and I wanted to do an episode on how they work and how accurate they are. Also, it's just an interesting subject and there's a good bit to say about it.
So, this may seem an odd question, but how far back in time does lying go?
Lying, or at least deception, goes back even farther in time than human beings do. Numerous animal species practice deception. Some of them even have it built into their physical form, like where species are designed to look like something other than what they are. For example, some predators are physically built to disguise themselves so that their prey won't recognize them. Case, for example, with anglerfish, which have a long filament growing out of their foreheads, and they can just sit there and wiggle that filament so that it looks like a nice, juicy prey animal that a passing fish could eat. But what they're really doing is wiggling the filament as bait so that they can draw in a passing fish and eat him. On the other hand, some animals are physically built to look like predators. Case, for example, with the red milk snake, which has alternating bands of color that go red, black, yellow, black, red. That's very similar to the color pattern on a coral snake, which has bands that go red, yellow, black, yellow, red. The difference is that on a milk snake, bands for red and yellow are always separated by black, while on a coral snake, bands of red and yellow always go together, leading to the saying, red and yellow can kill a fellow, because coral snakes are poisonous, but red milk snakes are not. The red milk snake deters predators by making them think it's a dangerous coral snake. Other animals use their behavior to deceive either predators or prey. A famous example of that is the American opossum, the only marsupial in North America, which famously goes limp or plays dead to deceive potential predators. That leads to the expression playing possum. And by the way, for our listeners outside North America, when I was growing up, we had cats and we put food out for them on the front porch at night, and then possums would waddle up in the middle of the night to eat the cat crunchies. So I've had personal experience with possums.
So what about deception in human beings?
All of the examples we've mentioned in the animal kingdom deal with creatures that don't have the kind of spiritual nature that humans do, so they aren't subject to human morality. But after using the process of evolution to produce the human body, God endowed the first human beings with true human souls, and when he did that, he elevated their nature beyond what evolution itself was capable of producing. He gave us his grace in a way that elevated our nature and made it possible for us to live in perfect harmony with him and with other human beings. So love of God and love of neighbor could prevail, and we wouldn't need to do things like lying. But man fell by original sin and lost that elevated nature, putting us in opposition to God and to our fellow man. That means that lies are something human beings have been telling each other ever since the fall. In the Genesis narrative, the first lies told by a human being are attributed to Cain. As we read in Genesis 4,
Now Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain. And again she bore his brother Abel. Now Abel was a keeper of sheep, and Cain a tiller of the ground. In the course of time, Cain brought to the Lord an offering of the fruit of the ground, and Abel brought some of the firstlings of his flock and of their fat portions. And the Lord had regard for Abel and his offering, but for Cain and his offering he had no regard. So Cain was very angry, and his countenance fell. The Lord said to Cain, Why are you angry, and why has your countenance fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is lurking at the door. Its desire is for you, but you must master it. Cain said to Abel his brother, Let us go out to the fields. And when they were in the field, Cain rose up against his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, Where is Abel your brother? He said, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? And the Lord said, What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground.
in this passage, Cain tells two lies. First, he deceives his brother Abel by inviting him to go out into the field without revealing that he's planning on killing him. Depending on what your definition of a lie is, you could quibble about that. It's technically a lie, but it's at least a case of deception, since Cain expects Abel to believe that he will still be alive at the end of this excursion when that isn't the case. And secondly, he directly lies to God by saying he doesn't know where Abel is, when in fact he's killed Abel and does know. Also, there's a little subtlety in the text that may not be obvious. You'll notice the text says Abel was a keeper of sheep, and when Cain is talking to God, he says, I don't know, am I my brother's keeper? Like, am I his shepherd? Am I supposed to keep track of him? So, in any event, lying is something that humans have been prone to ever since the fall, and that means that we've had a need to detect lies ever since we acquired original sin.
What's the earliest form of lie detection that we know about?
The earliest form is simply watching other people and trying to form an estimate of whether they're telling the truth or not. That involves watching their behavior and seeing if they show signs of deception, like being nervous or anxious when telling us about something they shouldn't be nervous or anxious about. It also involves taking other facts we know and comparing them with what a person is telling us. So if he says something that conflicts with what we know to be true, it's a sign he's lying. But these methods don't cover all the cases we encounter, so we've also developed more specialized lie detection strategies.
What are some of the techniques that were used in the ancient world before we got modern technology?
One example is found in the 11th century BC during the reign of the Israelite judge Jephthah, who we read about in Judges chapters 10 to 12. This was a little before 1000 BC. Now, Jephthah was a man from the territory of Gilead, and he defended Israel against its enemies. But some of the Israelites got jealous. These included men from the tribe of Ephraim, who thought that Jephthah had slighted them by not calling on them when Israel needed to be defended. Jephthah's answer was, hey, I asked you before and you didn't show up, so I didn't bother asking you the most recent time. What's the big deal, you bunch of slackers? Their answer was, we don't care what you think of us. We will burn down your house over you with fire, so get ready to be burned alive, buddy. The Ephraimites then attacked the Gileadites, who defeated them in battle. But some Ephraimites were trapped in Gilead after this battle, and they wanted to get home. The Gileadites were in control of the way home, so the Ephraimites needed to pretend to be Gileadites so they could move around without interference. And the Gileadites knew they were trying to sneak out by pretending not to be Ephraimites, and so to expose the deception, they employed a lie detecting technique.
And when any of the fugitives of Ephraim said, let me go over, the men of Gilead said to him, are you an Ephraimite? When he said no, they said to him, then say Shibboleth. And he said, Sibboleth, for he could not pronounce it right. Then they seized him and slew him at the fords of the Jordan.
This is a clever technique. People from different areas have different accents, different ways of pronouncing the same words, and it can be very difficult to pronounce a word in a way that you're not used to. At that time, one of these words was shibboleth, which apparently referred to an ear of grain, like on the stalk of wheat. In Gilead, people would pronounce this word with a sh sound on the front of it, so it would be pronounced shibboleth. But in Ephraim, they didn't say the word with the aspirated initial sound, and so they just used an S sound and said it Sibboleth. That allowed them to tell the true Gileadites from the Ephraimite fakers, and that let them detect the lie based on a subtle clue that people didn't have easy conscious control over. They detected the lie by listening to a subtle shift in voices. This test is interesting because it involves a subtle, involuntary cue that people would send, in this case, by their speech.
Are there other lie detection techniques used in the Bible?
One is found in the story of Susanna, which is in the Deuterocanonical edition of the book of Daniel. It's chapter 13 of the book. In this account, a righteous woman named Susanna has been falsely accused of committing adultery in a garden that had trees. The false accusation is made by two old men, so the young prophet Daniel has the two old men separated so they can't hear each other, and then he asks them what they saw. Specifically, he asked them under what kind of tree each of them saw the innocent woman committing adultery. Since the two old men can't confer to get their stories straight, they each say that the woman committed adultery under a different kind of tree, and thus Daniel exposes their stories as lies. This reflects a sound interrogation technique, separating the witnesses so they can't coordinate their stories, but it's not directed to the kind of lie detection that we'll be focused on in this episode.
Are there other specialized lie detection techniques that people in the ancient world used?
Around 500 BC, so about half a millennium after Jephthah, priests in India supposedly had a technique that would involve donkeys that were supposed to bray if their tail was being held by a person telling a lie. In this case, the donkey was functioning as the ancient equivalent of a lie detector. The priests told people accused of crime that they would be left in a room and need to hold the tail of the donkey. If the donkey brayed, it meant that they were liars who had committed the crime. But if the donkey stayed silent, it meant they were telling the truth and had not committed it. They then left the accused in the room with the donkey and listened to whether or not it brayed. Normally it didn't, and the accused person cited this as evidence of his innocence. But this didn't matter, because the donkeys in this test weren't really special and couldn't really tell if you were lying or not. Instead, what was important was whether you'd followed the priest's instructions and grabbed the donkey's tail. If you grabbed the tail, that showed you were innocent, because the priests had put a soot on the donkey's tail. And now that soot was on your hands, showing that you weren't afraid of the lie detector test and revealing that you were a truth teller who had not committed a crime. But if your hands were clean, that showed that you were afraid to touch the donkey's tail, even when instructed to by the priest. So, you were a liar who did not want to be exposed by the donkey test. The test is interesting because it involves tricking the person undergoing the test by lying to them. The person could beat the test by grabbing the donkey's tail, whether they were guilty or not. So the test wouldn't work unless the subject were deceived into thinking that it worked.
China also had an advanced civilization in ancient times. Did they have a lie detection method?
Apparently in ancient China, a physiological test was used. If you were a suspect, they had you put dry rice in your mouth. You spit it out, and then they checked whether you still had any rice sticking to your tongue. The idea was that liars tend to be nervous, and so they get dry mouth. If you had rice still sticking to your tongue, that meant you were lying. But if you were telling the truth, you produce enough saliva for all the rice to come off your tongue, and there wouldn't be any still sticking to it. This test is interesting because it involves another subtle involuntary cue, this time a physiolocal one, saliva production, rather than an involuntary speech cue, as in the shibboleth example.
How reliable were these ancient lie detection methods?
Not very. They were all either easy to beat or otherwise likely to give false results. But the ancient world was a rough place, and these were what they had to work with. So naturally, people were interested in more reliable methods, which seemed to become possible with the advent of modern technology.
How did the modern era of lie detection begin?
That accompanied the scientific revolution was lots and lots of measurements, as well as improved methods of taking more precise measurements. By the beginning of the 20th century, people were starting to wonder if these measurements could be used to detect subtle cues involved in lying. That's like the, say, shibboleth test or the Chinese rice test, both of which involve detecting subtle cues, one in the voice and one being a physiological change. And both strategies would be revived in the 20th century in new forms. In 1900, the Italian psychologist Vittorio Benucci started exploring physiological changes and proposed that the timing of your breathing changed when you were lying. In 1913, the American psychologist and comic book writer William Moulton Marston proposed that your blood pressure changed when lying. He was the inventor of the systolic blood pressure test, and his wife noticed, because of course he experimented on his wife noticed that when she got mad or excited, her blood pressure went up. Marston, incidentally, was the creator of Wonder Woman, who is famous for having a magic golden lasso, and when she puts it on people, they are compelled to tell the truth. They can't lie if she's got them in the golden lasso. Despite this, there is a debate about whether or not Wonder Woman's golden lasso was directly inspired by Marston's work on lie detecting. The problem, though, with Marston's blood pressure-based lie detection. As you know from going to the doctor's office, when they take your blood pressure, they put you in a cuff, which they then inflate with air to squeeze your arm, and then they let the air out of it to take the readings. That takes time, and so you can only do blood pressure readings every so often. You don't get a continuous feed of what your blood pressure is. And that was a problem for Marston's blood pressure-based lie detection, because if you can only take a reading every minute or so, you may well miss the momentary spikes in blood pressure that could signal lying. The solution to this was to try to get a continuous blood pressure reading. But there's also a problem with that, which we'll discuss below.
When was the polygraph machine invented?
In 1921, in Berkeley, California, a medical student and police officer named John Augustus Larson decided to combine multiple physiological measures and measure them all at once to detect lies. These included pulse rate, breathing rate, sweating rate, and blood pressure, supposedly. This has used many different measures at once, and it wrote out the results in a continuous graph. The Greek word for many is polus, and the word for writing is graphe, so this device became known as a polygraph. It writes out multiple graphs of physiological measures at the same time. The press, of course, immediately called it the lie detector.
How did the press get wind of the invention?
They learned about it very early on. According to a story in the San Jose Mercury News, it started with an Irish priest named Father Patrick Heslin, who was the pastor of Holy Angels Church in the San Francisco Bay Area.
The story began on the evening of August 2nd, 1921, with a knock on the rectory door of Holy Angels in Colma. The air was thick with fog, but still. The housekeeper and a neighbor were able to see clearly enough to later recall that the man knocking was odd, suspicious even, hidden beneath a heavy overcoat, goggles, and a pulled-up collar which concealed his face. Father Heslin opened the door. He listened while the stranger spoke of an ailing friend in Salada Beach, present-day Pacifica, a man in need of the last rites. The cleric gathered a, quote, red Morocco case containing the bread and wine of the Blessed Sacrament, quote, and hastily climbed into the front seat of the stranger's touring car. Father Heslin never returned. On August 3rd, San Francisco Archbishop Edward J. Hanna received a ransom note demanding $6,500 in exchange for the priest. No money drop was mentioned, but the note hinted that the kidnapped priest might be located in a cave. The ransom amount was posted in the paper as a reward. Police and armed vigilantes combed the area, from hills to beaches to residential areas. When a second ransom note arrived demanding more money, there was still no mention of a drop, nor was there any news on the whereabouts of Father Heslin. By then, handwriting experts had concluded that the ransom notes were written by a man of unbalanced mentality. On August 10th, 1921, William Hightower arrived.
And you know, on this show, have regular. So he makes a brand new 60 seconds. Pulled out of the bucket. He has to put automatically. So much fun with him. We have an amazing cast of former regulars. Weinstein, Condon, Malcolm Hatch, Allie Makovsky, now opening for Joe Rogan, Malcolm Hatch, working with the great Justin Roiland. And this guy's potential is just out of this world. He cracks it up every single fucking week, unorthodox style. To present you the great and powerful William Montgomery, everybody. Yes, here he comes. Here he is. Come on, make some noise for William, everyone. What's up, y'all? Got compromised. Rumors are true. I have strep throat and you ever go to the box? Look at this. I've been going to a bunch of theme parks. I go when I realize I'm lucky from a roller coaster. Tell me my past. But recently, strep throat, something in my hand. I'm currently in a rap group called Adenoids. Jay-Z told me that show. Did he? Yeah, what'd you do? I did a lot when I discovered I had tried to go to the clinic at first, somewhere out in Phoenix. I didn't necessarily trust the doctor in there, some guy named Mark Peterson. Okay, how about a hand for William, everybody? I sort of kept this minute going. So nice to be here. I'll be very frank with y'all. I literally go under the knife for 4 hours. The doctor told me not to
drink or do anything. I'll be honest, on cough pills.
You're going under the knife?
What are they doing? They're cutting out the eggs? What are they doing? I'm going to repeat them literally. I for probably 60 years now. I'm getting liposuction in 7 hours.
Wait, 72. So what are you doing? What are you doing in 24 hours? What are you doing in 24?
I'm going to these. I was excited when I heard you were on the show tonight. Can I ask to go to the win tomorrow? 100%. Can you stand beside me for a second? I always have to get up.
What's happening? William, why do you always bother to get up?
Yeah, we stand together.
What's happening?
Let's just pretend like we're at the Wendy's. We're both about to go under the knife in less than 24 hours. We've gotten to be really good friends. Got the touring with. Got all that comes with that. Are you really good at stuff like that? We're at a Wendy's, and I love you. I get double the app on my phone.
William, are you just describing the scene, or is there going to be?
I like when it's for Wendy's. Lost a lot of stuff. Talking about.
I knew you'd make the red band.
I don't know if it's for look up Wendy's.
Okay, William, why did you have Tim stand up?
He always does this. I respect it. That was a power move. Really, me going into the doctor's office, you're the doctor, and telling me I have strep throat. You want me to diagnose you with strep throat? Are you cool with that? Doctor's office also a Wendy's. It is. Yeah, sure.
Doctor. Okay, so you're at the Wendy's. You just ordered food, and you're about to tell me you have strep throat.
Malcolm? William, sorry, I did all one. I forgot. I did all. I forgot. We're going to take out. I apologize. I just got to think what I want to get a Wendy's.
Danny, are you up there? Maybe we can single spot this. Let's take it from the top. And let's see. No, you don't need paper planes to come in at the end of it. No, we don't need music at all. Wendy,
William, thank you for coming. Jim, I'll be very honest. My stomach started hurting. No, I did some research. My throat was hurting as well. I've been verified. I'm throat. That's why I'm here. I trust that I'm actually here because I really not. Well, operates. And so it's not that I root for you to. So, I'm glad you came in here. So, without a test, potentially also HIV. So the prescription for that is and chili. By hamburger and putting it in. Right, but it tastes. That is where I picture just my plane. Yeah, I gotta be honest. The fact that you don't have paper planes, a fucking bread. Yeah, jumping off. It ruined the bit. Thanks a lot. Let's go up for Dave Thomas. How do we look more homeless than the band? It's been an hour to look homeless. We just stood up.
A hand for Dylan.
I started to do some eating roll album. I feel like I love the show. It's my best thing, family channel, not channel, and it's sort of rescue 911.
Let me ask you a question.
Look,
something. Are you trying to be the first comedian to do a special? You know, Bert Kreischer already did those. Wait, how did you get pregnant, William? Tell me about it.
There was the Philippines. Seemed really nice. I told them here that I'm a male, but I actually ovaries.
Where are the ovaries located?
Sort of in my tummy area. I feel like that's why I wore the shirt tonight. I'm literally pregnant.
Where did he? If they're in your tummy, where did he put his?
Behind the locker.
No. Nobody's dancing. Whoa! You've never seen William in any of his appearances. He does some type of like robot dance. It's like he's on some style.
It's in the back. What the fuck is going on? Inversion.
Oh, William. I need inversion. What
I tried out for Aladdin. I did the sewer area on all that. I almost. I literally been in looking for my aunt, wondering where my uncle is, wondering where my knock is. I love it. You're having okay. Monopoly clock. Mediterranean.
Whoa, my God, that version in his panic. What do you think about that?
Honestly, I was the secretary with that.
All right, and well, another very fun set. You're absolutely so different.
I just want to say one last thing. Literally, on fucking months, there is I'm literally going to
in there? What did he do?
Run, rolling your big hiker.
I can't. What would you like to say to if you watch?
What I would like to say is, I think maybe another. I think the other choice. I think.
What about song choices? I just did you find MIA the first time last week?
Here's what I'll say. A cool thing right now. The amount of fear in life, my world. I have a pistol. And I can fucking deadly.
Cracker Barrel Kid, scroll on the comments on all your. Okay. How about time for the Great William run right now? One more time. Tony. Billings. It's funny, but like MIA slash with the straight to hell. Apples to that. In New York. Actually. From 2 years ago. When I had the house last. Thanks for bringing it up. Alright. They're all wacky. You guys having fun out there? Alright. Your answer Colin Shoemaker. Here he is.
Tried to take a suspension or response course, and in it they taught us that if there's a shame about having sex with me, and that it's rape. Raped everyone I've ever had sex with. Girls aren't proud about having sex with me because I look like I'm made of mayonnaise, you know. Girls aren't wow, it's fucking. Waking up going, oh my god, he's fucking. Black. Alright. He always tries to get me called the forbidden word in the bedroom, and he's like, go on, white boy, say it. So I did. Alright, fine. You're a faggot. I like that. Normally that tension in a room doesn't break it, you know? Normally I'm like, oh, thank God he said faggot.
There you go, exactly a minute. Colin Shoemaker. Welcome to the show. I'm here, correct? Time? Yeah, welcome. Look like a normal hobbit.
Yeah.
Anyone told you that before? You just gotta have like a floppy head.
Dude, you better be a faggot or I'm gonna be offended. I am absolutely not. That's a joke. I think it makes it better. He's like, but I 6'1".
Colin, one stand up. 6 feet. That's awesome. You've been going hard at it or bit? How old are you? 23. You from Los Angeles? Where are you from?
Originally.
What part?
Not the rich one. Mechanicsburg.
Oh, okay. And how long have you lived in LA?
6 weeks.
6 weeks. Did you start stand up and you started stand up?
Out of my car, yeah.
Oh, really?
For you, man.
Wow, that's crazy. What kind of out of your car?
Yeah. I have car head. Is it Civic? Yeah, well, I took all the seats out, so I built a bed frame in it, so it's not that.
Get the fuck out.
Wow, it's a tiny house. Yeah.
You have a bed frame in it?
Yeah. A bed frame in it. Right, dude, yeah. No, it sounds fucking awesome. Sounds awkward bringing back to the car. You know it. Yeah. I don't have confidence. I don't know who does have confidence for that. It's amazing. I'm not gonna die. Come back to my room.
Let's do our.
Yeah. You ask a girl what her number is, and she says it is no.
Come back to my car.
I want to lift the car with you. I actually go to school. I was in the military, so I get the housing allowance. So I just live off of that. Okay. What happened in the military? Nerve. Yeah, well, I was in Minot, North Dakota for 4 years working on nuclear missiles.
Take a step back and look out at the audience.
Okay, You were in North Dakota? Yeah. So I'm really awkward. Is there a war there? No. There, so I worked on the nuclear missiles.
Wow. What did you do with them?
Just electric work on them and
goodness.
And you have a high clearance. Actually, it's still a top secret for yeah.
Tell us something top secret that you're not allowed to tell us.
Yeah, man, come on.
You look like you spend a lot of time standing right there.
Yeah, exactly.
What branch of the military was that?
Air Force.
Yeah, and wow. It was Storm 51, Area 51. Did you ever fly in the Air Force? No. Wow. That's it.
I just worked on it 4 years ago. One.
What now?
Great jokes.
Yeah. What's your money situation? Work on anything?
No, I go to school, and because I was in the military, you get the GI Bill. So I get $3,000 a month in housing allowance.
$3,000 a month?
Yeah, that's I know, right?
Hold on. $3,000 a month.
Yeah.
Living damn nice, dude. Oh, you're dead. Oh,
He's gonna get in the court soon.
3,000. You're just saving a lot of money.
You.
Cool. You ever Postmates or Uber or anything like that? Work from home? Did that last?
What do you eat on it?
Usually I go to Whole Foods. When did we put that?
Doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah.
Face that way, motherfucker.
Okay, yeah.
We're just a collective entity. We don't have any identities, do we?
Usually just go to Whole Foods.
Well, we need parts of the... Okay. Wow. Roma,
how long have you been in their car?
Your favorite area to park in?
Normally I park on the Haha Cafe. Yep.
Have you ever walked out to break in or something shady?
That area. You could pick any...
Why would you live in... Well, I mean, you would ever there. This fucking guy would be shot in the face. Yeah, you can get it with the box.
Why that area? That's it.
I can always find parking there. It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
And then
and no one gives a shit.
Yeah. It's only like drive to my school, so it's not
the cops ever tap on your window or anything?
No, actually, I got a parking ticket there. They knock on the window, but
right.
$50 ticket. So.
They see you sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they couldn't, like, I have window shades up and stuff, so, like, you can clearly see, like, living in that shit.
Yeah. That's white privilege right there.
There you go.
Wow. Colin, what's your big plan? What do you think you're eventually going to get your own place?
And
been shopping around.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought it was really white.
All.
Where you looking, Mike?
I don't know. Looking around the area.
I like it. You haven't found any. Like, I don't know. Those are a little small.
I don't mind living in the car.
Yeah. It looks like.
Did you learn anything cool in the military that you still use in your everyday life?
Not really.
Any hobbies that you have or anything that you do for fun? How do you entertain yourself in the car all day? It's hot in there. What do you read a lot?
I just write jokes.
Just write jokes.
Literally.
That's it. I like your fucking, that's a big part of the whole living in your car thing. One of those things where people are like, I wonder why, you come from a lot of money and never had to worry about they have a lot of trouble grasping the living in your car thing. And I don't think they realize it's not like living in your car makes you a great team. If you're a lazy fuck that lives in your car, you're just a lazy fuck that lives in your car. So it's the one thing that living in your car does opens up for a lot of that. And I think that the learning in that type of style, tough situation.
Now, what he's saying is the apartment.
Yeah, stay in your car.
Around
when you get an apartment, keep that same fucking your car work ethic. Don't forget the hunger, and that's how Monster. You had a fun set tonight. First time on the show. There goes Colin. What are we at? 38. Huh? All right. Tonight's episode of Kill Tony, everybody. Look at this drawing for Brian Spell. Great. Oh, look. I fucking like it. Mind-boggling. How about a hand for the great Tim Dillon, everybody? Come on. He's at American Comedy Company, August 1st to the 3rd. And, no, that's not even right. Thing there. August, yeah, it is. 1st to the 3rd. And, Raleigh and Goodnight, 22nd to the 24th of August. Check out, Tim Dillon is Going to Hell. Over to the Tim Dillon show. That's the weekend. Get it on iTunes. Get it everywhere. The Tim Dillon show. Pass up. Tim Dillon is Going to Hell. How about one more time for Tim Dillon, everybody? And how about one more time for the leader of the band, Jeremiah Watkins, Casey Eddie over there. Jeremiah, why don't you tell us your stuff? You guys go to Jeremiah Wonder as soon as you ask.
Special stand-up on the spot edition with Tim John, Andrew Shaw, Chris Ned, and John Renee.
Oh, very cool. And you have a little album there, huh?
Yeah, if anybody wants copies of the Reagan Watkins now, I just do it on my YouTube page. Jeremiah Watkins.
There you go. Follow him on YouTube. How about a big hand? He had a big show tonight. Chroma Chris over there, huh?
Yeah. Shout out to Ernie Ball.
Thank you, Ernie Ball. Ernie Ball Guitar Strings, the newest sponsor of the Company Band, as well as Ludwig's very own Joel Jimenez. Joelberg's on social media mostly. Sorry, anything else, Joel?
Thank you to Ludwig. Came my coffee. Also, check out my buddy Derek and his son's podcast, Spoil the Beat. They work at the Comedy Store. It's a great podcast. I'll be hosting for Brian in San Diego, August
17th. Hey, Brian, finding one night old in San Diego. We're in Fort Wayne this weekend. 2 Tony's stand-up shows at Tiger Room, Let's Fest, Comedy Festival. Then I'm in Miami the next weekend, West the first weekend of September. And don't forget, Dallas, Texas, the first week of October. Mania in the middle of October, and newly announced, going on sale in the next 2 weeks, Australia at the end of October. Kel Tony, the whole crew, and DC, very good thing. Live audience, thank you so much. If you were here specifically, or if you want to come back and see Eddie Bravo and see Eddie Bravo specific, be sure to grab the ticket that the great Jan is handing out there, and also you can buy the new Kel Tony pin with classic, brand new Ryan J. Eagle Tony logo. It also glows in the dark. It's from our friends over at Rockin' Pin. You can also, I think, order it straight from rockin.com. And thank you so much, live audience. Have a great night. We'll see you soon.
Hey, this is Reverend live from Fest in Fort Wayne, Indiana, for a brand new Kel Tony. Get up for Tony Hedgeback.
Yeah, fun. Make more noise than that. Dave. We are in Fort Wayne, Indiana, ladies and gentlemen. Look, Brian Redman here, everybody. This was fun loving it for a second. It's called Brian Redman. In a Hawaiian shirt. No better place to wear a Hawaiian shirt than a place so much like Hawaii. Fort Wayne, Indiana. We're back for the second year in a row. How about that? Fort Wayne. We are live in a sold out room of people. Incredible insert in here because a lot of people have been doing theaters globally lately. Today we are at the Tiger Room at Welch's Ale House in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We don't forget where we came from. You know what I mean? We always play to our roots. We're like a good Republican politician. You know what I mean? We're willing to go to the middle of the flat for Republicans. Very good. Heck yeah. It's good to be back here in a city that still has a family video. There's a video store that operates. There are employees walking around waiting for people to come in to rent videos to take home with them. It's a real thing. If you're wondering, hey, I wonder if it's like that everywhere. Nope. That's it. Holy shit, look, a video store. It's like seeing a kangaroo or something like that. We stopped for a second. We made sure it was real. Anyway, it's good to be here. We travel everywhere. I'm doing stand-up next weekend in Miami, Florida, and then the first weekend of September in Key West. Red Band's headlining San Diego, August 17th at American Comedy. I'm headlining the Hollywood Improv, August 23rd. And then we go back to Dallas, Texas. Tony, stand-up show there, October 3rd through the 5th, October 16th through 17th, Sacramento, the road to California, Mania, California, our biggest annual event, 4 Kill Tony, you know.
I'm going to invite you somewhere.
Crazy stuff. And then the week after that,
there's some cool stuff going on. More on like your automation skills are fire.
Australia. 2 weeks. And then November 7th, and then November 8th. And I believe, not officially, but I believe we'll be adding another grammar
yes.
City.
Oh, this if I was to invite you, like, happen right now, all the skills are required for the cause that you are.
Oh, under normal circumstances I'd be there, but I'm pretty tired right now. I'm kind of just.
I was up in kid, staying up past watching him, and this guy, my favorite, it's an honor to have him on the show. I can't believe it's happening in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the great Todd Perry. Wow. 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 It's incredible. Hey! Todd Perry, everybody. This is welcome to the show, Todd.
Not only have I never done this,
excited. Another. Welcome. You're in Fort Wayne today.
I am.
We're happy to have you.
I'm happy to be.
We're gonna watch some comedy. First time maybe they've done it before. It's gonna be crazy. We're gonna enjoy it. Maybe you can help them out. You're one of the.
Oh, no, I'm gonna.
I love it. We're excited. We have Todd Perry, and as you guys know, there is a band on this show. Yeah. And when the entire team couldn't do this, we were able to bring the leader of the band. Every single episode being a different character. Maybe it's the return of one of his famous characters. Maybe it's a brand new character we've never seen or heard of before. There's a lot of those lately. So let's all see what he is tonight, shall we? Gentlemen, it's the best in the land. Jeremiah Watkins, the Cool Tony Band. From Reagan Watkins. Here he comes. Wow. Real posting. This is incredible. Wow. Real posting. post.
Hello, how are you guys?
Wow. I didn't realize you were Native American.
I am 100% American.
A post somewhere in an oven mitt before. What's going on there? Did you make something?
Sometimes I get told at the same time.
How long have you been posting for? 1,300 years working at the post office.
I was on the first express.
Wow, okay. Your name is Walter. That's it. Okay.
5 years. I like it. Right before my nap.
Walter. Yeah, you really brought the room to all the excitement. I think people still use posts too. In a family video. Remember video before?
I just talked to Red Fox on 3rd Street.
3rd Street.
Or like a Postmate for 30 years.
Oh, wait.
Never but
question.
Are we doing crowd work right now? You're allowed to speak, and yes, I've been attacked by dogs.
Took your whole Achilles?
I did it with the right on my dog.
Okie dokie, Walter. Hiding thoughts there. Jeremiah is one half of and Reagan Hawkins selling available for you. Also available after the show is the brand spanking new Ryan designed rocket made tilts on me and glows in the dark, double reinforced. So very exciting. And there's also a hand clip. Rare illusion. My face on it, and it doesn't have the facial hair, but if you want, I'll take a black Sharpie and I'll make the mustache right on the spot. Even leave a little space in the middle, keep it authentic. So those are available after the show. But we have the Postman, we have Todd Berry, we have Red Band, we have everything we need. It brings me to this, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Fort Wayne Bucket of Destiny, where anything can happen. A bunch of people signed up before the show. Didn't know how it works. Pull your name out of the bucket. 60 seconds on that microphone uninterrupted. You know your 60 seconds is up and hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then. Or else you're going to bring out the angry Babylon Bear. I didn't get the pop I thought it was going to get. Let's try it. Wrap it up then, or else we're going to bring out the angry West Central Bear. Is that a gayer reference in Babylon?
Very around. First male is actually a man in a box.
Oh. Through your stats interview, try to find out more about you, maybe stuff about your life. And that's it. You guys ready to start this show? We're live. So exciting. Oh, that's where you wanted that. Full entrance to the stage. The real trick is taking time, getting on or off, make it to the stage part. It's a little bit of a hot rise here. I don't think you're going to make it around all these. Right. This one, there's all these thick Fort Wayne thighs everywhere. Everybody just fried potato balls every day. Of course, into family video to fucking more Twizzlers or something like that. Yeah, that is Twizzler eating city if I've ever seen it before. Alright, pull the name out of the bucket. Here we go. 60 seconds, uninterrupted. First comedian tonight. Put your hands together for Jay Kennedy. Here we go. Here comes Jay. time for Jim Kennedy, everybody.
Washington, saw a Samsung commercial. Apparently, the new Samsung phone, and their products have technology that you can hear different products. You know, hear something down on battery. The commercial starts off, people in the coffee shop, strangers. One guy's got battery. Girl looks over, yeah, you can take my battery. But that guy then goes somewhere else, shares it with somebody else. It kind of does a circle where 5 minutes later, the guy's back in and coffee shop with a different girl, and his Samsung product says, yeah, you can go ahead and take mine. And I just thought, yeah.
Mind-boggling.
Not at all.
Wow.
Because you can kind of.
Yeah, I thought of that one yesterday when I was watching.
We're on a press. What were you watching? Bad Samsung commercials? While getting hit in the head with a baseball bat?
I didn't really get to the punchline. It was more so how Samsung thinks that many people have products where, you can be able to share it with a random person.
That's fun.
It is.
You're not a sheep. Have an Apple product.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's check in with Walter Fig, the local post. That was you, Walter. I think that's a sign of growth. Let's talk about it. You're a fan of comedy?
Yes.
Wow. Congratulations. There you go. The first, gotta give him credit for that. I have no idea what the fuck you were talking about the entire time.
Yeah, I didn't either.
What happened? A little bit? Was your vision a little more clear before you got on stage?
I mean, I had the idea that I didn't really have any. I guess no one had names. I mean, I kind of find out when no one uses products and that many people will use their products.
Okay, yeah, it's still, that's not a pump.
Where you're going to run into a random thing, like, oh yeah,
no, stop.
If you wonder, like, if there's
yeah.
I know, yeah. I'm not really sold it. I should hold it.
Jay, let's talk about it. 23 years old. Very cool. You're from here in Fort Wayne?
From Elkhart, Indiana.
Oh, what's up in that part of Indiana?
RVs.
RVs?
No, RVs, like recreational vehicles.
Not RVs.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of
probably RVs. Real.
The new RVs, or RVs. I think RVs first, RVs second. All right.
The only joke you could written?
I wouldn't call it writing, but yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I haven't written it, or just stuck in my head.
Okay.
I should probably try that.
Stuck in your head. Like, thought of Samsung stuck in your head, and you'd be audacity. I cannot stop thinking about Samsung. I'm going to show them. I'm going to roast their commercial. I'm going to give it another commercial. Money to come up with Samsung 48 times. No way you can say it. He's all I've been doing, dude. The #1 podcast in the world. I'm going to say, Gordon. Shit. Numbers of actual Kennedy. But what's your job?
I work in
You work my okay.
Was it Walter off right now? Really Jay, you work in logistics. Do you love your job?
No, not really. I mean, it's exciting, I guess. I've been doing it for like 3 months.
Yeah. What do you do for fun? What do you do 3-year-old in Northern Indiana?
Work out. I mean, I've been trying to myself, like, do, not a whole lot to do.
Why does it look like in high school all great?
It's true. It look like that. For those of you that are just listening, it looks like an all-state date rapist. Have you ever had consensual sex with a woman before? Yeah. How recently? Who was this? Who was this girl? No, was it? No, Ryan. That was so bad. This is not very nice. Saying he fucked up. My goodness. Oh, come on. Okay, so no, not her name. That would be the interesting thing. Like, the question is like, where'd you meet her, or have you done it before? Wow, first time you were. Audience right now. So you're on Tinder, you find the girl, and then what happens? Like, over and hang out at my place? You have your own apartment?
Nope, my dad's basement.
You live in your dad's basement? Wow.
Actually, I mean, I was moving out of my last apartment that I used. We were on 9. Yeah, I had pretty much all my furniture.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah.
Good. Great. Take her on the. Oh, you just went right into it. Like, hey, want to come over to my dad's basement?
No, it was in my apartment.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Came over, good as she did on her avatar?
Yeah.
Yeah? And then what happens? You guys are sitting on the couch.
Right. Yeah. There's no couch.
Literally just the mattress. Came in, sat down on the mattress.
I mean, I was like, I'm moving out of something about crackdown. I promise.
Red flag. Yeah. How was her hygiene? Did she list at all or anything like that? Wow. Did you see some of it? Tell anything? Wow, look at dirty dog. Dirty dog. My goodness. And how long did you last?
I didn't have long enough. Like,
he doesn't.
I mean, it does last longer.
Wow. Very incredible. 15 piano?
Yeah. I bought a music theory for dummies.
For dummies? Yeah, STDs for that is incredible stuff. That's risky. Is there a lot?
I don't know what a lot is.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Something really about you.
I get that a lot.
The most unbelievable confidence out of anyone that I know that's their father's base. Mind-boggling.
You ever asked your dad for a spot when you're lifting weights in the basement?
But it is funny because I do lift weights.
That's why I asked you the rest of it. Hey, come down here. I'm asking you now.
why Walter Fig, as you're a white guy from Europe, but you sound exactly like a Native American. I'm having a little trouble understanding that.
I am 100% American white European male.
Like you're saying that, but people don't see your land or something like that.
No, but timber and I was smokes in most other villages.
Alright.
That's which one in the smoke.
Okay. Walter. Alright. Well, Jay, you did stand up for the very first time here today. How do you feel? Wow. Alright. There you go. Go back to your dad's basement. Jay Kennedy, everybody. On to the next one. Any better than this doesn't get any better than that. How do you feel? Shitty. How about a hand for the band over here? Playing them off. Moving along. Holding the bucket. The next team by the name Brett Timberg. Brett Timberg. Here he comes. Here comes Brett. There he is. Timberg.
Okay. So, single the first time in a while, months ago. I started getting on the dating app, so Tinder, Bumble, all that stuff. But being a bigger guy with a dad bod, you know, it's pretty tough. There's guys out there. Maybe want to kind of just take like a cat count. Not even just a hot girl. I feel like I could imagine if I had actual. Thank you. Say something like I like long swims in the river. I'll nibble on your arm and stick it in my hole. Sorry, guys. I'm nervous. Once I get to know a girl, usually goes a little better. Like I have a gay cousin. He's a big influence on my life, so it makes me like just gay enough to get along with girls. Like I don't like to suck dick, but like I know all the words. Thank you.
Yeah.
What was that?
Don't worry about being nervous. But standing free in
Thank you. I was proud of myself for having this.
But there you go. Yeah. Which one was it?
I'm gonna go with the second one.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. You're adorable. You're a giggly little guy, aren't you?
I like to think so.
Yeah. Is that your first time on stage? Wow. First time ever. We're popping cherries here tonight. Goodness. Exciting. How old are you? 23-year-old beautiful lesbian. Always diverse. Straight white male that raw dog hookers lives in his dad's basement. White privilege. Here we are with a beautiful name again?
Brett. I'm an industrial. On I built a structure back go.
I love that. Godbird. So funny.
Did you say your name is Brett? Yes. Like without the exact. Okay.
That's a cool name. R.H. There? Is that your real name?
Yep.
It's a terrible question. You're from here in Fort Wayne?
No, not. I just moved here on Thursday.
Why? For work.
I'm originally from Texas. Lived in Wichita, Kansas for about 6 years.
Nice airport.
It is not all, but pretty right now.
For all you Wichita airport fans out there listening.
That's an entertaining podcast.
Oh yeah. I love that you put the mic to the side like Anthony Jeselnik after every question.
Thank you.
All right. Brett, 23 years old. Are you excited about Fort Wayne? Have you gone to the family video yet?
I haven't.
source. Yeah.
What makes you fun facts about Red? About family or anything fun?
I mean, kind of.
You tell us. What else?
Last year, I suppose on.
All. What's your? But enough about your.
I like. Yeah.
Now that you're in Fort Wayne, your life is better. Experience. Back to
That was. That was. Do you have any Florida? Do you have any stories that you're ashamed that done or you're ashamed?
You ever walked in on your phone?
No, honestly, I agree. Growing up in Florida, I don't understand all the Florida stuff. To me, I got to the Midwest, I had a lot more time. You know, I graduated. Really? Baby. Where I live. Wow. 80 West. Yeah, that would be
Incredible.
Weird.
Yeah. What floor were you on?
That's not fair. I thought you was going to nine. You fired most of you uncomfortable.
My goodness. So, Red, this is true. You're single and,
not single anymore.
Oh, you found someone here in Fort Wayne?
Not
back
in
here
Fort Wayne. Back in
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my Red, man. Oh.
How far is it? Too far. 12-hour drive, I think.
What's your plan on seeing this girl again?
We have some football games together.
Yeah. What? Hold on.
But we're both big college football fans. She went one of them back to Florida.
Oh, you guys have weeks left in this relationship. Incredible. Around for the college football to start.
Round up like a double leg game. I actually met with my ex of years. Valentine.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Why did you pick Valentine?
I mean, things were falling apart for a while, and I didn't want to have a really nice day just get her on. Why would it for the first fight like weekend right before?
What was the fight about?
Wow. It's like I was spending for a month. She didn't like me hanging out with other people all the time, trolling.
Yeah, how did she hanging out with other people? Or
yeah, I mean other women or other women and oh you're cheating on her. Not cheating.
You weren't cheating on her, but you were trolling that you're willing to spend 12 hours away from and meet up with for the college masturbate most days of the year. Wow. So on Valentine's Day was it phone?
Yeah, over. I actually started it day before Valentine's Day.
Yeah. You were like, hey, I can tell you, I want to break up.
You hear me buy chocolate? Oh yeah. There's chocolate. Like edible arrangement, chocolate covered strawberries. At her that I canceled. She showed up. It was just a chocolate covered strawberry. Yeah. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, they showed up. I think day after the breakup.
Oh yeah, nothing better than soft strawberry.
Also, they put nail up the word delivery day. It is a little strange. What they're yeah, was she upset when you broke up with her? Oh yeah. They rocky relationship, but
Rocky Road.
She lives in Florida. Dating. Not that I know of.
Thought you were trying to shoehorn something in there. There are black men in Georgia that is like all over the screen. Red Timber, congratulations. Your first time ever on stage.
Thank you very much.
There he is. There he is. Just counting down the days. Wildcat football game. So that he can get a hand in a parking lot of the football stadium. See, that's like the Native American song. No, it's not. No, it's not. Native American song. I know it for a fact. Okay. Got another name out of the bucket. Let's see what happens. Jacob eBay. Jacob eBay. Here he comes. One more time.
Hello. So I've always considered myself as a straight guy until the other day I was having sex. I realized that I had a big pink dildo on my butt. It all started with a slip of a finger. Speaking of being gay, I think pro wrestling kind of gets a bad rep. So it's all upfront about everything being staged. But I think other sports are staged as well. Like NASCAR, for instance. They have heroes and villains. I'm pretty sure it's all. You have Dale Earnhardt, great hero, tragically died in the fire. Then you have Tony Stewart, ran a guy over and took the whole villain thing over the top. Then, okay, so I also want to apologize to the person I was next to wearing women's deodorant. Just like everything else, it's just there for looks and it doesn't really work.
The looks doesn't work.
What was that, man? It doesn't what? It's just there for looks. It doesn't really work.
Oh. You're saying that women don't work? Like,
it's such a weird weird that women don't work. I've never heard that. Huh. But always end. Yeah, I know. That was kind of I rehearsed it last night and I thought after the NASCAR thing. But I guess that's quick.
I mean, it was all bad.
Yeah.
Talk about it. So, Walter?
Yeah, after hearing the first joke about the dildo in the butt, I would like to rename your name. Wrestle well.
Wait, that's clearly a Native American type of name. Very clearly.
Yeah. With on you.
Okay. So, thought you were straight, then you realized you had a dildo in your butt. Now, you were talking about finger?
No, I had got pegged.
You had gotten pegged. So, that means a woman put on a strap-on and had sex with you in your butt.
Absolutely.
So, how did you didn't, wow, okay. Wow. So, you realized as it was happening?
Well, it all started off with just like a finger, which I was like, oh, that's not gay,
Say it started off with a finger. Like, are you guys standing in the kitchen? And, like, I mean, you just I know.
We're at the dollar store online. It happened over a period of like a month or so. It started with a finger, and then it slowly started. Ramped up here for a full month. So these were
Maybe Jay has a finger in your ass, dude. Jeff's finger. Probably, you know? Yeah. Definitely Jay. So she puts her in there and she's like, I think that's uncomfortable. Hang out for a second. I gotta go to the closet.
No, I like the finger to start off with, and then we kind of started exploring more and more. Actually, it was a toad.
When you say exploring, toad? Oh, yeah. Toad would have been a better story. What, a toe in your butt?
Yeah, we were.
No. Huh? Whose toe was it?
Her own toe.
The big toe?
It was.
Wow.
Yeah.
Chicken with Walter.
Yeah, I have learned from my father to read the mind of the audience right now. They're saying, you're disgusting.
Yeah. Well, like, how do you end up with a toe in your butt? Give us the lay of the land there. Like, again, so you're laying in bed, you both.
Yeah, okay, so we were at a hotel, and we were both naked. We weren't, like, in the middle of having sex. No, we were horrible. Yeah, we were facing each other.
This is like the weirdest Holiday Inn Express commercial ever. Fill up my ass.
Yeah, we were facing each other, and...
Facing each other?
Yeah, because we were just, like, sitting there.
This story is unbelievable. You can tell me she put her foot between her legs and then trying to get the ball?
No. Well, right.
So, okay, we show the audience, like, how did it happen?
Like, you guys are... Oh, wow. Dude, you just love having stuff in your ass. I can tell by the way you're squatting. Oh, yeah, you're gay, dude. Oh, yeah, you're gay. Never wonder. You're gay. So, you rode her toe?
Kinda, yeah. A little bit. Rode her toe reverse cowgirl. That's how you do. Actually, regular cowgirl.
My goodness. Wow. So the next time
I think it was the finger. And then we
went back to the finger.
We started with the toe.
Started with the toe. Now that's interesting because I do believe that a big toe is thicker than any one finger. Are you talking about one finger or maybe two fingers?
Well, a toe is probably about that long or bigger.
Oh, further, but a little bit girthier. Have you had stuff in your butt before she started putting stuff up there?
Nope.
No. She broke she popped the old
She popped my...
Wow.
Total.
How do you know that? You know this type of sexual stuff. Okay, so you went from a toe to a finger, and she went all the way in with that. Was the length? I don't know what it's like. I know a lot of people would love for me to admit that I know about butts, but it's all very scary to me. It's all very. And so, is it harder having girthy, or is it harder having longer? Like, what's the pain?
Like, you get to a certain spot.
Spot has to be inside.
There's a certain length that it goes up to where it's fine, but then you come to the wall,